All right, we're live. What's up, B? How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, man.
Oh, you know what? This is I had to think about things. I don't even know what to say sometimes. Thank you, sir. Today, right now, before we start conversing, if people join, cool. Appreciate y'all. If you give us a thumbs up or whatever you give us, we appreciate it. I was saying that subscribe stuff at the beginning before.
Thumb sideways.
It doesn't matter. But anyway, how much this cost?
Like $15.
Okay, I'm gonna read this just to give you guys some content. The H&H Distilling Company has a rich history, first established at the old Leestown Settlement and early transportation center in Frontier, Kentucky. Clear limestone water and accessible trade routes made the area perfect for making whiskey. From the very first barrel, Ancient Age was known for its fine, smooth, mellow whiskey, beginning a tradition of excellence that continues to this day. Oh, what's up? Hold on, let me add my brother.
What's up?
What's going on, brother?
How we doing?
I'm always doing great, man. Whenever you bless us, man, it's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, sorry, a few minutes late. I didn't see the link right away, so
it's all good. It's all good.
Happy to be joining you guys.
Yeah, we're about to drink some cheap stuff.
Oh yeah, we're going super budget tonight.
Yeah,
all right.
I've never had it, and he just said it's cheap, and I told him, you know, I'm the cheap guy, so I pour myself a little splash.
How's it going, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing, B?
Great.
Yeah, good to finally be back with you guys. It's been a while, too long.
Yeah, I had to decompress a little bit, man.
Hey, I get that. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So this is what I say for anybody who's listening. It's open for anyone. So if you guys want to come on, as long as you ain't trolling, the link is in the chat. You guys can come on and talk and just have some fun, and we can talk about some. Go ahead.
I was wrong. The Ancient Age was $10.99.
Okay.
So since we're going budget, let me run downstairs. I wasn't sure what the plan was tonight, so I'm going to grab my benchmark. That's like $8 a bottle. So we're going to go budget tonight.
Okay. I'm about to dive in and sip on it while he goes and gets his budget. It's $8. It smells pretty good though.
Yeah, it's strong. Yeah, it's strong.
How'd it taste? You tasted it?
No, not yet.
It smells good though. It smells caramelly. I guess you can always say that.
Oh, but I don't know. Maybe where's my head's at. I'm thinking pine saw when somebody clean up somebody's house, like pine.
You got to get you. Do you have pine saw? I have to smell it. Like I don't really get that, but the pine saw doesn't it kind of smell good though? But this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, but it's just like I know it's like pine saw smells good, but have you ever went to a house to where
it's too pine saw?
Yeah, they put too much pine saw everywhere.
Yeah. I'm gonna sip on this. Let me see.
Actually, I went ahead and grabbed a few bucks.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, he sipped it. B sipped it. He said no.
Yep, that's about
I was
right.
thinking the same thing. Oh, it's hilarious.
So,
He said no. He did like Neo. No.
So, I mean, I guess you guys probably know, but that's like the cheapest stuff that Buffalo Trace puts out.
Oh, wow.
Well, actually, no, I guess I got to take that. So I guess this is technically Benchmark, but I think Benchmark's quite a bit better, personally.
This is like something that don't know what it want to be. Like, yeah. I'm thinking just like you thinking.
It's been a minute since I've had Ancient Age. So from what I remember a lot of sour, a lot of sour on the palate.
He said the same thing. He just poured some water. He just did the same. I was thinking the same thing. Sorry, I was thinking that, man. This is one I would want to throw some ice in. Just and he just threw water in. Drunk it.
Need something. You know it's bad when you're adding water to improve it.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. I don't want to. It's hard for me to say, nah, but I agree with that. I'm gonna take another. I got to really.
Dude, it made me want to pull out the Charles Goodnight. That oh my God, that is not good.
I don't know what this is.
That's not good.
I don't know what it is. Wow. I'm just carefully distilled among the banks of the Kentucky River. I guess they got some of that river water in it.
Yeah, not filtered at all.
Oh man, Oh, that is ooh, okie doke.
Okay, let's.
Oh, this is the Heaven Hill bottled and bond. You trying to have me get to it. That's what actually you want to move on to the Heaven's Hill bottled and bond.
Okay, yeah, I don't blame him. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'll open it for you, but I'm gonna just try to work my way through this if I can. I'm gonna try.
Tell you, this benchmark isn't as pleasant as I remember it. It's kind of lost its charm. Anyway,
We're gonna try to hold on. I'm so used to pouring the water out. Tell me when. Is that good? All right. There you go. And I'll wait.
so Charles, what's been going on in your life, man? What's Charles been up to?
Sleeping, working, sleeping and working, and just trying to decompress and dealing with unnecessary. I gotta go. The unnecessary stress that comes from the estrogen persuasion.
Got you. I got you. All right. What the heck? Excuse me. Well, I don't know what my dog is.
That's the best way I can say it. The unnecessary stress.
What are you doing? Well, Charles, it's hard to say what the better option is, so I just got to deal with one for the rest of my life. So there's that option. And then there's, trying to deal with a new one occasionally. I don't know which, my personal thought, and ladies, if there's any ladies watching, just want to remind you, this is not Charles' thoughts. This is just some weird guy he let join him for a little while's thoughts. But every woman's got their own different kind of crazy. You just have to figure out what it is and try and adapt.
I agree. Charles totally agrees with that thought. I agree with that thought. I think B does too. It's because to us, to Brian makes sense to me. You make sense to me. When ladies say stuff, sometimes it just doesn't. I don't understand where it's coming from. It just doesn't make sense.
No.
And that's and then they get frustrated because I'm supposed to understand that logic that doesn't make sense to me. It's like perfect example. I'm gonna give an analogy. Oh, I want this car. Ooh, I want that car. You have enough money for the car? It'll work out. Okay, then they buy the car. Charles, I need help. I can't afford my car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we talked. You said it will work. So I'm the workout.
It's not working out. It's not working out.
So I'm the workout plan. Well, you're supposed to help me. That I'm just trying.
And then
I'm not going too hard. I'm trying to keep it easy. It's worse than that. But there's those type of situations.
And then
you buy the car in the first place. Why you gotta be mad? Why you let me buy the car? How can I stop you from buying the car? I did not let you. Well, you're the man. You're supposed to stop me. You're supposed to deal with me.
You want to be like Agent A and say no.
But if I stop you, then you're controlling. There you go, mansplaining. That's the problem.
Or they say you're always crushing my dreams or some craziness like that.
I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to crush. I'm just saying I see that's what the problem sometimes is, and I just don't understand where they're coming from. That's all. Just me. That's just me. I'm not dissing. I just don't get it. Because all the ladies out here, oh, you gotta understand. That's just how we are. Yeah. Oh, Charles, you gotta be more empathetic, or you shouldn't speak like that, or just deal with it. Come on, come on. I'm not good with that, and I try to express. All I want is peace. I just want peace. I don't want to hurt you. Make your decision. Deal with it. Listen, if I buy a $200,000 car, I messed up. I got to deal with it. Charles, you want to help you? Oh, no, dude, I got it, man. I just got to get an extra job or I got to sell it. It is what it is. You don't hear me saying, Sean, can you pay for my car? I don't know, man. I might hopefully get you back. I'm like, nah, Sean, I got this. I just deal with it. If not, I just had to sell it and pay back what I owe. And that's the difference between us and them. Sean, you're supposed to help me. You're supposed to help me. How could you? Why you're not there when I needed you? I wanted this $200,000 car. You knew it. You knew I wanted it. You said you'd be there. Sean's like, no, I didn't. But you implied it. You thought it. I saw it when you looked at me. I'm sorry. Let me stop.
So what the reason I'm making all these faces is I got a lot of thoughts going on in my head, and I'm trying to figure out what's the nice one that I can say. Um,
I'm just making jokes, man. I'm always gonna make jokes.
well, the thing is,
that's what I've been dealing with.
yeah, I mean, you're making jokes, but also reality is that that's happening a lot. So
More than you know.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. This restroom. The restroom is perfect. Everything's great with it. I'm gonna destroy this restroom. I'm gonna just destroy it. Well, I just want to revamp or refresh. But the restroom works is fine. No. We gotta get a new toilet. We just got a toilet last week. No. I need a new toilet. I need a new toilet. I don't use this restroom once every 6 months, but I still need a new toilet. That's how they think. Then they go to the restroom. I got a great person to work on it. They come start working on it. He's doing a bad job. He's put the toilet in wrong. Are you a plumber? I'm not a plumber, but I can see he didn't do what I told him to do. I signed a contract that pay him $10,000, but I don't want it done anymore. I'm stopped. You can't fix my house anymore. Lady, I got a contract. It doesn't matter. You messed up. I'm gonna take you to court. You messed my restroom up. Now I can't flush the toilet that I was going to use anyway. But you just try to just.
I see you're wound up tonight, Charles.
No, this is me getting. But that's how it works. And you be like,
yeah,
like it be me. Hey man, you know what? You finish the job. Get the job done. You know what? You finish the job. Here, let me pay you, but I don't like your work. I just want to use you again. Thank you for what you've done. Hopefully,
you did your best.
I'm gonna go another way. No yelling.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's cool. And if I need to get it fixed, let me just get somebody else to come in there, pay them the extra money, and learn from my mistakes. But not them. Oh no! I'm gonna get you. I'm a better electrician. I never wired a wire in my life, but I know you're wrong.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is like I get to deal with that from the contractor side all the time, because that's what me and my dad do. Is we go and we remodel, all kinds of parts of people's houses. So yeah, believe me, I understand exactly what you're talking about on that.
And they all know it better than you. They never.
Yeah,
even a hammer and put a piece of wood together in their life, but you're doing it wrong, or you're cutting corners, and this costs too much. But how much do you think? I'm thinking, okay, you're buying. Okay, we're gonna let you buy all the furniture, everything you need, all the parts. You're paying for it, and I'm just charging you for labor. That's it, just labor. And we're gonna negotiate a good price for labor because I'm doing hard work. So let's say I'm charging you anywhere from $50 to $100 per hour. That may be low, but I don't know. But look at the work. I can get injured. I got to cover insurance. Stuff can happen, and I'm assuming this is going to take me 16 hours of work. Plus, you bought all the parts, so you just give me my work. Look, everybody can't do this. So if everybody could do this, then I wouldn't charge you so much. But as other people buying for your time, they want to have to do.
Right.
But that's what you get. What I'm saying? Like you go to. It just blows me away the way people think.
Well, I mean, like what you were just saying, that has become a huge problem here recently on jobs where the customer does not want to buy all the materials and they want us to. They're always shocked by the price because everything has gone up so much now and people aren't aware of it. And so we come to them with this price and they're like, "Oh, you guys are ripping me off." And they're like, "Well, we can price it just labor if you want to buy all the materials." And then they go and look at it themselves and they're like, "Oh, okay."
People think stuff is so easy. And sometimes people cut corners for you because they like you. Like, listen, I'm not going to charge you what I should charge you because I like you. So I'm going to charge you a lot less. And they still think they're getting screwed. It's like when you did the video and you found the larceny barrel proof, and you talk to the guy and he said, "Can you lower the price?" I don't know what happened, but still being cool because he could make so much money on this. So even if he took off $5 or $10, he didn't have to do that. And people they're not appreciating that people are doing things that they don't have to do just to be cool with you. Yeah. And a lot of people, you bite the hand that feeds you. You don't do that. You know what I mean? Why would I listen? If you're cool with me, I may come do a job for free. But if you are a mean person and doing a job for you, it's not gonna be. I'm gonna do the job because my standard is mine. But I'm not gonna want to deal with you anymore. I'm busy. I don't have to. Well, you're gonna have to pay a lot more. Because I'm like, I can't. I got to schedule it for next year. Next year or 2 years. So but I'm not gonna be enthusiastic. The person that you treat right, you do look like extra, and they always you. oh, they'd be there right on time. You go to a restaurant.
And that's why I shout the guy's store out on my video, because I mean, realistically, I'm probably never going to be in Macon, Georgia again. You know? So I won't be able to like be a return customer or nothing. But people need to know that he's a cool guy and he'll work with you. So yeah, I appreciate that. So like you said, I mean, we need to work together. We need to work together here, people. If somebody does you a favor, then try and treat them right instead of being like you were saying, just unappreciative.
I agree with I appreciate almost everything people do. Time is precious for me, so it's hard. But man, if you do me good, I'm gonna probably do you twice as good, because I want people to treat me the way I treat them. And you don't owe me that, but I treat you great. So if it ever happens, you feel like treating me great. You don't have to though. It's not.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just doing it because it makes me feel good to do that, and hopefully you won't be mean to me. That's it. I don't want you to be mean to me. I want you to be nice to me, because I want to be nice to you.
Yeah, man. Let's try to get along here. Let's try and work together on this planet.
Oh yeah, man. I'm sorry. I'm silly in the first place, so I'll make everything. All this is extra, but that's just what the stress that I deal with is like. I would say this, and this is. I don't know how many men are around women, or a lot of women, and I happen to be a man that sometimes is around a lot of women, so I deal with women way more than probably the average guy does. And I'm telling you, they all kind of act like a certain way. And I can't say all, but majority have that where it doesn't really make sense sometimes. And I suck it up. I say, okay, yes, that's it. Sorry, ladies, I love you.
Yeah, we love you.
I mean, they just think completely different than we do. That's the bottom line.
It seems like it. It seems like it.
Oh, I would say, if you look at it psychologically, they just do. I mean, and it's not like an intelligence thing. It's just that they approach the world completely different than a man does.
I agree with that. I do. Yeah. I do. But that's.
Well, and I can't even say that all men do, because there's some. There's some men that act. Well, yeah, there's those as well. But I mean, just some men that they're bitch made. That's it.
He said it.
I don't know. There's not really another term I can think of. We all know what I'm saying. You've been.
I agree with you 1,000%, bro. I do. I think it's a lot of people that operate on that level. It is what it is. I accept it, but we don't all think the same. Yeah, we don't. For me, I just want to laugh, have fun, peace, and do my part. I just want to be a good social person, a good moral person, whatever you see it. That's what I want to do. I want to be that good person. I want to hurt you when you hurt me. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
I mean, I appreciate what you said there earlier. I think more men need to step up to the plate and take care of their own stuff and stop relying on other people. I mean, I think that's kind of what being a man is about, is, taking care of your own and solving your own problems.
Yeah. And when I say that, I'm never saying that I don't appreciate help. I'm not saying that I don't want help. I just don't. It's not expected, and it's not. You don't owe me that. It's not obligatory. So if you do anything for me, I'm blessed, because you don't have to do that. That's just my belief. That's my belief. My belief is anything is extra. No one had to do that. Even an employee who works for you doesn't have to come to work. So I appreciate it if they work for you. They can quit, then how you can do the job. Don't ever take it for granted, because what we have today could be gone tomorrow. So just feel blessed, fortunate, and just try to stay at peace and happy. And I'm always trying to work in my brain to not be so wasteful and consumer driven, but you've been programmed so much that I just like buying things. So I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. Charles, you don't need that. Charles, you don't need this. Charles, you don't need that. Charles, don't do it. That's my thoughts. Charles, no.
Well, I would say I do okay other than whiskey. Whiskey's like the one area of life where it's like, if I see one I haven't seen in a while, it's hard to not buy it.
Yeah, I think B has that too. Like really,
well, that's what happened with the Heaven Hill bottle. I had it
some water
in my inbox, on my list on Total Wine and More, and it pops up that they have it, because it's been months where this Total Wine and More didn't have it. So I was like, just pull the trigger on it, like might as well.
Yeah, let me tell you, I was going to buy a Pixel 6 Pro, and I was going to do pre-order, but I like my account in a certain way, so I pay him cash. Yeah. So today I go to buy the phone. I say I'm about to spend $1,200. I'm going to buy this phone to replace my Pixel 5, fix the screen, and give it. My mother needed a phone. Give it to her. She can have it. So what happens was I put it in the cart. I put the insurance on it, and I'm about to purchase, and it said January delivery date. I said, I got to wait to January. My first thought is I don't need it. Like if I can't get it tomorrow, I got to wait to January. Oh, well, I don't need it. I don't
By the way, anyway.
Well, yeah, if I would have pre-ordered it and they would have said January, even if it would have came faster, just seeing it said January, it's November, December. I said, wow, man, I could just go to the store, buy another phone or buy a cheaper phone. So that's what I'm just using that example as telling myself I don't need it. Tech is my weakness. I'm telling myself I don't need it.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to see delays on a lot of tech like that.
Mm-hmm.
Next,
yep.
well,
Yep.
I mean, it's still funny how you can
Can't
get a
get
PS5.
yep. Graphic cards, like if it's not, because we don't produce it, it's all produced overseas, and
Yep.
everything is, and people don't. This is my belief. A lot of people are lazy, and since this situation happened, people. Let me say the pandemic. People don't really want to go back to work. People were getting. It's people like this guy.
Yeah, because they're getting paid to stay home.
Yeah, this guy. He was driving Uber, and he was talking about. First, we started discussing. You're like this. We discussed the Bible. So he was just talking about how, the Bible and interpretation, how he sees things. Then he was talking about his daughter, right? Mm-hmm. So then he said that his daughter used to work for Nordstrom's, and she was making $400 every 2 weeks. And then that situation, pandemic happened, and then she started getting $1,000 every 2 weeks for not working. And he says now she don't want to go back to work. She said they're not paying me enough.
Yeah,
and that like, you get what I'm saying? So it's like he said I grew up like he came from I think he said he came from El Salvador, and he said I had to work real hard. My home country, everybody worked. They giving handouts. Now nobody want to work. He said I raised my daughter, but she's Americanized now. Now she don't want to go back to work. And I said, yeah. I said that's the problem. I want to feel like I did something to get what I get. I'm not knocking how I get the money, but I still want to work. But some people don't even want to work. They don't want to work at all. And he was saying it was a culture. Your culture, this is what people don't think about. Your culture changes with your environment. So even though you're raised with a family who's Christian, real Christian structure, this is what a man should do, this is what a woman should do, that's what the guy was. But he was like my daughter doesn't think like that. And no matter how you have taught them, now they're in this system and they're going to adapt to the environment. Culture is shaped by your environment. And I was saying that look what's going on now. So he was saying that you got so many people that are homeless here live better than the people that work hard at his home country, but they're unhappy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He said you're getting free meals and you got something they don't. If they don't work, they don't eat. But they way happier than people here who are homeless getting free meals. Yeah, I'm not explaining it well, but it's
no, you are. But I was just going to say, the reason for that though is because as Americans we have this expectation. We think that we deserve this certain level of life, and so if we're not living there, then we're not happy with that because we see the rich and famous around us, and we think, well, we should all have that. Well, no, you shouldn't. Why do you deserve that? Why does anybody deserve that unless you work for it? You don't deserve that. Nobody says you deserve that. Yeah. So when you set this false expectation that this is how I should live, and then you don't attain that, then you're not happy. And if everybody just became happy with what they do have and started to live and tried to live simpler and be happy with the small amount of things you do have, then we wouldn't have the problems we have. But that's not how people think.
I agree with that. I mean, I try my best to always keep that in my brain. Like it's because you've been brought up a certain way and you see certain things. So then you say, this is what I deserve. It's not saying you can't like it, but sooner or later you got to say, I got to be happy with what I got. And if I want to work hard for it, if I don't achieve it, doesn't mean I'm less of a person. But a lot of people think that if they don't have something there, that it takes away their humanity or you're not special. To me, everybody's special. I mean, because we're all individuals. So I'm not going anywhere else with that. Like you matter. Like whoever it is, don't ever think you don't matter because you do matter. However, don't think that you matter more than that person over there because they matter too. And I always try to express that. I'm harsh sometimes. People always talk, we supposed to care about this. Did you know little Johnny down the street died? I'm sorry that little Johnny down the street died. Did you know that somebody in Palestine Palestine died too,
Yeah.
and somebody in Tibet died too, and somebody in India died, and somebody somewhere all around the globe died. Do you care? And then it messes up when I get up and say, listen, you only care because you know them. But you, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with caring, but life will go on. I mourn and keep it going because that person in China was just as special to whoever they died, their family, as your
Johnny
neighbor
down the
is.
street.
Yeah, Johnny down the street. And people don't really think like that. They think, oh, the world is ending.
Well, I mean, so a perfect example of that is what was that blonde chick that died out in Utah that got killed by her boyfriend or whatever? And it was on the news for like a month.
Yes. Yeah, we talked about that.
You know, and so why I mean,
What made her so special?
loss of life is bad always, right? But why is that woman special compared to, kids starving in Africa or
same thing. Right, agree.
So why are we focused on this one little story when you consider the big picture of things? And not to, like you were saying, not to lessen the value of life, but let's get real here. I mean, there's people dying in horrible ways all the time. So
all the time, everywhere. Don't think everywhere somebody can get touched. Everywhere somebody's dying. There's wars going on or fights that we don't know about all the time, and people are getting treated maliciously and horrible. Just really, really bad. And so I try never to think that my situation is way worse than yours. And that's what people, you don't get it. You don't know how bad it is.
Yeah, well, I do. Like I said, I was watching something where we had kids with cancer, and I was like, man, I felt bad. But I was like, man, that's why it made me think about my kids, how happy I am to just see them walking around doing what they want to do, because they could have had, be in that same situation, and they're not. So I'm, the fact that I can see, I'm happy. The fact that I can walk, you know what I'm saying? If I want to, I can walk to the store. There's somebody that can't walk to the store. And
that person is still happy somewhere.
Yeah.
A person. So I just look at it like that. And I'm not saying I'm not fortunate and blessed. I'm happy. And I don't want none of that stuff to happen to me. But I never try to diminish another person or say that I'm better than you. I can think I'm better than you in my brain. Like, but that's just ego.
Yeah.
That's just ego. That's not real. You know what I mean? Because I'm not more important than you are. There's some people that mean more, but depending on the situation, they mean more to you, because nobody's going to mean more to you than your children or your family. So, so that's just how I see things. Anyway, I'm sorry I went there, but that was fun for me.
Have you had Heaven Hill before?
Not, that's the Bottle and Bond, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bond.
Okay, yeah. I have not had that one though. I've had the 6-year, the green label. I got that downstairs, and that's okay. What are your guys' thoughts on that one though? Because that one's around like 50, right? Like that.
I haven't drank it. He drank it first.
I didn't drink it yet. I just
wait for me.
My cup. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna drink it then. You tell me.
What was the price on that, B?
$40.
Oh, is it okay? So it's come down a little bit.
Okay, the best of the great Kentucky bourbons. This Kentucky bourbon pays tribute to the earliest days of the distillery's history, when in 1939 it released Heaven Hill Bottled in Bond. The namesake brand quickly became the #1 selling bourbon whiskey in the state of Kentucky. Still today, the craftsmanship poured into this bottle by the same founding family meets exacting standards first set forth in the Bottled in Bond Act of 1897. This historic offering reflects on the company's founders' firm belief it takes patience and perseverance to make something of great quality. Okay, I'm glad it wasn't too convoluted.
So I got to pick apart that bottle a little bit because, and this is common on Bottle and Bonds. They do this, but I think they on that one they say we follow the exacting standards of the Bottle and Bond law. Yeah, because you have to.
Yes, exactly. Bottle and Bond.
It's not like a choice. You have to follow the law.
Under U.S. government supervision. That's what it's saying.
Yeah.
You don't follow the rules, then you're not bottled in bond.
So basically, most of that paragraph just says we follow the law. That's what.
There we go.
That's what it's really saying.
That would be funny on a bottle. We follow the law.
Every little bottle needs some type of story to it, so you can. Oh, it's so special.
Yeah.
Our bottle is because we saw these bottles and we just said we follow the law.
Hey, we thought we can make money out of this. We were making it when they said we didn't make it a certain way because No, prohibition happened. So
Yeah, if we ever get
We smell
rich enough to come out with our own whiskey, that's what we should do. We should just put we followed the law.
120 proof. We follow the
Bourbon follows all the laws of bourbon. There you
there
go.
we go. You see, what do I think about it?
Yeah.
This is another one of those caramel poppers.
Yeah.
That's what I get. Caramel for real. Like I'm on a Twix. See the caramel come out.
So have you guys had these right here, the caramel M&Ms?
I eat M&Ms, but I don't know if I've had the caramel.
Caramel M&Ms go great with bourbon.
I believe you. I mean, it's
Ooh,
like,
I'll order some.
go for it.
Mm.
You like it?
I like the thickness.
Okay, thickness. Ooh.
That's what she said.
Did she say that? I'm joking.
They do though. They do.
Oh. He said they do. They do. No, it tastes good. I like it. It got a cool taste to it.
Yeah, it tastes like a carrot, like
Yeah,
candy.
yeah. It's a nice a coating, like not too. Yeah, it's good. I like it. This now I want to do bottled and bond competition. I want to get like, of course, Evan Williams bottled and bond is still blowing me away. Just if it's bottled and bond, I want to try it.
There's a lot of good ones, man.
A lot of bad ones too. I'm joking.
No, that's true. Yeah, thanks to a viewer, I picked up Old Granddad Bottle and Bond, which you guys have reviewed. That's a good one. Or wait, no, you're smiling like no. I forget. Did you guys like it?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
I
yes,
love
to this
Granddad.
day, I think Evan Williams still sticks out.
Kind of messed me up too.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
like so cheap and so good, man.
Price, man. For the price, it's crazy good for the price.
This is decent. I can drink this. This bourbon is 7 years old. Yeah, it's decent. I like it. Decent. Like really, I'm really like, okay, this is cool.
So I thought I'd drink a little bit of this tonight since I'm hanging with my boys from California.
Redwood Empire. I have not had that.
No,
The bear on it, or
You get the guys.
No, this isn't the bottle and bond one. This is just their regular offering.
What do you look at?
I haven't seen the bottle and bond ones yet. I would imagine you guys are going to see. I would think you guys are going to see them before I do.
We got to go looking.
But I've heard that the bear one is really good. That's the bottle and bond. I forget.
I'm looking it up right now.
I've heard two different reviews say that the rye is good but not amazing. But both reviews I saw on the bear, whatever the bear one is.
Oh, it's in Carlsbad. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's somewhere in
It's in
Sonoma.
Carlsbad. It's halfway between San Diego. Like I went to San Diego this other weekend. I should have went by there.
Yeah, you guys could probably pick it up at the distillery.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Let me see. I'm gonna see where it is.
And then when you do, you got to send me a sample.
I can do that. Not a problem. Okay. So
I'm hoping we get the whatever the bear one is called out this way.
right now it'll take an hour. An hour to driving. That can't be. Yeah. It's from my house. It's 89 miles.
That's not bad.
89 miles. I might have to try it. Yeah, 89 miles to I'm gonna save it. Redwood Empire.
What's that around so around your way? That's about an hour and a half drive, something like that.
Yeah, it says an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But that's because it's probably some traffic right now. If it was like no traffic, it probably wouldn't be like 30, 40 minutes.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking my time, but yeah, your time is like 6:46. So yeah, I'm sure there's traffic right now.
Because you're going 80 miles, maybe an hour. Because it's 80 miles. I'm sorry, I forget it's 84 miles. But I'm doing 88. Give me a ticket. 30, 40 minutes. I bet maybe about an hour.
Those LA speed limits.
Yeah, LA's fast when there's no traffic. You agree?
I agree.
When,
I
there's
love
no,
it.
when it's nighttime,
around Christmas time, I noticed that it's like
what do you call it in Europe? The Autobahn.
Yeah.
That's what it's like out here. I'm telling you, when there's no traffic.
Well, see, my mom's side of the family is from California, so I know a little bit about it.
At nighttime, parts. And like if you ain't, as long as you ain't doing over 100, the police ain't pulling you over. I'm serious. at night, unless you're the only car on the road. But I don't speed. I do 65.
Right.
I do 65.
Right. We're all law-abiding citizens here.
I don't break laws.
Wink, wink.
I don't break laws.
Hey, so Charles, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I got to know a little bit more about what you do. So you don't have to give me the specifics, but just say in generalities, what does Charles do?
Logistics.
Logistics.
Shipping and receiving. Procurement.
Okay. I got you. That's kind of what I figured, just based on other things I know about you, because you're kind of a tech guy. So I figured you were something like that. But okay, interesting. So then you probably have some insight into the shipping problems we're having right now.
Yes, very much so.
So maybe let the people in on that. What you can say freely.
People don't want to work. That's all I can say. People don't want to work, and people want to get paid more. That's what it is. Simple. That's the main problems. Yeah. And if we wanted to get into like the tractor trailer situation, California has strict regulations, and when everything shut down, it wasn't profitable for owner operators to run their vehicles. So now they don't feel that it's really worth it here because the maintenance fees are expensive, and they're not making the money that they want to make. So that's one of the, so it's hard to offload the ships because you can't get enough people that want to really work, and they want more.
So there's no trucks to put the crates on.
Yes.
So they're not moving. And
the government has to stay out of it because, like, truthfully, I'll speak about the Navy because I served in you. They have, if it was a super situation, the government, especially, they have cargo handling battalions, people who are actually trained in the military that can actually do the job. Right now, I think they only have one. It's called a Naval Cargo Handling Battalion. They have one active duty, and the rest are reservists. So you need way more units to do it. But would the government even do that? Or they're either going to try to get more automation going on, self-driving, all automated. If they can, then they don't have to worry about workers. And slowly but surely, that's what's going to happen with almost all industries because people don't want to work. Okay, I have self-checkout at the grocery because you don't want to work. And then now you don't have a job. Now I can pay you less. But because I'm paying you less, now you really don't want to work.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you do? How do you defeat problem that will persist? I mean, I can go deeper, but this is the basis of it. And just telling you, go ahead.
So backing up just a little bit there in what you were explaining, is there, to your knowledge, and if you can't speak on it, then that's understandable, but to your knowledge, is there any protocol at which we would get to a point that the demand is so substantial that the Navy or military would get involved in transport?
It had to be something emergency situation.
Yeah.
Right now, they're going to let this.
Yeah, we're not there.
Nah, they're going to let people, like, they won't let the system fall, but they'll let people fall. Do you get what I'm saying? They're like this. Just, I don't care about what people believe, but they want people to get back to work. So whatever it takes for you to feel safe is what we're going to do. So that's why all this "let's get it shot, jab, jab, jab" thing came out. It's so people, I feel safe. Yeah. Listen, if you don't work, you don't eat. People will die regardless. Whatever it takes to get people back to work is what they want, but people don't want to go back to work. So what are you going to do?
I'm going to try and say this without getting super political, but it doesn't seem to me that the current administration is properly motivating people to get back to work. Okay. I'll just leave it at that.
Get political if you want to. Everybody has their opinion.
I don't like to, because I know anybody that is watching, when you get political, the viewers start dropping off, and we're not trying to do that. So
cheers.
1,000 viewers on there right now.
All right, well, everybody stay with us, all 1,000 of you. We're going to get deep. No.
I understand what you mean. Life will go on. You can't baby people.
Yeah.
And that problem is they're trying to baby people.
Yep.
You know, sooner or later, you got to let people fall. We'll see.
Fall, Bruce.
You got to let them fall so we can get back up.
And that's exactly my thought, is that we need to cut off the government funding of, laziness and just let them be. They'll figure it out.
I agree. Sometimes I got to work 12 hours. Sometimes I have to work more,
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to work. Sometimes you got to work. And when you got to work, do what you got to do. Sometimes I won't be able to record because I got to sleep and I got to cook or I got to take my cars to the shop. We got to do you got to work. If you expect people to help you, then not to try to be nice, you already lost. Stop. Help yourself. I help people to help themselves. If I see you struggling, I'm gonna help you. But if you just sit there and help me just to carry your bags, you're gonna be waiting a long time. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of people have been. That's one thing I will say. I don't care what people think about the military. The military forces you to work. You will not make it if you don't do your job. Trust me on this. I will get you out of there. One way or another way, you won't be here. So you must work until you turn lazy for no reason.
Well, one of the best things I ever heard, I think it was somebody you guys would listen to. I think it was Carlos Zuma, and he was saying how you should want to help the company and they pay you better. Like you want your boss. You want to make it where it's easy for your boss. You know what I'm saying? Like he don't have to show up at every, depending on what it is. You want to make his life easy.
Yes.
Once you make your boss's life easy, I've noticed for me that you get paid well and they like you. It's easy.
I do have an argument against. The only argument I have, because I always look at the military structure. You have a position to play. So if I overstep my rank or my position, then I'm out of order. And so even though you may know somebody's job, they have to delegate that. That's where I don't take that responsibility. You got to delegate it to me. So that's where, even though I know what the boss may want, I can't do it until they say, this is what I want you to do. It's a military thought. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you may train a E3 or E4 to be E5, E6, but they can't act in that position until you say, hey, I'm delegating E3 here to be in charge. Then you can assume that role. If you do it before you're told, you can get reprimanded. So that's why, even though you want to make it easy, even though you may know it, you can't do it, because it's like, even though I don't, what's this, 48 Laws of Power, I've read it, but it's like, even don't outshine the master. That's where I'm going with it. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but it depends on the situation. You know what I mean? It depends on the situation.
Well, I don't want to speak for B, but I agree with what he was saying, because me and my father, we were having this discussion recently because we were trying to kind of mentor a young man, and we had to have some discussions with him because the younger generation these days is not ready to work. And so now, B, I don't know if this is exactly where you were going with it, but I'm just going to kind of add to it for my own part, and that is that it seems like there's a lot of entitlement going around these days, and especially with young people, they think that they are owed something.
Yeah.
Well, if you're an employee, then no, your job is to make your boss money. That's why you're hired. That's why you get hired, is so you can make whatever company you're working for money. That's why you're there. So if you're not doing that, if you're not making money, if I'm paying you more than you're making me, then there's no reason for me to keep you there. And so, I don't know if that's what B meant exactly, but in that sense, you need to make your boss's job easy, and by doing so, you're making him money.
I totally knew what he meant. Let me give you an example so you understand what I mean. So let's say we have, let's use something that I have knowledge of, but I'm not involved with. So let's say we have an airplane and the engine is messed up.
Yeah.
The engine is going to cost $2 million to purchase this engine. My supervisor or manager is not there to sign off on this purchase. If I sign off on this purchase without their approval, I can get reprimanded. And they haven't given me the delegation to make that purchase. Even though I know that this should be made, that is not my position. So, okay, if it's not an emergency and somebody about to die, why did you make this purchase? Well, I know it didn't happen. Oh, you didn't follow instruction. We had to let you go. So I'm using that example. Not that I don't know what needs to be done. You have to be given the authority to do it. And that's my statement. Do you get what I mean? Even if you know the job and you know what must be done, unless it's a life or death situation, even though this will help your boss, you can't make it if I haven't delegated you the authority, because they will say to you, I'm a government protecting person. They would say, who gave you the authority to do this? Well, I knew this needed to be done. Who gave you the authority to do this? This made it easier, cheaper. Who told you to do this? How do you know we didn't want this? That's the problem. So even though I know it, that's what
So there's definitely that boundary there. You definitely need to stay in your lane as an employee, and
even when it's stupid, even when it's dumb, as long as people ain't gonna die.
Yeah, but at the same time, I guess what I was getting at is that I see a lot of young people that just take jobs and they're not productive at all. They're just standing around wasting time for most of the time they're there. And
most people want something for nothing. That's the problem. They want something for nothing.
We usually outside a boss. My brain went geek. What was that game where there was a vampire? He was, what was it? He got wings and he looked better than
Soul Reaver.
Yeah, Soul Reaver. I always think about that when you said that. Soul Reaver.
Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, the second one in the series.
He got wings and he was playing.
Yeah, and he broke his wings. Adriel. Yeah. I agree with both of you. I don't disagree.
Well,
my stipulation is just that even if you know it, it's like I work for you and we're doing contract work, and I just say we're going to do this job because I know it's $1 million job, but I don't know your schedule. So you're like, how you going to take this job, Charles? You didn't tell us first. We had the schedule over here. Now we got to cancel. See, I overstepped. But Boss Sean, we haven't instructed you to do that. I'm just glad you're working out, but now we might lose them in the future. So sometimes, even though you know it, that's a bureaucracy thing. It really it'd be something so simple like let's say you had to do funding for a company or something, and somebody may want something as simple as a stapler, but they got to go through all these steps just to get the stapler. Sometimes it's crazy, bro.
Oh yeah. So I had a really good friend down in Florida before I moved. I mean, he was a customer, but he became more of a friend because I would spend like an hour just sitting there talking with him because that was kind of a light day on my pool maintenance route back when I was down in Florida. So I got to know him really well, and he was ex-military. He was Air Force, and he became you would know the right term. The person that directs the planes coming into the airport. He was in charge of that department. But the term is not coming into my mind.
Air traffic controller, or he was on?
Yes, he was in charge of air traffic control.
Okay.
Military. That's what became his position. And so, I got to know the kind of the ins and outs of the military through him, and we had a lot of talks like that about how they can take 3 months to get a stapler because of the bureaucracy or whatever. But there is a protocol for everything. So, yeah.
It's like I've told people, like in different positions I've had, like depending, you can get it. It may take you some time, but you'll never know if you can get it. If you can justify it and say why you need it, all you need is the right approval. I don't care what it is. You know what I mean? Whatever it may be, I don't care. You want a reclining seat. You just got to justify why you need this recliner leather sofa in your office. Can you justify it?
Yep.
And that's the problem with the system, but the beauty of the system. But the problem, there's so much stuff. But that's one thing I did like at the military. Is so much stuff that's wasted, but it's usually wasted, but it's for a good purpose. Wasted, like because you want to make sure that there's redundancy. You know what I mean? Like something breaks, we want to be able to fix this right there and then. So even if you don't use it, you still want a little extra because when stuff hits the fan, you don't want to say I don't have it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they have an operational what it should be to sustain if something goes wrong. And if it doesn't go wrong, because like any type of fire department, any type of service, they're always going to have a shelf life. Like let's go to fire extinguishers. You got to check them every so often and replace them, even if they haven't been used. The waste of fire hoses, they can lay them out, check them for phrase. Got at a certain time, dispose of them and replace them. You know what I mean? After you do your maintenance.
To make sure.
That and sometimes you have to, or let's say you do electrical work. What is it, usually a year on electrical gloves, correct? Depending how you use them, they're supposed to be replaced depending on where you work, following federal regulations, I believe. So I could be, I think it's about a year. I could be incorrect.
Are you talking about wiring itself?
Like some people, depending on what type of electrical work they do, and you have to change your gloves out to get different type of, like every year, because there's.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, insulated stuff.
Insulated stuff, yeah. So I'm using that. It's better to have more than not enough.
Yeah.
If it gets damaged, then it can't use it, and you need to replace it. That's why you have redundancy in certain things. You know,
I did work for a place when I was younger.
Mhm.
Can't give it a name, but it was they had food for people, and they went in there and they wanted us to change the dates. So it had an expiration date, but if the food was in there, we would take the labels off and put
Let me say this. See, if we were living in like The Walking Dead or Armageddon, would you be cared? I'm gonna eat. It's expired. I don't care if your arm get cut off or something. You got to burn it. That Tylenol expired. Give me that Tylenol.
I mean, so the thing is like, I think Americans have lost sight of what the dates on a lot of our foods mean. Because if you pay attention, like for instance, canned food, it says Best Buy.
Yes.
It does not say it is expired at this date. It says Best Buy. So it doesn't mean that it's poison after that date. It just means that you're not getting the same nutritional value that you could have had. That's all it means. And the only reason I know that is because I'm, somewhat prepper minded. So I investigate these things because I think it's important so that we don't have to rely on the government. But anyway.
We can get into that. So how okay, this is not political, but it's a question for you. How do we let's say we have a social contract, right? You and I, we agree.
Yeah.
How do we, other than us, if we have a great number of people, how do we enforce the social contract? We need a third party. You get what I'm saying? Without I give you the government situation.
Yeah.
I don't know how, you get what I mean, right?
Yeah. So, all right. So, I mean, there was a time before governments existed and laws got enforced just fine.
Well, but if there was still some type of third party or a judge or an arbitrator or somebody whose job, or peace officer, somebody. So I'm saying, however we choose to use terminology, there still must be some type of central body that say you've broken this law, because if it's just you and I, we both gonna say somebody else is right or wrong, and he's wrong, or he's wrong. So you need an outside party to be that. And if it floats away, it's gonna always be somehow, even though it happens in any government, bribes, but the government should be situated in such a way that somebody is outside of that. You know what I mean?
So I want to be clear though, Charles, on the statement I made a minute ago. It's that I believe in using the government that's there to the best of your ability and lawfully, as long as it exists. But I don't believe that it will continue to exist in this form indefinitely. So I think we as citizens need to be prepared for when it doesn't exist.
I agree with you. Let me get into. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I don't mean to say that I'm not like an anarchist. I want to be clear on that. I'm not trying to overthrow any governments. I'm actually completely indifferent whether they exist or they don't exist. It doesn't matter to me. With that said, I realize that our current government has a lot of benefits for citizens. There's also a lot of things they do that I don't agree with. But nonetheless, it as you were pointing out, it certainly has its place. It does do things that benefit the society for sure. There's no doubt about that. All I'm saying is that I think there's a lot of people that are like children that are just kind of completely reliant on the government now. And I think that's really idealistic and almost naive and ignorant. I think you need to be much more self-sufficient and be prepared, I guess, is really what I'm saying.
I agree with you. I don't disagree. All civilizations that I've seen have risen and fallen in some shape or form. They're not the same as they were 200, 300 years ago. So if you expect USA to stay like it is in the next 100 years, if it lasts that long, you guys are not paying attention, because if we can look at countries that don't exist anymore, that did exist, so it tells you a lot about how things change. There was Yugoslavia, and it doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? So,
well, Charles, I feel like me and you have probably read a lot of the same information, and so historically, most big civilizations like the United States, Rome, Britain, their peak of power lasts roughly 300 years, give or take. It might be 250, it might be 350, might even push 400, but generally the average is about 300. And so, we're getting around that now. We're getting to that point now. And so we can't, as you were saying, you cannot expect that this is going to last forever. And, we may be dead and gone by the time it completely collapses, but I think it's ignorant to not at all be prepared for the idea that might happen in your lifetime.
It could. I mean, I explain that to people all the time. You have a purpose in mind. What if the power went out? What if there was no more water? Running water. What are you going to do?
Trigger effect.
What are you going to do? Well, if they stop delivering the food that you don't hunt to your house, how are you going to eat? Where are you going to go? Can you make it out the city? Can you make it to a place where there's animals to hunt? Can you establish a perimeter with your people and have a protective zone? Can you stop other people from infiltrating and taking what you want or what they want from you? Do they have the same standard or laws that you do? So I can go so deep in this that people really don't think about it. It's just, it can happen. Yeah. It can happen instantly.
I know. There's a movie I always think about called The Trigger Effect.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about a blackout and how you civilize, but once you can't get the medicine you need, once you can't get the resources that you can easily get,
changes everything. We caught up in the system, man. Like sometimes I think about that. Like it's kind of hard to get. Let's go get 10 or 15, 20 people that let's say 30 people. Let's go rural. Let's go buy a farm and just start growing our own food in a place where we can hunt. And so if stuff goes wrong, we can protect ourselves and be safe. I don't want to leave the city. It's great here. So
it's great right now.
But you understand the point I'm making, and you can't do it by yourself. So sometimes you're like, wow, I could do it by myself, but it's going to be so hard. So that's the problem. And if I try to get into a new group of people, they don't know me, but they trust me. You know what I mean? Will they invite me in?
But Steve, I think that point that you just made there, Charles, is so important. Yes, it is hard. You're right. It's absolutely hard. But how hard will it be if you're not prepared at all and it's thrown in your lap one day and you have no idea how to go about doing it? Then it will be impossible. It won't be hard.
I hear you. I think about these things all the time, bro. I mean, I'm caught up. I'm living in the lap of luxury, but tomorrow could be can't turn TV set on, our lights is out, I'm full go bed, and I got a lot of lanterns, but still, let's say it's a 100-mile radius. So you got 100 people, and you still got deserts to cross, or you got to get to where the
technology is great. We talked about it before. You could back in the day, you get in the wagon, and some of the family members go across country, won't make it to the destination.
I can go. Technology changed everything, boy. But let me just be quiet because a lot of stuff I don't know is conjecture. So I'm not going to say anything.
There's a lot of simple things that people can do, and they're cheap. Now granted, if you're in a city, then your odds are much different because then your biggest threat is humans. It always will be. But with that said, there are cheap investments that anybody can make, even if you're on a very fixed budget. Rice and beans can get you through a hell of a lot.
Yes.
And have ways to purify water and have salt and antiseptic on hand. These are things that anybody can do. They are not expensive, and they can get you through hard times if you have to. And also those are all things that people are familiar with, so you don't need like a tremendous skill set to deal with those kind of problems. Everybody can pretty much boil water and make some rice and beans.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we could like you said, Charles, we could talk all night about prepping, but maybe we'll talk about something a little more fun.
Army of Thieves.
What's that?
I haven't watched any of them. The Army of the Dead or the Army of Thieves or the other one you tell me about, Night Teeth.
Yeah, I thought Army of Thieves was good.
I gotta have time. Like you talk about movies, I haven't like that, and I haven't watched Army of Dead.
I thought you did.
Nah, that's the Zack Snyder movie, right?
Yeah.
The Zack Snyder movies. I haven't.
That was good.
Let me tell you why though.
Is you busy?
Yes, because I'm trying to watch One Piece, play No Man's Sky, play what's the other one I haven't played? I need to play Axum Verge. Not the other games a lot like
you better hurry up because Elden Ring gonna come out. I think it got pushed back, so I think it's 2022. Yeah, try to buy a Pixel 6 that I gonna get to January. Try to all this stuff is going on in my life. That I don't have time to sit. I'm trying to watch Luffy One Piece.
Yeah. So real quick, going back to our prepper thing. You being in the military, I think you probably have been around it enough that you realize how unwise this is. And Commandante Lou, he was actually with us last night. We got into discussing this a little bit. But, I think there's a lot of prepper, and I say that with quotations because I don't know how prepared they are, that think they're just going to be G.I. Joe once it's SHTF. And it's like, I got a bunch of guns and ammo, so I'm good.
Okay.
No, you're not. Because it takes one bullet to your head and then you're out of the game. I don't think that's a wise way to go about things. I'm just going to shoot it out with anybody I come across.
This is the best statement to remember. Anything harder in your hand can kill you. That's it. It take a bullet. It take a soda can thrown at you at the right speed can kill you. Anything.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think
a bat, a pipe,
anything harder. I mean, your hand can kill you. So I'm just trying to use an example. It doesn't. You don't feel safe because you got a gun. Because if you got 10 people and you got one gun, you might shoot them, but don't mean they're gonna die. And they got you. So you only got so much ammunition.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is it doesn't matter how prepared you are, how much firearm training you've taken. It takes one guy in your blind spot and you're out.
Unexpected. I think I'm extremely well trained, and I don't.
Yeah, you still can.
Yeah, I don't ever like. You ever watch The Wire?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, at the end, Omar got killed by a little kid. This is the super duper dude.
Yeah.
So that's what I say. Sometimes you never even see it coming. You'll never see me coming.
But that's a real scenario. I mean, that has happened to guys in Iraq and Afghanistan over and over again.
It doesn't take a combat expert to take you out. I mean, it could be the most unexpected situation at the time that you wasn't thinking. It doesn't matter. Things can happen.
But you play even video games, right? You play where first person shooters where you just all of a sudden just get shot and you're like, what the hell happened? It's that easy.
Dark Souls.
Yeah.
How many times you whipping somebody up and then somebody come behind, just stab you? Like, what the hell?
Got him. Yeah.
Where did you come from?
So this was a real story. This was a guy over in Iraq, and they're going through the back alleys and stuff, and there was a little fire truck sitting kind of in the way, So dude kicked it, landmine, got him and two other guys behind him. So it does not have to be sophisticated to take you out.
It doesn't, and people think, I got all the. Okay, I'm not even gonna go into it, man. You think you got all the technology and all the weapons? What happened in Vietnam? What happened to us in Afghanistan?
Vietnam is a great example. Man, those boys were making all kinds of very unsophisticated traps, and it was deadly as hell.
Mm-hmm.
You know the one time I seen where they got taken out. What was those bank robbers? They was armed up, and they had like.
Body armor,
they last a minute, but they even got taken out.
Yeah, it don't take much. Sooner or later, you're not Tony Stark.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, even body armor, you can't sustain a lot of blunt damage. Body armor is meant to take bullets, but concussive stuff, your body still can't handle it because the ripple goes through your body. You still your organs and So if a grenade goes off on your chest. I don't care how much body armor you got.
Man, I don't even be talking about.
I know someone who sneezed and they broke something from sneezing. I'm like,
Mr. Glass? I'm like,
I think we're talking about reality, Charles.
he said
No, it happens. Actually, I knew a guy that he sneezed and he got a hernia, real life.
I believe it, man. Ooh,
Now, granted, he was older, he was in his 60s, but still.
I'm gonna drink for that one. Pour some of this Heaven Hill.
So just so everybody, now I am drinking Heaven Hill-ish. It's a Heaven Hill product. I broke out my A121 tonight.
Need some of that.
I think we have Heaven Hill.
Yeah.
Which one are you drinking?
Hey, Elijah Craig, barrel proof A121.
Yep.
We still can't get it. It was
Good.
easy at one time.
It's-
But now you gotta buy.
No,
you buy one bottle.
Mhm.
You
Now
guys got A121 unless you drank it all.
Yeah, the one you gave us, it's gone.
We drank it that same day. All of
Yeah.
it that same
Yeah.
No, that was the B521.
Okay,
You guys have the A121, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Okay,
Unless we just
We-
killed it.
yeah, I don't know. We killed everything.
Talking.
we kill everything. So, but we can still buy the. I want the B. I want whatever they got. You got to go in the store though. That sucks. Now you
Okay,
gotta go to the-
So Charles, I bet I was thinking about this today because I have an extra bottle of B521. I know you guys have been searching for a little while. So how did you like the sample first of all?
We didn't-
Loved it.
Yeah. Okay. So I got a trade in the works.
Okay.
If you guys, if say a month from now you guys can't get a B521 or not even, we don't even have to wait that long. If you're now, I know that the price difference, there is a little bit of a price difference.
Mhm.
But I would love to have a full bottle of Michter's 10. Like that's one of my unicorns that I've never even seen it.
Okay.
I think we will see Michter's 10 around November.
Yeah.
I noticed that was it Whole
Whole
Foods have
Foods.
it around like holidays, like
Okay.
Thanksgiving.
We can do that. We can do that. But we'll see if we can get a bottle for you. We'll do the. I'm with you. Trust
And
me, no problem.
if there is a cost difference,
Don't
then
worry about it.
we'll work it out.
So you did like the Michter's 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Don't worry about the cost difference. He's like, don't worry about it. It's all good, man.
I mean, like
Michter's 10.
I just had a little sip and it was good. But I mean, the main thing, it's just like one of those bottles I just want to have. Just
Understood. We got you. We understand.
The
It's all
funny thing
good.
about that, it was a Michter's. It was the rye, right? They had the rye up, and you bought it. It said Michter's 10 rye,
Yeah.
and they sent the bourbon.
Yeah. But they'll come back. It always will. The only thing that sucks right now is Whole Foods. Everything gonna be $10. It wasn't that before.
Yeah.
I think that's not gonna last too long.
I
They
hope
gonna-
not.
Yeah, 'cause you can get Amazon Fresh though, and you know that, right? Amazon Fresh don't charge you $10.
That's what I'm gonna be doing now.
Yeah, but they got ribeyes, but it's not as good as Whole Food ribeyes. Luckily I have I got female ladies that are great for me that will go for me.
So don't give me some.
Yeah. More than one. It's cool.
those are better than the men.
Friends.
Tomorrow,
I like the female ladies much better than the male ladies personally. So
Cheers to that one. I agree.
because we all know there's some male ladies out there now too. So
Yeah, I'm cool. I had a discussion about that. I don't even want to discuss it, but but we'll in a roundabout way. A lady asked me what if I dated a lady, and kind of find out that lady wasn't a lady. Don't answer, but a lady asked me that.
I'm holding it back, Charles. Well,
Yeah,
I want to go in on this so bad.
that I'm just saying. I said that's the problem with the world. That shouldn't even. That shouldn't even happen.
Yep.
That's all I said. It shouldn't happen. That's
Hey.
yeah. That's it. I'm not gonna go no deeper. That's it. That's the statement.
Here's the thing. All right, I'm just gonna quote Dave Chappelle on this. There are two genders, and that is a fact.
Yes. I'm not gonna argue.
The discussion is over.
Yeah.
That is all.
Yeah. That's it.
That is it.
That's all. Yeah. But I'm not going no deeper
Did
than
I ever
that.
tell you the story that I think I may have talked about this before? where I worked with a girl, but she wanted to be a guy, and I could not tell that it was a girl, but I felt something was wrong every time I hung with her, him, whatever.
No, say
when you said that.
I felt something.
I'm not going to let you do it. Don't say what it is, not what it isn't. All right. So let's stick with the facts.
Something was off. I was like, every time I hung with this person, I was like, something just feels off.
Yeah, but they did not tell you that they were a man, or no, they were whatever they were. What were they? I'm confused.
It was a girl.
It was a girl, but she didn't tell you that she was a girl acting like a man.
No.
See,
and I just kept on having this feeling like something is off with this person,
and
then I found out later, and I was like, oh, that may be what it was. I mean, I'm pretty sure it had to be what it was.
I don't understand. Let me take. I'm about to make jokes. I do, because I'm a tree, and you guys just don't accept that I'm a tree. That's that's what I get confused.
Well, so
I'm a tree.
So here's the thing, though, Charles.
I am Groot.
I'm Groot.
my problem is that even though you're making a joke, that delusion is just as valid as the delusion that you think you're a different sex.
I'm a tree. What do you mean I'm delusional?
Yeah.
Tree. If they can be,
if
you can be he, I can be a tree.
So again, I'm going to quote Dave Chappelle, and what I thought he said in I think his first 2 specials ago. He said, "How much do I need to participate in your delusion?"
Hey, 100%. I'm a tree. No matter what you see, I'm a tree.
Don't worry about what you see. I'm a tree.
I'm rhyming, bro. I'm telling you. Yeah, that kid. I'm sorry. That's what I try to explain to people. If it's cool for her to say I am him, then can I not say that I'm a tree? Because they're not crazy. If they're not crazy, then I'm not crazy. Am I not? I am a tree. You see this apple?
Well, see,
you do not see this apple coming out my hand.
Here's the thing.
Oh, it's so pretty.
I'm a fruity tree.
Here's the problem with this kind of thinking. Here's what we do. If we start saying that everyone's delusions are valid, then guess what I can do? I can say I'm a lion. I'm going to kill you.
You are a lion. You ain't lying, lion. Tell the truth.
So if I start saying that I'm a lion and I kill you, then I just tell the cops, "Don't worry, I'm a lion." So
it should be valid. It should be valid. It makes sense to me because I'm a
kill that person. I'm a lion. That's what I do.
That's what lions do.
Don't mess with my delusion here. I'm a lion.
I agree with you. I'm gonna go around walking off floor, start pissing on tires and stuff. I go bark, bark, bark.
Yeah. Do you remember?
When ladies come around, I jump on top of them and I bite and I have my way with them because I'm a lion.
I'm a dog in real life. That's what I do. Nature.
I'd be like, stay in your lane, cop. I'm a lion.
We did. I'm starting to cry with this because I understand what I totally get it, and but we have to. Let me just not go here. I love you all as people, but some of the stuff, the way that you people think, it just blows me away. That's why I'm a tree. You must accept I'm a tree.
And so let me just to pull back a little bit and be more empathetic. Let me just say that for those that feel that way, and I mean honestly feel that way, that they feel like they are a different sex, I am. I can't empathize enough with having that. I don't feel that way, so I don't really understand it. But I can imagine how difficult that would be to have that kind of mental thinking. So, because of that, I want to say, that this is not coming from a place of hate. I don't hate you. It's just that I cannot participate in that because I don't think it's healthy. I don't think that me validating. Because the way I look at it, and you can say I'm wrong, but I look at it as mental illness. I look at it as mental illness, just like if a person is
a tree and I'm not mentally ill. I am a tree.
And so the reason I say that is because I deal with people that are mentally ill all the time. We are the full-time maintenance, on-call maintenance people at a mental health place. And
Are there
so
any trees there like me?
there's people that probably think they're trees.
Well, I am a tree.
Well,
I am a tree.
So this is a real story, Charles. Now I'm going to try and say it without laughing because it's a funny story. But this was a man who suffered from mental illness, and he was delusional, and he believed that there was a military train that ran underground behind the facility that he was in, and that he was in charge of the train, and that he could get me anything I wanted. I just had to come to him and tell him what I needed, and he would have it arrive the next day. But he told me very specifically that to not tell anyone or else the train will never come again.
That's the truth right there. See? Now, where's this guy at? I must get him because he's giving up the top secret information. He's supposed to never tell you.
Yes.
Never.
We are a part of it.
Yes.
That's why we stream to get this information.
That's what we did this for, to get the information from you.
So see, that's my question is so why is that man's delusion less valid than the person that thinks they're a different sex? To me, they're equal. To me, it's all mental illness.
Okay, I'm gonna gratefully drink my
I agree.
bourbon.
I agree.
And I'm going to stay a tree, and I'm against both of you. I'm a tree, and it's not delusional.
Charles is taking the high road on this one.
You know, I wouldn't say the funny thing about mental illness, but I worked with somebody that was mentally ill, and I remember 1 month I had got runts. Remember the candy runts?
Yeah.
And I ate some runts, and this guy I worked with, like a month later, bought me some runts, and he's like, "I remember you liking this," and he gave it to me, and I was like, "Oh yeah!" I was really happy that this dude, did this.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it was cool, and I was like, "Man, sometimes even if somebody was mentally ill, it's just
they're still humans."
Yeah,
I mean, let's say they're humans because they made like when I was a little sapling. When I was a little sapling, I was eating some sunlight.
I just love that you keeping the tree thing going. Keep going. Don't let me interrupt you. Ignore my laughter. Just keep going with the.
Yeah. I was eating some. I was an oak. You know. Then one of y'all humans came in, chopped up my brother and made him a bourbon barrel, and charred my brother, man. So now I've been trying to infiltrate you humans and act humans. I don't even like bourbon because it tastes like a brother.
So Charles the tree. Now, so is this like a form of cannibalism then?
Yeah, I think it tastes like my brother. It reminds me of my brother that was chopped up by you humans.
It's like the essence. It's like the essence of the blood of a tree.
Yeah, even my brother, give him back to. It's some cannibalistic stuff. The trees is cannibalistic anyway. You know, we don't teach to y'all. Now you're talking to a tree, but now you find out.
I tell you, the stream has really went off the rails at this point.
Oh man, that's
talking about cannibalistic trees here.
Oh man, oh man, I'd be crying, man, crying. You know. Anyway,
that would be a funny short, like. I can just see the short
cannibalistic tree.
Oh, I can see a short where all these trees at a school just come to life and go crazy and start killing the kids because they are writing on their brothers. They write words on their brothers.
Hey, that's my cousin. You use my cousin as a pencil. Writing on my brother's paper in a desk. You know.
My cousin.
Like that movie, The Trees. I'm sorry, bro. Oh man, with it. I'm crying over here, crying, man. Man, I'm telling you, I tell that to,
like my homework. But it's would you put it on my brother? So cut somebody's kids there.
Okay, let me make a poem. This is a poem for you guys. You guys understand my artistry. If he can be a she and she is he, then why can't I be a tree? Can I just put my leaves in the sunlight and let my chlorophyll work? And that girl who was a jerk now wants to wear a skirt. So let me be in the sunlight with chlorophyll. That's me, and shine with my leaves because I am a tree.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
I'm telling you, talent right here. Talent. You guys don't know, man.
Dr. Seuss, man.
I'm telling you, I'm a tree. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I don't think the LGBTQ community is going to appreciate your poems.
Oh, they will. This is whatever LBQTQ. You guys are welcome. Come on, I don't care. We can talk.
Come be trees. Come be trees. It's much easier.
You be he, I be tree.
That's it.
There you go. You have estrogen or testosterone, and I got sap. Kumbaya. We can all go together. No, I'm sorry. It's gonna
Chlorophyll.
We're gonna look this up here because this is not gonna be cool. I'm joking. I'm gonna stop. I'm a tree.
I'm telling you, man. Though, this level of delusion continues, I'm a legit. I'm just gonna start telling people I'm a lion and just
there you go. Listen. I can feel angry. I can feel happy, but I can't. I'm biologically, genetically a man.
Yeah.
There's X, Y, and there's XX. I don't know the other one. Like maybe there's some genetic. We got to research that, but I don't know how to turn an XX into XY. I don't know how to do that, and our XY into XX. So we can do that, and that's gonna be some crazy stuff if they ever do that. But if your chromosomes are XX and over here is the XY, they're not the same thing.
Well, so funny enough, Charles, there's actually been quite a bit of research done on that already.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are genetic markers that are basically immovable. And I'm not going to get super deep into it, but that's part of the reason why I cannot believe in evolution, because there are these boundaries that we cannot mess with on a genetic level. Like, so you can go this far, and that's as far as you can go. Because once you go farther than that, whatever the thing is you're working on dies. So there's limits, these boundaries that are fixed.
So I'll say this. I'm gonna go here. I don't argue beliefs because people believe what they want to believe. I can't. If you believe that you are he, then I believe that I'm a tree, and I'm not gonna argue that. That's where. That's my jokes when it comes to belief. So you can believe what you want to believe. I'm gonna accept it because that's what you are, and I'm. That's my answer to that. That's my answer. If we want to say, this is what I believe. Well, great for you. I'm gonna believe that I'm a tree.
So here's your question.
Go ahead. What's up?
Go ahead, B.
Oh, I was just going up top.
He said, "Do you like the first Transformers?" I'm glad because I keep leaving all day on that subject.
No, I didn't hear the question.
He said, "Do you like the first Transformers movie?"
Oh, okay.
I did.
The first one was decent. I wouldn't say didn't like blow me away, but yeah, it was good. I mean, I'm a Transformers fan since I was a little kid. So, I mean, for that, like nostalgia reasons, I appreciated it. Michael Bay is he always makes the same kind of movie. It's like,
explosion.
Yeah.
Lots of explosions, lots of flashing lights.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole lot of
Yes. But I do like Transformers the movie though.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got the touch. You got the power.
Dude, that messed a lot of kids up. Optimus Prime.
Yeah, that was dope though. That was dope.
Yeah.
It was dope. That was dope. Did you like the first one, the cartoon? The animated movie?
I don't know if I've seen that.
Oh, you need to watch it. Hot Rod between Optimus Prime. It was good, man. It was real good. It was really good. I really think it was like I own it, so it's great. I love to watch it.
You do?
Yeah, stream it on Voodoo or
I
mean, it may be on YouTube too.
To me, because there's not a whole lot of story there, so there's not like a significant like building story really.
And which one are you talking about?
Now in the movies, like
if you watch Transformers, the animation one,
not the animation one. I'm talking about the Michael Bay ones.
You got to watch. I think the last one they tried to copy the one where the Unicron.
Yeah. Unicron was off the hook, dude.
And the cartoon is dope, bro. You got to watch it.
Yeah.
It's dope.
I think they had a toy.
Unicron was like Galactus is in the Marvel universe. You know who Galactus is, correct?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's what Unicron is, a planet
He's a
eater.
planet, right?
He's a planet eater too.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you know,
I remember there being a toy. I think
Yeah, it was.
expensive, like we was kids. So I think it was like $500 or something like that.
Unicron is a Whew,
But, I
man.
mean, so my favorite parts from the Michael Bay movies is the fight scenes. And I don't mean all the shooting back and forth, jumping, rolling, dodging, that stuff. I'm talking about the up close, like when Optimus is fighting Megatron, that kind of stuff.
I gotta watch them again.
I remember the first one.
I think I like the first one. The one with Mark Wahlberg got in there was decent. I remember that one being good. He did two of them, right? He was in a junkyard. It was decent. It was decent when the Mark Wahlberg got in. Yeah. I can't remember. I gotta watch it. It was decent though. We had to go back to.
So while we're kind of in that genre, have you guys seen the new Black Widow?
I haven't.
I have.
Okay. So, all right, B. So I'll have to ask you exclusively then. Thoughts? What are your thoughts on it?
I thought it was just okay. You know what? I like the sister. I cared more about the sister. I wanted to see more of the sister and her backstory and more than Black Widow.
Well, okay. So I feel the same way, and I think that's a major flaw in the movie because the movie is titled Black Widow. So
Yeah.
I thought we were going to get a whole lot of backstory on Black Widow, and it seemed to me like you were just kind of saying it's more about the sister. The movie is more, to me, it's much more backstory on the sister than it is Black Widow. Buddy, you need to stop. So I mean, I like the sister's character. It's just that I thought the movie didn't focus on what it should have.
I agree. And I think one of the scenes I do remember loving was the breaking the dad out of jail. And that snow, it looked really good on my TV. Like that scene was the best looking scene to me, for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I want to see more of the sister.
So one other thing, and I'm not going to ruin the story at all for you, Charles, but gratuitous ass shots.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I must watch that now.
I mean, but here's the thing, though, is like, now we're all men here. So, I mean, I appreciate that. It's just that if you're like using that to make the movie better, then I think it's kind of weak because there's other medias for that. So I think it's to me, it's bad writing to just use lots of ass shots to, carry the movie.
Well, I am a lover of the gluteus. I think that'll make you watch. When you said it, I said, "Oh, I must watch it." I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I want to be clear. I want to be clear. It's not like I didn't. It's not like I didn't appreciate it. I'm just saying I think it's weak writing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I'm okay. You get to see her in the tight stuff.
Slashers, like 80s slashers. Some of them were so bad I didn't care for them, but they throw some TNA in there. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I enjoy the beautiful shape of a woman. So it wouldn't throw you off. Gratuitous. I like that term. Gratuitous.
Well, I mean, so B knows what I'm talking about. I mean, there's just some straight up, like, the camera just like...
Yeah, it's like right in your face. But was another one I liked, but a lot of people hated it because they thought about it.
Sucker Punch.
Yeah, Sucker Punch.
I know he's going to say it.
Yeah,
I like Sucker Punch.
But, okay, so here's the difference to me, is that Sucker Punch is kind of gimmicky on purpose, Like, that's kind of the way that the whole story is written. It's like this fantasy, very epic, overblown. Everything is dramatic and like, but Black Widow, the way it's written, is like a serious movie, and then it's just like random butt shots, just like So it doesn't really fit with the story. Like, so if it was a movie that was written like Sucker Punch, then whatever. I'm not expecting a serious movie here. But Black Widow definitely is written like a serious story. So, I guess, anyway, it's just.
I know a lot of people was mad about, I forgot the villain's name with the armor. A lot of people was mad about that villain because it's not like the comic book. I can't remember the name of the villain.
Taskmaster?
Yeah, Taskmaster. A lot of people... Taskmaster was they were fan of Taskmaster, but they did not like how they
portrayed
Taskmaster.
Yeah, I mean, we could have a long discussions about how characters have been changed around to fit modern agendas.
He was a man, and now he's a woman.
Yep, that's it.
How did you like Dune? Did you watch Dune?
I haven't seen it yet.
I think it's pretty decent.
Are you saying Dune or Doom?
Dune, Dune.
Okay, no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think it's decent.
I think so too.
But even the gender swap that they did with Liet Kynes wasn't. He could do that. I don't understand why they do that, because in the book he is a man, but they made it a woman, and that didn't really bother me though. It's cool. It's actually pretty good.
There was a sci-fi slasher that came out recently, and it was called Slumber Party. Slumber Party Massacre, and it was so outrageous that, and it's so outrageous that it was laughable, but it was funny, and I kind of liked it. And you know how like some slashers, they have like the girls pillow fight. They had like the dudes pillow fight and the girls walking. It's like, this is what you guys do when you're alone. It was so outrageously stupid and funny that I couldn't get mad at it. Like, it didn't take itself serious.
I gotta say, B, you are a true fan of horror. I'm not that deep.
He's a true fan, really.
I mean,
I didn't like Halloween Kills. I can say that. I don't know if you know the movie Halloween Kills.
I'm not much in the horror genre, and I'm gonna try and say this gently so I don't offend you. I don't feel like it feels like most horror movies are kind of lazy. They rely on this kind of the same tropes that you were kind of mentioning, TNA and lots of blood and slashing, and
I agree with you.
And it's kind of poor written stories, but if you like that, then good.
Yeah. I mean, I have there's some that's art cut above, and the whole making it cheap. Back in the 80s, making it cheap, we can make money to show some teenagers getting killed, showing TNA. I agree.
Yeah,
but there are some ones that are cut above. Like, I think even Scream. I think Scream is a cut above.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. And personally, I know this is maybe not a fan favorite, but I thought the first Jeepers Creepers was a good story.
Oh,
great story.
I agree 100%. I loved it.
The Candyman was a great one.
Yeah.
Stories. Because they give you that's kind of like a superhero vibe to it. Even Jeepers Creepers got a superhero vibe to it. Like,
he want to survive.
But a superhero, like, is what's going on here? Like, where did he come from? It had to be like some type of rationale to this. And this dude is doing amazing things, is blowing us away. Like, this is real, and the whole. And that's what made it dope. That part.
And
so
Nightbreed. You like Nightbreed?
Yeah, I loved it. It was good.
I wouldn't say it was a horror film, and I think that's why the studio was upset, because they wanted a horror film, and the monsters were the heroes.
I can name all the movies that I kind of like got some type of supernatural slant to it. Really, like was it Nightbreed, or was it Master of Illusion, or was that what it is, or
Lord of Illusions?
What's the one where he started making a movie, and he wrote himself, and then everybody went crazy watching him at the end of the movie?
It was Mouth of Madness.
Mouth of Madness, or like, I like those where it's like something, or even like the Hellraiser, that something that's more like a different dimension, a dimension of pleasure and pain, masochism.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that, or sci-fi, something's going on, like Event Horizon.
Yeah.
Or something about it. It's like you can kind of
mix.
You can kind of understand something about it.
So I kind of agree with you. So usually, like, now I guess these are not proper horror films, but like, so to me, like in this kind of sci-fi, like Predator and the Alien movies, I guess
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Horror, suspense. Yeah, so I enjoy those type of. I guess they're kind of horror-ish. And then probably my favorite proper horror genre is like Psychopaths. So like, Silence of the Lambs, Seven. Hannibal, like those kind of.
But is Seven a horror?
What's
I think
that?
it's more of a thriller. Seven is more of a thriller than horror. because
You know, the funny thing is that everybody says this was in Batman's universe. Like you look at the way it looked, it looks dirty. Everything looks dirty. Watch the film again. Watch it.
Did the director say that?
Yeah, not the director, but
Ice.
not the director, but that it could have been like if you look at 7 and then look how the new Batman kind of look like the Batman.
I can understand that.
Looks similar, right?
I can understand that.
Like a dirty.
The detective. Everything is not pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Batman would have solved the case. That's the difference. Batman would have solved the case before he even got through it.
You know,
That's
so let's talk about that for a second, Charles. Let's talk about Batman. You know, that to me, now it looks like maybe we're going to get that in the new Batman, but that to me is what's been lacking in all of the Batman movies. Is he's never a detective. Like there's hardly any detective work that Batman does in the movies.
I just talked about this with him, with Brian. I always say Batman has to be he's supposed to be smarter than almost everyone. If not smart as he may not be Tony Stark, Reed Richards. But he could if he wants to. But he can use your equipment. He's a strategist. He's the best strategist.
It's a different kind of intelligence. Like
strategy. He's like a strategic master. He would be the best general ever. That's what he would be. Or figure out what they're going to do first. His tactics and strategy.
What was the movie with Denzel where he walks into a room and he immediately picks apart the
Equalizer.
That's exactly. So that's what Batman should be like. He should be able to walk into a room, see the scene, and immediately figure out what's happened there. Because that's the way he is in the comics, at least the good comics. That's been really sorely lacking in all of the Batman movies. So
I agree. I think that this one, the Batman is more detective. It's the way it seems.
Well, they did show a little. I would say in the Dark Knight at the end when the Joker had everybody hostages.
Yeah,
figured that out. That was the detective. It was like, no, they're not. He's using yes. But that's the best I've seen his detective in a movie when he said, no, that's not them. Those are hostages. Don't shoot. That's Batman. Real quick.
And I think that's why that's probably my favorite recent-ish Batman movie is The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
To me, that's the most like the comics of any of the Batman movies we've gotten recently.
I agree.
Did you? Okay, we go. This is my brain going in a different direction. Thanks to Heaven Hill. Halo. Were you a Halo fan?
Oh yeah, man. I played Halo I can't. The hours I have played Halo is too many to count. There was a time where every Friday, Saturday night we would have team sessions and we'd play till 4 a.m. And that went on for I don't know 2-3 years. So
3 years.
I
played.
Are you excited about the new one?
What's that?
Are you excited about the new Halo?
Here's the thing is I've kind of gotten out of gaming recently. I got so much else going on. I don't have as much time as I'd like. And the thing is, I don't play games just a little bit. So, I'm the kind of gamer that I want to play a game that I can get really involved in. So I'm not going to play Pac-Man. That doesn't do anything for me. I want a story. I want something that's well written. I want something I can get immersed in. And that takes time, and I just don't have it. So, yeah.
Oh, I totally understand.
Yeah, I do too.
I like games that suck me in too, or games I like when I play Grand Theft Auto, it's so sucked in that I'm not even worried. The story's there, but I'm just having fun playing it. Or Breath of the Wild. There's a story, or even Dark Souls. Even though I started going and just trying to see how everything looks. Once I know how to defeat everybody, I would clear out a level or area and just go walking around looking and just checking out things. I like the beauty of the game.
One thing
even Halo, I did that.
Yeah, but get back to Halo.
The first one, you had to cross the bridge, then there's a waterfall, then I just like to walk around.
What was those creatures? I couldn't stand them. They
the flood.
There you go. The flood. I hated the flood.
Man, those levels were the worst.
Yeah, I
hated the flood.
Yeah,
it was so good.
But it was too generic, those levels in the first game. Because they all look the same. Going through the library, following this guilty whatever Spark, whatever his name is.
I think that's the problem I had with it, Charles, is that at first it was because it was all dark and you couldn't see well and all that kind of stuff. But eventually, after like the third or fourth level, it's just the same crap, and it's like, okay, can I just get through this and be done?
With the flood, yep.
Because I think they drew it out too much.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I could agree that. Look at it. We all gonna be playing Elder Ring. I'm pretty sure, right?
Well,
I'm pretty sure we all play.
I have to be like I don't ever get too high or low or hyped up for nothing at all. So I gotta either hear great reviews. I don't just want to just buy it and then like not be sucked in.
But from the lady, anything in the Soul series has never disappointed.
Well, yeah, cool, but we'll see. You know, if I got to get a PS5 if I got to get a PS5 to get it, and then it's gonna be hard because I'm not going to.
Niggas have no PS4.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's the problem. Like I'm not. You can't rush me. Like I want to know. It's like they always Amazon got a truck, right? And they always have the PS5 on the truck. But if I can't get it delivered to my house, I'm not about to rush and go get. I just don't work like that. I'm calm. So I'll play it when I get to it. Just like the Pixel 6. If I could have got it delivered tomorrow, I probably would have bought it. But they said January. Even if I had to, I get it sooner. So I'm giving you $1,000 for something that I won't get most likely to January. I'm cool, you know. So I'm not hyped up. If they don't, there's a lot of things I want to play. I want to play.
Save your money, Charles.
No, but I tell myself this all the time. But I really want to play Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I want to, but the problem with that is like, I got a PC. Like on one of my PCs, the graphics card is starting to feel I can see it. So to get a good graphics card costs $1,000, and I don't want to spend $1,000. And they don't have it on GeForce Now. And can I play it on Xbox Game Pass? And can I put Xbox Game Pass on my NVIDIA Shield? You know, so it's like all these other things you got to do just to. Yeah. So I'm just saying, in general, it's just making it too convoluted and to get to things. I'd rather just like get a Switch. Like, but things wear out, and then you got to replace it. And
things get done.
But that's why I think that the NVIDIA Shield is so awesome, because if I can stream it because I got a great internet, then I don't have to have the hardware. I can just have the software. That's cool. Then I got to worry about, can I get a PS5? Can I get an Xbox X? You know what I mean? I'm cool, man. All this money for stuff that's only gonna be good for 3 or 4 years. You know, I'm cool. Then they got to buy the game again. I done played Grand Theft Auto how many times? Do I need to buy the definitive? Is it gonna be different? Like how many times I played Demon Souls? Do I need to put? I still want to see it, but if I could just spend $10 and play it for a little bit and then get back, I'm cool. I don't want to.
Well, by the time
$500, it'd probably be $15. But you still got to.
It's gonna be like $10.
Yeah, I think about stuff like that. Yeah.
So, do you have a Switch, Charles, or either of you?
I do.
Okay. Have you played, what is it, Mario Maker or whatever the crap is on Switch?
I own it. I've never played Super Mario Maker. I have never played it.
So I was down at my cousin's and he's got it, and man, like I hadn't like seriously sat down and played games like long periods of time at once in quite a while. But I was on vacation down there in Florida a couple weeks ago, so I had some time, and so that got addictive. Like making levels was awesome because like just what all you can do, you can make just ridiculous stuff.
That's crazy. I own the game and I've never played it, but I own a lot of games I've never played. I own Skyward Sword. I've never played it, and I got it for the Switch because I always wanted. I had it for the Wii. I never played it. I got it for the Switch. Still haven't played it. I got Super Mario Odyssey. I haven't played it. I can't even name other games I got that I haven't played. I got lots of games I haven't played. You look at my Steam library. I don't play it. But I do play certain games. Like I play No Man's Sky because I can just fly around and be a starship pilot going through hyperspace and finding new vehicles. It's kind of fun. No, it's just fun, man. It's a fun game. It's like Breath of the Wild. I would just run around. Breath of the Wild is like one of the most impressive games I've ever played in my life. I can't think. Bloodborne for the atmosphere and pulse of it, but it did not blow me away like Skyward Sword not Skyward Sword, but Breath of the Wild when I really got to play it and just how beautiful and how well laid out and how big the world was. Elder Scrolls didn't do it for me. Fallout didn't do that. I was like, my gosh, how did they do this? It's crazy, bro. Like I try to play Control, same old thing, you know. It's cool. It was not Infamous. Like I like Infamous is the game that kind of blew me away. I like Infamous.
So yeah, I would agree, Charles. Like for me, like I mean, of course we had this conversation before, but like Breath of the Wild, I mean, it's just as far as the scale of it, like you were saying, I mean, how big it is. But I think as far as beauty goes, when I first played Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 1, that like, I mean, just the detail of everything is because on the Switch, they couldn't get quite that level of detail. It's a little bit dumbed down, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that is one of my favorite, like aesthetically, Dark Souls 1. I just love the way everything looks. It's
But
that gothic,
I started
dirty-
off with Demon Souls. So on the PS3, we started with Demon Souls.
Yeah.
Dark Souls was that PS3 too?
PS4.
Dark Souls came out it came out PS3.
PS3.
Demon Souls came out on PS3 and Dark Souls came out on PS3.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Then I went to PC with Dark Souls, and I got the DS Fix before they had it at a certain 60 frames per second. Switch. So I know I played Dark Souls on every single system, Xbox 2, I played it on. Switch 2. One thing I like about Dark Souls is like the blending of reality. So this is like convergence of different realms mixed together because of whatever the event, and that's why it's ever changing and different content. It's just crazy how the worlds are crashing into each other. And we only get to see a snippet of the worlds. You know what I mean? It's just dope, bro. But I'm going to say, yeah. But the best Breath of the Wild is probably the most amazing looking layout of because it's similar. I think they stole some stuff from Dark Souls. The apocalyptic has already been destroyed. You're at the end of it, and yeah.
I think Elder Ring. What I see from I think Elder's Ring or Elden. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. We
that it's supposed to be more like Breath of the Wild, where you're gonna see stuff, creatures and stuff, but you can pass by them, and it's supposed to be open world.
It would probably be dope, bro. I believe it. I think it's gonna be fantastic. That's not for me. I think when I get to a game, it's just more about the beauty of it. It's like that's one thing I get, like just the wow. Like I'm really not here. I'm really there, you know.
But the feeling of I always was that the glide when you jump up high on Breath of the Wild, you jump. That feeling felt so good.
It just looked dope. It's just like wow, this world is dope, and I can get there. That's a dope game, man.
And just glide for a while, like a minute, and just be happy. You glide, right?
And it's just like I just think like the most peaceful place is that the village in the corner by the beach. That's like the most tranquil. Like wow, this is. And it's like when you want to get away from everything else, you go there for a second, and you go to the world.
like a little bit of peace.
Yeah, just for a second. Yeah, they did dope with this.
But I think like from my memories, like as far as being blown away graphically by a game, I think I think Skyrim was the first time like I walked into a world and was like, wow.
I agree with you. Yeah.
I mean, because and especially like when you get to that first dragon fight, like I still remember that experience. Now, the problem is that Skyrim is so long, it kind of grows old, and but I mean that the first time you do it though, I still remember that first dragon fight, and that's epic. Like that was an epic experience in gaming.
And you can mod Skyrim. Like I modded Skyrim too.
Yeah, Iron Man, didn't you?
Yes, I still play with that. Iron Man flying around with shooting dragons with repulsor rays. Yes, sir. It was dope.
I can admit to this. I don't know if I may have said this before. I was a fan of Kingdom Hearts.
Okay, you told me that. Yeah. I am a fan of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I'm also a fan of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I can't think of I don't know, man. I just want to have fun. That's just me. Like what makes me have fun is just the conversations. That's what really I enjoy. Even if we don't agree, I sometimes I enjoy hearing other people's arguments. And I'm never here to smash their arguments. I can do it. I mostly just want to hear their arguments and say I agree or I don't. And that's what I want. So
we old enough to talk about arcades, right? We
Afterburner. I was a
Oh,
game I
yeah.
loved.
Too.
I loved Afterburner. That's like, they would
Afterburner,
never have that same joy we had.
Outrun.
Yeah, the arcade was a total. It was like going to Disneyland in your mall.
Yeah.
That's what it was like to me. It was like, and it was always something new. It was always something different.
The whole feeling.
Robotron, or Punch Out. I remember the first scene Punch Out.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that was dope. Or seeing somebody play Dragon's Lair and beat it without dying. I was like, man, that's the dopest person ever.
Man, for real though, I remember, man, when that game, I remember like there would be 20 kids around the one guy playing, just seeing how far you would get.
Yeah. So that was the Don Bluth. I mean, I remember that. I remember those certain games that you had to wait. I remember when Street Fighter came out.
That's what I was about to say. Street Fighter.
Yeah, the first one. The first one when you hit, yeah.
There was a line, man. There would be a line. And you know, and so the winner stayed on and the loser would have to jump off. The next guy would come up. Yeah, there'd be a line. I remember when Street Fighter came out.
That was the golden age of video games that the kids would never know. Like, it's cool to play it on at home. I guess it's different, but it ain't the same. That let's get out of school. Let's go to the mall. Let's go to the arcade. Everybody,
exactly.
And they had it.
Do you guys remember when the first Soul Calibur came out? Because that, man, that was
like the Dreamcast.
I
told you to get your game.
I'm talking about an arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember when the first Soul Calibur came out in arcade, it was like the second coming of Street Fighter. There'd be guys lined up to play Street Fighter against each other. Yeah, but spinning the quarters.
That was the Soul Calibur for Dreamcast was the best home port, the best home port ever. It looked just like the arcade. I don't know, like it was like, my gosh, it was dope.
Coming to the stage. You said something. I remember the voice at the beginning. I can't remember exactly what it said. Coming to the stage.
Then they came out with the GameCube. They had Darth Vader on it. Yeah. That was Soul Calibur 2, wasn't it?
I still got that. I have that version. Yeah.
It was it was for the GameCube, right? Or Switch?
Yeah. I'd have to go. I have the Darth Vader version. I have the Spawn version.
Oh man!
I have the when they came out with the Spawn version on, that was for Xbox. It seems like, and then for PS3, it was who? It was like one of the guys from Tekken, I think.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You said, well, actually, just now. Are you a fan of Tekken?
I played it, but I wasn't like a super duper fan though. I liked it.
Like, once Soul Calibur came out, that was my fighting game. Like, I think there was a lot more complexity to it than just your standard fighting game. As far as standard fighting games go, I always really liked Dead or Alive because of the counters. I became a counter master with Ein. Yeah, I would destroy you with the counters. I would just lay in wait for you to punch wrong and then just destroy you.
Hey, I was one who had Dead or Alive beach volleyball.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking about beach volleyball.
I'm talking about the real fighting games, not that nonsense.
That's what I was thinking too. Beach volleyball, yeah.
That lasts like one day. After one day of having that game, I was like, oh, I'm bored now.
We got you to get it though.
Well, so this is kind of my thought. Not that I'm advocating this, but this is kind of going back to the gratuitous butt shots and Black Widow and Dead or Alive beach volleyball. Like, just watch porn. What are you doing? Like be a man. Like, if that's what you want, then just do that. You know, it's like, because to me, like, everything has its like place in life. So if you're after just TNA, then just go do that. You know. And I want to say again, I'm not advocating porn, just for anybody watching. But I'm just saying, you know, if that's what you want, then just do that. Just.
There's no good story. There's no good story in porn. There's no Black Widow. No Scarlett Johansson.
Nobody cares about a story in porn.
We do.
I promise you, there's zero people that have watched porn. They're like, you know what? This could have used a better story. I wish there was a little more story.
Taboo had the best story. Taboo had the best porn story.
Okay, I'll take your word for
little baby face.
B. I was not trying to get into porn stories here.
You gotta remember you're talking to. This dude, bro.
I'm not trying to like give out awards for best porn story.
I can say that.
No, we don't need to see.
But I guess, for those porn fans out there, I guess check out Taboo for the story. It's like reading Playboy for the articles or something.
There you go. Say Taboo for the story. Hey, I thought that people only read Playboy for the articles.
Yeah, there was a fascinating article on prostate cancer in the latest Playboy.
Oh,
guys, check that out. So
I will. I mean, that's the only reason you should read Playboy. Look for the articles.
Oh man.
See how serious I'm looking?
Yeah, that's it. Just like the tree thing, right?
I'm a tree. I'm not going there no more.
Oh
man,
buddy.
cool.
Why are you crying so much
Cool.
here? Come up here and say hi to Charles. You want to sit here and cry and stare at me? I'll put you on camera. Oh, you're too heavy. You're too heavy. Look at the camera. Look at the camera.
Hey, what's up, doggy? What's going on with you?
He's being a pain in the butt. That's what's going on. He wants daddy's attention because I've been ignoring him for the last couple hours. He's needy. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Yeah.
So Charles, how are the lives out in California going? How are things other than people buying cars they can't afford and things like that? How is things in Cali going?
Well, for me, it's always great, man. I don't just happy to be alive. So I don't really look at what I can't control. I just worry about me and staying positive. So I think California is great. I mean, it's always going to be an issue, but can I solve other people's issues? I can always try to solve my own.
True. My focus, come on, camera. So the thing I've noticed, like when I rewatch the stream sometimes, is like it'll look like it's unfocused on my end, but actually, like on the stream, it's fine. So I'm probably overreacting, but on my end, it's really blurry.
I still got B520.
Well, let's do it. Still early.
He's about to.
I'm good though.
So,
We got left.
uh-oh.
Very little.
About to kill it, it looks like.
Nah, I won't. I'll just splash it.
So Charles, from the Electric Crate barrel proofs you've had, what would you say off the top of your head is your favorite?
Any Elijah Craig barrel proof?
Yeah, I know. It's a hard choice.
Yeah, it's a lot of them. That's decent. I had to compare. I got to do the battle of the barrel proofs. I think it's Elijah Craig barrel proof, but depends what exactly. Like I like lots of different ones that I've had. So, is 46 considered a barrel proof? Is Mercury Mark 46 considered a barrel proof?
There's a cast strength that is, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, the gas, right?
So I had to try them all,
But Charles, I was talking specifically about the Elijah Craig barrel proofs. Which of those is your favorite?
I got A121 may be I think A121 may be the best tasting in retrospect. That's I've had this. I tasted them all. I think it's A121. In my brain, it's going to say this one, but I really think it's A121. What do you think?
So that's what I just had. I have not done them back to back. So thanks to you guys, I have C920, A121, and B521, and then I've had A120, and then I had C119. So C119 was very, very hot. A121 was, I'm sorry, A120 was also really hot. It's something like 131 proof, but it drinks like it's 160 proof. Mm-hmm. So I didn't care for either the C9, I cannot get the numbers right. C119. I mean, they're okay, but I wouldn't put them as my favorite. Or the A120. Those are both kind of similar. Really a lot of heat, like overwhelming heat. Like you couldn't pick out the nuances of the whiskey. It was just so much burn. So I would say it's for me, it's probably between A121 and B521.
Yeah, the Beach 521 was good too. I had to compare those, but we got to get another A121.
Yeah.
We can't find it somewhere, but it's like you search for them and it's hard to find. And I got to go, like you said, now to get the B they got at Corked. You got to buy other stuff, and sometimes I don't want to spend $300 for something that should only cost me out. Like if they may give you a somewhat fair price, but it's like,
Well, see, that's where I'm at. So you guys are out of A121 for sure.
for sure.
Okay. Well, so and you guys used up the B521 sample I gave you.
Yeah, but we probably can get B521. A121 is the one we can't get.
Okay, so I mean, I got plenty of A121 left. This is it right here. So what I was thinking is maybe, so what do you guys have left for legendary barrel proofs? So I still have some of your sample from the C920, so I don't need that. But I was thinking is maybe we could do a live where we compare a bunch of them.
I'm with it. I like barrel proofs. I'm with it.
It's the only grapher we have left.
What you talking about?
This.
I was talking about Elijah Craig barrel proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, the B520 is the only one we get. But let's see. I got to go to Cork. I probably just go to Cork tomorrow and see what they got in there. Yeah, you want to ride with me?
Sure.
And it's the Mustangs. It's fast now.
You got a Mustang?
Okay.
Huh?
Huh?
You got a Mustang?
Yeah, I had an old one.
That's the best kind. What year?
It's not that. It's 2006.
Oh, okay.
Wait, that old. Ain't old. It's not a 1965, which it was.
Yeah, so my favorite year is probably 68, 69.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like my dream car is the Boss, was it Boss 328, 68?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Did you ever like the Dodge Stealth?
Yeah.
The Mitsubishi 300,000, yeah, the same thing, right?
I know there's a difference, but the Stealth just looked better to me than the Dodge.
Yeah.
Well, and mechanically they're different too. I mean, it's minor differences compared to the Eclipse, but the Stealths were faster because Dodge did a few things that boosted the power a little bit. Yeah, so that's why they're so sought after. There's like Dodge Stealth clubs.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
I still like the Viper. I think didn't they discontinue the Viper?
Well, so they've discontinued it and brought it back so many times. I don't know where we're at now, but I feel like probably they probably have canceled it again.
Do you like the Ford GT?
Yes,
I think it's a nice looking car.
I do.
I like it. Listen to what I'm going to say. I like to drive in one. I don't need to drive it. Like some people want to be the driver. I just want somebody else to be the driver. Let me be the passenger. That's just me.
I want to drive it.
Yeah. I'd rather be a passenger.
You know what to blow up? Let's see. Whiskey and rolls, and it's just
Whiskey and rolls.
I'm just like a Rolls Royce. I don't know how to put it, but we driving across country in Rolls Royces, and all we do is drink whiskeys and go on adventures. But we are being driven and expressing our likes for different whiskeys that we try.
So tell me why that would blow up since you said that. Let's make it interesting.
I'm down with that. I don't know how we would work that out, Charles.
Yeah.
I mean, Charles could be, because I don't know anybody that owns a Rolls Royce, but.
Well, but I'm going to hear what he can say.
Because we have in front of the back seat getting driven, and we go into different places in a car that most people can't afford, and we just having a blast constantly.
Okay, why we can't just make whiskey and Pintos?
Okay, we can do that. But
Drive around in a bucket that can't anybody else get.
imagine if 007 has a bucket.
I still like it. It's still James Bond.
Okay, but most people,
Oh.
not you, not Whiskey Wars, most people would not think that James Bond is believable.
I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying, but I just want to throw a curveball. Why can't he be? Why can't he be in the bucket?
So B, no offense.
Bourbons.
Now I want to be clear that like the Rolls-Royce Phantom, I don't really dwell on these things a whole lot, but as far as cars that I wish I could have, that's really high up there. I love the Rolls-Royce Phantom. I mean, because I've always preferred luxury to sports, just is like more of like from like a practical aspect. Like, because I've been in a lot of very fast cars, and that's cool. But to me, like that wears off. I like comfort. I like something that's sexy and
See?
Fast has never worn off for me, but I understand.
Well,
it's never worn off.
I've been in some really, really fast cars, Charles.
It's small spurts to me. I like fast. Like if I'm going, like to me it's like a jog. Like I'm going because I want to jog. Okay, I'm gonna jog real fast and sprint or whatever, and then I'm done. Whereas
okay,
I don't want to do it all day.
I say this like, okay, I have a Suzuki GSXR 1000. What year? 2005. I have every time I've rode my bike, I need to get fixed because I'm sitting so long. But I have never not smiled with the acceleration, and can't no car accelerate faster than my bike, and it never grew old for me. Like,
but that's we're talking about two different things, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
A bike is a completely different thing.
Yes.
Now, bikes, yeah, sure, yeah. But so here's the problem. In a bike, you can weave through traffic, so you can keep going pretty fast. But a car, you do not always have that option. I mean, so that's why I've always preferred luxury from like a practical aspect.
I understand. I've had since 2006. I've had my Ford Mustang. It's pretty fast. I'm not saying super fast, but pretty fast. And I've never. And I've been in traffic. Now I can't understand wanting an automatic. That's what I'll say. But I still have fun even in traffic in a stick because it's just fun. But I do understand other people think differently. And I'm not knocking your thoughts. I'm just saying that for me, I want fast and luxury. I don't ever want to not have a fast car. This is me.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. The Phantoms are not slow.
The Phantom is not slow. It's got power. So I just like fast. And I like luxury. I do. But I just wanted to, as long as I got an air conditioning and a nice seat, I'm good. So I don't really care.
I want a fast car.
I was thinking Tracy Chapman a long time ago, but you just started singing it. So yeah, I get it though. We all like different things. I was as soon as you said fast car.
No, I'm not saying I don't appreciate fast cars. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, for practical everyday driving around, I'd rather drive around in the backseat of a Rolls than,
I understand. It would feel better. I'd rather drive in the backseat of a Rolls too than roll around a passenger in a Corvette. I would be like, no, I'm cool.
Yeah.
That's just not, got to get all low. It's not cool. It's not, I'm cool. Like, I'm a person, and this is no slight to anyone who loves Corvettes, but even if I had, even if I wanted, I don't want one. I would, even if I had the money or an opportunity to buy one, I wouldn't buy one. It just does not move me like that. That's cool to ride in one, but I'm not like, oh, I gotta go get a Corvette. You know what I mean? I've never felt like that.
Like Porsche. We're going to rent a Porsche. Like Porsche or Corvette.
I don't want either of them.
If you had to choose.
Of course, I choose the Porsche before I choose
which model Porsche. That kind of determines it for me.
I don't like. I'm not a car fanatic like that, so I do whatever the best, fastest one is what I want. So
if you're talking about like the top of the line 911, which they're always changing the letters that follow.
Yes.
But so whatever the current top of the line 911, which the price point would not be the same as a Corvette, so it's not really a fair comparison. But if we're talking about that compared to a Corvette, then yeah, sure, the 911. But if you're talking about like a Porsche Boxster, then I'm taking the Corvette.
I'll take a Vet over that any day. I'll take a Vet over but if let's say I can get a Vet, because the Vets are fast now, like really, really fast.
Yeah.
But I would still rather get a Mustang, a Cobra over a Vet. That's just me. And I like Vets. Like if I had to get the Z01 or ZOE, whatever one it is, I would get one. But I don't care. Like it's not like, ooh, let me buy one. But I wouldn't be mad to have it. So a lot of people get it. Like I like a lot of cars, but it's not going to like make me cry to get it. Like at all. Like okay, now when you get to the Lamborghini Urus or something like that, now it's totally different. Oh, I want that. So saliva come on my mouth there. I'll be drooling over the car. Charles, you sure we can get you the vet? No, I'm good. So some cars will excite me.
So let's talk about that. Like, what is your unicorn car? Like, as far as like sports cars go. So you just said the Urus, right?
Unicorn. It'd be that or the one of the AMG Coupe, Mercedes Benz. I like those. The Urus or that. I like those, but there's no unicorn for me. Maybe the Urus more than anything.
It'd be the Urus.
It'd be for that. It'd be the Urus.
I'm a tall dude, so I know I'm pretty sure I cannot fit easily in a
Well, because it seems a little bit, it's not practical. Yeah, it's not. I'm thinking it's not practical. I was thinking it seems a little bit more practical. You can do a little bit more with it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about practical. I'm just talking about like ridiculous supercars.
A Bugatti, then. Sure. Like it wouldn't be a unicorn, but I wouldn't know what to do myself in this thing. Because they'd be like, this thing is 200. Oh my gosh, how fast we can go in a Bugatti. So that's what it would be for me. I'd be a Bugatti, but I would still rather trade it in for the Urus. But I just want to drive in a Bugatti. I want to have one in the garage so I can pull out. But I want to drive it. Who wanted to go 5 miles and got to out of gas? No. 5 miles, you got to fill up the tank again.
Like, I guess,
like you're about to run out of gas.
So I mean, like I appreciate the Bugatti, but I don't think it's a pretty car. I don't think it's sexy. Like it's kind of funky. So like for me, like the whole package is either like the LaFerrari or the Zonda. Like those are my.
This is what he likes. Okay.
That Ferrari, I think I forgot the name of it. But
okay.
It's not the fastest.
Find a better picture of it.
It's the
text it to me and I can post it on the screen.
The,
you got a car guy. I don't care, man. You can give me a
B. Is that the latest Ferrari California or?
I think I forgot the name of it. And it's supposed to compete with the Aston Martin.
Yeah. Yeah, but so mine too would be like the
Ferrari Roma. I think it's called
Roma. Ferrari Roma. I want a Roma. You Roma with me, baby. Oh, I see it. It's pretty. It's a little pretty. Oh, a little sexy thing. Like
a little fat boy.
Hold on. I'm gonna share that. I'm gonna share the tab.
Little fat boy.
I'm gonna share it.
Let's see it.
I'm gonna share screen. Share screen. I want to share a Chrome tab.
I can share it too.
This can you see it?
Oh yeah. How about that? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very Aston Martin-esque.
Yeah, Roma. You're gonna roll around in Roma.
So let me do some Googling here. So I mean, I guess you guys are familiar with the LaFerrari.
Spell it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, LaFerrari. I got it. I'm gonna show it. LaFerrari. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a beautiful
look at that. Look at that LaFerrari.
That is my unicorn right there.
Yeah, that's dope.
And that car is ridiculous fast, just stupidly fast.
Ferrari, I'll run you over.
And even though they show a lot of red ones, I would take it in black. You kind of scrolled past one that was black. That's the color I would take.
You want to see it? I'll go back to it.
With a yellow.
Go back to it real quick. It's down on the right there.
One? This one?
Yeah, that side view is good too.
Which is another one?
This one right here on the right side.
Right here?
Yeah. Look at that thing. Oh, that's so pretty.
Yes, sir. Look at that.
So shiny. Look how the white reflects off of it.
Somebody got it matte black. It looked like.
Yeah, that's a good look too. I like the
beautiful car.
The more shiny. Anyway,
all right. I'm about to go through.
Have you seen the Zonda? What is it? The Zonda S? Oh, okay. That's what you're after. You're after the SUV there. Okay.
Zonda S.
I'm sorry, R. It's the R.
Zonda R.
Yeah.
Zonda R. Oh, you like these super cars? They look like a supercar, man.
I mean, if you're gonna go fast, you might as well go as fast as you possibly can.
And yes, you can go as fast as possible, I guess, with the Zondas. Zonda.
I mean, yeah, I know that it's not as fast as the Bugatti for anyone watching later in the future, now, whatever. But that is a cool looking car.
Zonda.
It sounds like I believe it's called Zonda.
Yeah, I like this too. The GT.
Yeah, I like the GT.
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, I mean, Benz. That's more of like a sexy car. That's like that's the car that gets the ladies there.
Yeah, that's the everyday driving. James Bond would roll in this type car.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me stop sharing this.
That's all right.
Yeah. I was sharing the
I'm
screen.
still eating my M&Ms over here.
I was sharing the screen.
Now I gotta try it. Caramel.
Caramel M&Ms. I'm gonna write it
I'm telling you,
down.
man, with whiskey, great pairing.
Man,
Oh, bourbon specifically.
this is B520. It's decent.
Okay. What's the proof on that one? I've never had the B520.
It is 127.2 proof.
That's up there.
It is.
Yeah,
I'm Brian, give me a look like Charles. Don't.
Okay.
Yes, you do. Just for you give me a look.
So Charles, I'm off.
So somehow, some way, I'm gonna get it.
He said, I don't care that you got money.
Somehow, some way, it's gonna come back to me in some form.
Yeah.
Brian, I got Stag Junior. Okay, see, there you go.
You know, I still have yet to find a stag. In all the searching I've done.
Oh, I got a friend of mine, lady friend. She a store in Texas. She got stag. I did hit her up. Remember I told you? I'll hit her up about that.
I don't know why we're not drinking it now.
I forgot. My brain be somewhere else sometime.
Well, don't overpay for it, Charles.
What'd you say?
I said don't overpay for it.
Oh, I won't.
We're not trying to do that.
Isn't it like $60 MSRP?
That's what it should be. Yeah, you never find it for that, but that's what it should be.
Well, we'll see. I'll hit her up. I'll see how much it is. Oh man.
So, Charles, I don't know if you got my message earlier. I'm assuming you were busy, and I'm glad that you didn't, so that way I didn't have to dip out. But you know, I mentioned in my text that I did not do the Halloween thing. I'm probably going to offend B here because he's a horror freak.
Not like that. I understand why some people don't do it, so I respect. I respect the fact that you don't like.
Yeah,
that.
so I want to be clear, and I'm not going to harp on it a whole lot, but it's not about the costumes because I've done plenty of cosplay. In fact, actually, just to prove it to the people, I'll bring a picture up here. I forgot I'm still on your email. Let me back out of that. This is me. Let me scroll down here. Not going to be the best picture since I'm sharing it through a camera, but can you see that there? That's me doing.
Okay. It's Joker.
Yeah. So that is so if you guys saw New 52 comics, then that's kind of like punk rock Joker, and so that was kind of my take on that. But anyway, so I have no problem with people dressing up. It's just I'll just leave it at that. If you investigate the history of Halloween and where it came from, I don't think it meshes well, especially with the Christian faith. And I'll leave it there. Although I tell you, it's funny. It's funny how many churches I see that are doing like Halloween things right now. It's kind of a.
We're going to change with the times. It seems like.
Yeah, So what's interesting is that if you talk to a Wiccan or a Satanist about Halloween, they just laugh. They just laugh when they see Christians celebrating Halloween because they're like, "Oh yeah, thanks for joining us." So something to keep in mind. Anyway, let's get back to whiskey.
Do you like candy corn?
No. That has nothing to do with Halloween. I just detest it as a candy.
He said no.
No, you kind of like your experience with that Ancient Age earlier.
Yeah, he's like, no, this is not for me.
No, I think that's one of the worst candy. Like, okay, so me and my sister, we were talking about like worst candies ever. So it's like candy corn and those orange peanut candy things. Both of those.
Like peanuts.
the foam things.
Yeah, I love circus peanuts. but I understand why people hate it because they say George Dickel or some taste like circus peanuts. And
yeah, I can see that. Well, B, you're a special guy. That's all I got to say.
I'm just slow.
Hey, with that said, I agree with you a lot on most of your whiskey taste. So we have a lot in common, just not circus peanuts. What are you looking at, Charles? Looks like you're deep in thought there.
No, I'm just reading. I'm reading just different things about Halloween's original meaning, traditions, history, the traditional, just the different things they say. So I've never really studied Halloween, so just I'm giving it trying to get a brief understanding of it. Yeah, I find it interesting.
So I can summarize it for you. I don't need to look at a page a whole lot, but so the origin is Samhain, which many people pronounce Samhain, but that's not the proper pronunciation.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a very ancient tradition. Can't come from over the pond to America. But so essentially, the breakdown is that the whole point was that people thought that they need to scare off the spirits of the dead, so that they would not be haunted for the rest of the year. And so that's why they started dressing up. And then it started with just candles, and then it became lanterns, and then it became candles in pumpkins and other things because gourds and pumpkins were plentiful at that time of year. And so that's how we got all the traditions that we have. But all of it stems around scaring off the spirits of the dead.
Mm-hmm.
And so the basics are that every single aspect of Halloween has to deal with the occult.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why Wiccans and Satanists are very big on this holiday because of the origins of it.
Mm-hmm. I'm reading this. This is a Christian mom. I think she's writing this thing. It's celebrating Halloween as sin. I'll be upfront and tell you that I don't have all the answers on this one. Not even close. It might be a stretch, but I would even venture to say that if anyone claims to have all the answers on what it is, or what is or isn't a sin, you should probably take what they say with a grain of salt. While some things are 100% clear in the Bible, other things aren't so much. So I'm going to attempt to give you some resources, including historical fact scriptures and videos regarding Halloween, and trust the Holy Spirit with the rest. At the end of this day, we should allow something like whether Christians should celebrate Halloween or not divide us or cause us to doubt our faith. Instead, let us use it as an opportunity to dig deeper and allow the Holy Spirit to move us toward the righteous life God desires. And she breaks down. She's starting to break it down what it is.
So now, Charles, we could get deeper into what that woman has to say, but I have to disagree with her fundamentally on the principles that she's stating outright. Because here's the issue, and this is the kind of a mistake. Now, if you're not a Christian, then it doesn't matter. If this is not a faith that matters to you, then then there's nothing further to discuss. But if it does, then so this is something I hear pretty often from Christians is that's not what it means to me, or well, it's just a family tradition, and I don't view it that way. And the problem with those kind of statements is that doesn't matter. The way that you view it is absolutely irrelevant because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how God views it. And if you go through the Bible, then it's pretty clear. So that there's statements like the scripture that says you cannot eat at the table of demons and the table of God. You cannot mix pagan traditions with righteous traditions or holy traditions. So where God stands on it's pretty clear. So we can skirt around things, but God's pretty firm on it. So so I guess it really comes down to because there's it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier. Is that and even a lot of Christians like to do the same thing, is we like to candy coat things to make things easier, but it's just like anything else. Like, so you coming from a military background. Well, you could try and like candy coat things and make things easier for people, but then that doesn't lead to structure like we were talking about earlier. So there are structures and, hierarchies in the military that are there for a reason. Well, the same is true in faith, realistically, because the hierarchy it's God and then everybody else. So you don't get to decide what God thinks or does or feels because you're way below him. So you don't get to go up there and change the rules because that's not your position. You're down here. You're an E1, so you don't get to go up here. It doesn't work that way, So it's the same thing. It's just that but people like to think that they can like circumvent that because it feels right or it's tradition or whatever the case.
Yes. I haven't really read the whole thing, but I think she's more analogous to you than, like, I think her introduction may be soft and she's telling people to make their own decisions. But if you read the whole thing, she kind of says pretty much what you have spoken in a different way. That's my belief. But I haven't read it all. I'm just skimming over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, if that's not your faith, then fine. But if
I understand what you said. I'm just saying, like, let me see if you understand this. And this is me going on. Women, I could be wrong. They try their best not to offend people. So instead of being concrete, they'll let it be implied in the statement instead of being explicit with what they really mean. But they're going to start off, well, it depends on how you see it. But then, but if you read the whole thing, they really mean this, but they're not going to say that because they don't want to offend you. We had a discussion about this because trust me, from reading it, you could tell what her stance is, but she doesn't say it in the introduction. You know,
right?
I'll be up front and tell you that I don't have all the answers on this one, not even close. But she has a belief.
Yeah,
and she says,
and to be fair, her approach is probably better.
Yes, yes.
You know, like Dave Chappelle said recently, I tend to go hard in the paint, but that's probably not the best approach.
Yeah.
You might push people away. But yeah, that's kind of the way I just kind of go in on it. But
yeah. She started off saying most Christians know that Halloween has pagan roots, and then she says she makes celebrating. She breaks it down a lot. So does the Bible say celebrating the sin? The Bible says nothing specific about this, but our faith is sealed after death. And she says the dead cannot pray. God commanded His people not to consult with the dead. She said you can kind of know where she's standing already. Christ is our only mediator. We are not to live like pagans. So what is she telling you? She ain't saying it explicitly, but if you read it, it's implied what she's saying.
She don't.
And see, and that's the thing, is that people try and avoid the facts, but the Bible's crystal clear. So you can try and avoid it, but if you read the Bible, God is telling you, if you believe that is God telling you, then God is telling you how He feels. So you can do what you want, but
yeah, people gonna do what they're gonna do. I'm not here, you know me. I'm never gonna tell anybody what to believe or not to believe. I'm not here to even. We can have an argument, but I'm not here to argue with you over what you believe because that's your belief, and that is why I'm a tree and you're not.
Right. That's right. Let's just all be trees. And you know what's great about trees is that trees have no ability to worship God, so then you don't have to worry about it. So if you're a tree, then religion is completely out of the picture because you're a tree.
Have you ever been a tree?
I haven't. So see,
you don't know what trees do. Well, you can tell me that I can't worship. I'm joking. Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, we could have long religious discussions. I personally don't feel like I don't feel like YouTube is the right forum for that.
It is for people who want it to be. I mean, whatever people can. I feel that people should feel free to talk about whatever they want. Either I agree or I don't, and I'm never going to ever stop somebody from voicing their opinion. And even if I don't agree, I'm not here to tell them that they're wrong. I can say I don't see it that way. There's a lot of things I don't see, but I'm not here to just stop somebody from voicing what they believe. If somebody wants to come on here and talk about God or whatever belief they have all day, it's cool, as long as it's not detrimental or negative or hurting somebody else. And as long as you're not leading somebody to have I'm going to say the word I got to use that sometimes I just don't want to use because it causes up more fight than it should. As long as it's not going to leave you to have a less moralistic life. Meaning, when I say morals, meaning as doing bad to people. You know, if you're going to do bad to people, then I don't really want to speak that. If you, in any way, shape, or form, discuss harming someone when there's no need to defend a life, then I can't support that. Yeah. You know, I understand it for protection of. That's it. To protect and defend the rights of others to be free or to save a life. I can get that. Other than that, I can't condone it because.
So
yes.
So Charles, if you don't mind, I just want to add a little bit to that. So I think that there are some people that currently are misinterpreting what the Christian faith actually says about certain things. And we made a lot of jokes tonight about different lifestyles and things. But on a serious note, I think that a lot of people feel like that Christians hate homosexuals or they hate transgenders or, we can go on and on. And that's not at all what the position is, because it can't be. If you are actually a Christian, then your position is very simple. Your position is that God says these are behaviors that are not condoned. And so I cannot agree with your lifestyle. At the same time, though, the Bible is explicit and very clear on this one point, and that is that you cannot judge your fellow man. It's not your position to do so. So if you hate that person for their conduct, you are judging them. Mm-hmm. So that is an equally wrong position. It's just as wrong as someone that's a murderer or otherwise. It's not your position as another human to judge somebody. So you can't hate somebody else's lifestyle. So if that's where you're at as a Christian, is hating these other lifestyles, then you're equally wrong. And that's according to the Bible, not me. So
I understand your statement. I always say this because I'm going outside the Bible. I think that everyone judges. And what I mean by that, you're tall, you're short, you're nice, you're mean.
Yeah.
You never hold your judgments against someone else. You should still treat people humanely. That's me not being religious. And that's what I tell people, because we can all do wrong, but it's not it's not me to hold judgment against you. I can say that's wrong. That's my judgment that is wrong. You may not think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. That's my judgment, but I'm not your jury or executioner, and I don't know how anyone else will interpret it. However you believe, be it supreme being, be it whatever term you want to use for God, Jesus, whatever term you want to use. I'm not that to you.
Right.
So
absolutely.
I'm gonna treat you humanely. That's it. That's my statement. Now, going back, go ahead. You want to speak? Go ahead.
And just agreeing with what you were saying there. So, my thought, and I think we're kind of on the same page here, and this is kind of why I pursued you as a person to have conversations with over the internet, is because I felt like we were very like-minded on this, and that is that I think dialogue and conversation is the most important thing we can do. So, if we disagree on something, then let's talk it out, and let's talk it out civilized. And, maybe we both come out with new perspectives, and maybe we've made both, each person is thinking about things in a new way, aspects that they haven't thought out. And I think that's what conversation does, is that, because each person thinks about things differently. And so they've read things you haven't read. Each person has information you don't have. And so the only way you find that is by conversation. So, if I came to a transgender person, I'm not going to just shut them out and think, oh, you're this sinner that needs to burn in hell. That is such an ignorant, stupid way to live. Instead, talk with them. See what their lives are like. How did you get to this point? What was your life experience like? What caused you to think this way? Mm-hmm. What's happened in your life that's made you feel this way? Try to understand them, and then see, okay, what helpful input can you add to that maybe can help them? And I'm not saying that you're going to transform them and they don't feel that way anymore, but maybe you can help them in some positive way that's useful, instead of just hate and, oh, this person's bad, I don't agree with them. That's the worst thing we can do as humans, is just shut out another person and think, oh, this person isn't worth having a conversation with.
I agree with you. I'm not. This is my truth to me. I really don't. I can't live other people's lives, so I try my best not to worry about what other people do, as long as they don't hurt other people. Because you could be hurting yourself all day and I don't see it. As long as you don't do it in front of me, I'm not gonna get involved. That's it. I don't want you to do it. I don't want you to hurt yourself, but I can't worry all the time about you hurting yourself. And I make that statement to say, I'm like you. I want to ask people why they do what they do. However, I know asking people that could get them offended, and I don't want to offend you. So it's better for me to stay in my little circle not even go into your world, say hello, and keep pushing unless you open it up for me. If you open it up, then I'm gonna dive in. However, too many people get too mad about this. Why did you do that? So why did you cut your stuff off? Oh, you did. Why do you want to dress like?
I think that's one of the best points that Dave Chappelle has ever made, and he made it comedically. But I mean, you have to respect him, like, because if a man goes through the process of getting his penis cut off, he believes that. He believes it. Like, you have to understand he believes it. Like,
yeah, I get it.
Unequivocally, that man believes he's a woman. If you get your penis cut off, that is a serious belief.
I would not. I can't. Ooh, I feel better now. I can't.
Yeah.
I just, some stuff is just over my head, bro. I make jokes. I'm gonna make a joke again. I've done it before. I'm gonna do it. I think I was born to have 3 fingers. I have a 4th. I got a pinky. I want to cut it off. You guys won't let me cut my finger off. I just think I should have 3. I'm an elf.
Charles, don't cut your fingers.
I just want to cut my pinky. This shouldn't be here. Since I was born, I know I shouldn't have had this. It should have been this.
You need a thumb, my man. You need a
thumb. I just want to get this other. I should have been 3 fingers.
So you went 4 then. Okay.
I should have. I want 3 fingers and a thumb. 3 fingers.
All right.
Well, I have 4 fingers and a thumb, but I'm really supposed to have 3. Are you guys gonna let me cut my pinky off? Will you let me do it? Because I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm not supposed to have 4 fingers.
We're gonna have to have a conversation.
Well, so you telling me I'm wrong? Am I wrong? Of 3 fingers?
We're gonna talk about it. And see, that's exactly it, though. I mean, you're making a joke, but I think that we as fellow humans have a responsibility to talk to people that might feel certain ways about things.
Doesn't it look right?
I've always felt that I don't like ears. Let's get rid of ears. They just unnecessary things on the side of your head.
You catching the joke? But it's. I don't know the farther, but just think about think about how crazy that. Okay, I'm done. It's not. Think about how sane that is. Yeah, I try to express that to people, and they don't. Well, it's different. It's different. You just don't understand. What? Yeah, I don't understand. I'm supposed to have 3 fingers. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with you? Is it really?
Yeah. Another thing, I don't like noses. This protrusion coming out of my face here. Let's just cut that flat. And
you saw. I knew once I saw He-Man, I was just like Skeletor. Yeah,
let's just. I want the hole in my face. I want the hole.
I'm sorry. I get you, bro, but you can't even have these now. You say this to the wrong person.
Oh, I know, man.
And their whole life is ended. And what have I said? I'm like, so if we can't even make jokes, if we can't, you can joke about whatever you want with me. And that's the problem. We can't even have dialogues without offending somebody, and it's not to be offensive. It's just to get you to think. And if you can explain to me, listen, and just listen.
But I'm offended by the fact you asked me that question. Why I want to cut my wiener off? That's like how it is.
Yeah, it's sad, bro.
I'm offended because you want to understand me.
Yeah, it's sad. That's a good statement. He said, "I'm offended because you want to understand me." Yep. And I don't mind people asking me questions. You can ask me a million questions. Some things I won't tell you, but what about like me specifically? I will explain myself.
I mean, because there's all kinds of people that believe things that other people think are crazy. Like, for instance, I know, anyone that's watching this stream in the future. Hey, there we go. Yeah. Anyone that's watching this stream in the future might think I am crazy for being a Christian, right? A lot of people think
crazy.
Exactly, I'm crazy. I tell you, I'm crazy. So. I mean, there's all kinds of things that people think are crazy. So let's talk about it, instead of just, but like B said, you can't even question somebody now. You can't even go up to a trans person and say, well, why do you feel that way? Why do you want to transition?
You know you shouldn't have did that. Just let them be. So I can't come up and ask you, hey, were you a woman before or a man? Or, I'm so offended. Well, I don't know. You kind of got male features. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just want to know.
And that's the thing is these days it could go either way. So
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
like, hey, I'm trying to get to know you. Maybe I want to date you. Did you used to have a penis? I kind of want to know that. just for me personally, I need to answer this one question. Like, I think you're a cool person, but I need to know that you used to have balls. If you used to have balls, then we're done.
Oh, well, it was genuine. I'm not to offend people, but the woman who was a man, or the man that is now a woman, whatever term works for you guys. She tried to come up to him. He was like, "No, I'm cool." He's like, "But I'm a woman." He was like, "Nah, you stay over there." Yeah. You know you're making me uncomfortable, right? And I gotta act like I'm not uncomfortable with this. You remember that? And I was like, "Come on, man." That's like
the same as a man trying to hug you and you don't want to hug the dude.
I'm cool, bro.
Exactly.
I don't like you like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying I don't love my brothers, and I love, we can joke and stuff, but I'm not into none of that.
You're a terrible artist because you told a transgender to get away from you because you don't want to hug.
Listen, I respect you. I can, as a person, non-romantically, as a support, I can give you that hug, but I don't want any romantic interaction. I don't want that from you, and that's just me. And there's no hate on you because I just want a natural woman. That's all. I mean, but I'm not sure. No, you weren't born like that. Yeah. And now because I'm telling you, see this. I gotta stop. We gotta stop at this.
Even in the actresses,
even though I do think like this, I should not be saying these things.
Like even if you
get what I'm saying that on purpose.
Charles, I got to interrupt here. Mm-hmm. No, you got to take that back. The last statement, you got to take it back. You should be able to think that way.
I should be able, but we're talking about society, civilization.
Yeah. I don't give a damn about that.
But I'm just saying, you see, that's the problem. We live in this world that they can, because of the system we live in right now, of how we do our capitalistic barter system, stops us from being free to speak stuff that's not malicious, it's not vindictive, it's not hurtful, it's not slanderous. We're speaking facts. We're speaking how we feel about something, and that's being able to. We're supposed to be able to say this. I don't like that. I don't want to do that. That's just me. It's not. You can do that. I just don't want to see you doing that. If you,
let's be clear here. That used to be known as a personal choice, which we used to all be able to make personal choices. We are autonomous beings with free will, so we used to be able to make our personal choices. Now that's not good anymore. Now you have to agree with everybody.
Yeah, I don't. I have no hate. Yeah. I have no maliciousness. I will help you. I'm never going to ostracize you. I'm never going to actually, when it comes to employment or opportunity, discriminate against you. Yeah. I just don't want to be involved in your life when it comes to romantic endeavor. That's what I'm saying. We can be friends. Exactly. We can shoot hoop. That's just where that's it. We can sit and talk and sip on some whiskey, and you can say, I don't like the way you think, Charles, and you shouldn't talk about us at all. You can do that with me. I don't take it personal ever. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about, I don't want to do that. You can do it. Just
so going back to one of our earliest conversations tonight, we talked about this, the difference between the way men and women think. Well, there is a difference. Right. I think that's pretty clear. There's people that disagree with that, but if you're being honest with yourself, that is a true statement. And so as men, we appreciate the femininity of a woman. And no matter how much you transition, you cannot have that. Whatever it is that makes a woman, you can't have that. Sorry. No matter how many hormones you take, no matter how many surgeries you have, you're not going to be that. Sorry. You can look like you can fake it, but you're not going to be that thing. And so, as a straight male, you're not going to have that appeal because you can't have that different chromosome. You don't have that ability.
I agree with that, but I'm gonna make a statement. This is a joke. There are some women that don't even have that femininity. That was a joke. There are some women that don't even have it. you are a woman. You don't know how to be a woman.
You caught me mid sip on that. I almost spit that out.
I'm glad you didn't. I go say so many wrong things, and this is the problem because as a dude, I love women. So I want to tell, no matter what I believe, right? If this is.
Charles,
I'm trying to hold it back, but it's gonna come out, and I have to make this statement.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. Just keep chatting. The dog is whining. I think he needs to go out. So keep.
I might have to do a private, quick little video about this one, but some women are lacking that quality of that, and that's why you're not getting the results you want. That's me speaking it in a certain, like you are missing that part, and that's what's stopping you from.
But the big world is telling them. You don't need no man. You can do it on your own.
No, I think the big world is telling them that men will comply, and I understand it. Like what it's showing you that a lot of men are not complying because they're like, this is not worth it because she's not doing her part. I'm still doing my part of the social contract. I'm the man. I will work 3 jobs to take care of you. All I want you to do is be sweet to me. And
they don't seem to want that.
Yeah, who knows?
I know.
It's time for me to use the restroom. I'll be back. You want to talk for a second? B, can you hold it down and say something? Yeah, just don't go left. But you are ready?
The water.
Talk for a second. Just talk for 1 minute. Or no, you're not saying anything.
Can I sing a song?
Do it.
No, we don't do copyright strike. For all the 1,000 followers and 1,000 people in chat, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate all the super chats. We appreciate all the love and the inspirational speeches left in the comment section. And I believe there's 1,000 people watching, so it's true.
Yeah.
I believe
I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Think about it every night and day. I'm sorry.
I told all
the wrong song to sing.
Yeah.
I'm in jail now and I can't fly away. I believe I'm locked up. I ain't gonna be touching nobody else's butts. Let me stop.
You know the saddest part about all this of R. Kelly doing this. Remember when none of this, we owe enough to know when none of this, when we just saw his talent and nothing else.
Yeah, this is kind of magnificent coke. Yeah, this is dope to me. This one. Yeah. We didn't drink that much.
I believe that we have 1,000 people watching this.
I don't care, there's none. No, it's so funny.
So it is.
When you start showing those cars, people pop in. Did you notice that? That's funny. Share the screen. People care about cars, don't they? I'm gonna see. Let's share the screen. I'm curious. Oh, best BU. What's the best bourbon in California? What's the best bourbon in California? Best bourbon made on the West Coast. Food and wine. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna read some stuff to y'all to make it fun. I'm gonna share the screen. I'm gonna share the screen, and I'm gonna say some silly things. I'm gonna say a lot of silly things to people. I'm gonna say a lot of silly things. I'm gonna read to y'all. Share the screen. I'm gonna share the screen. I don't know who's there. This is the. We're gonna block notification.
It's not a problem at all.
I'm gonna share. I said this is called the best bourbon made on the West Coast by Food and Wine. Updated. This is 2015. It says a new gold rush is taking place in California, more than a century and a half after the famous 1849 bonanza. But this time, it's liquid gold, drinkable and delicious. As all bourbon lovers know, the strictly American whiskey can be made anywhere in the U.S., though the vast majority of it comes from the South, Kentucky primarily. Bourbon from the Northeast and Midwest are often adored. The West Coast, on the other hand, is not as traditionally celebrated for its bourbon making, even though distillers in Washington, Oregon, and California produce whiskey that could rival the other 47 states. I'm not sure about that, but they say it. Let's go look. This is old. What's up, Brother Sean? Hold on.
Well, I think
J.P. Trodden Small Batch Bourbon, $60. Never heard of that. This is from Woodsville, Washington. J.P. Trodden takes its West Coast heritage seriously. The grain it uses to make its whiskey are grown in Washington. Hell, even the distillery's copper pot still is made in Oregon. Plus, the distillery only produces bourbon. So you know the commitment. See, it's messing up on me. The commitment is true. Though the price tag is a bit heftier than most Kentucky bourbons, Trodden is worth checking out for a spicy kick. And this is 2015. $60 ain't that bad. Dry Fly Straight Washington Bourbon, 101, $35. Spokane, how you say it, Washington, located just across the state from J.P. Trodden. Dry Fly Distillery, you heard of them? I haven't. Makes a noticeably more potent whiskey, clocking in at 101 proof. Well, I bet you don't beat Wild Turkey. This strong, the bourbon is complex enough for either sipping alone or in cocktails. Blasphemy cocktails, blasphemy. Tramadoosin. I'm keep going. Next slide. And it's all Oregon. Burnside Bourbon. Burnside, Oregon Oat Bourbon, $33. Portland, Oregon. Though at first it doesn't seem like there's much difference between the two Oregonian bourbons from Portland's East Side Distilling. The Oregon Oak is simply aged for 60 days longer in a heavily charred oak barrel. Killing my brothers, the trees, man. Those trees got to stick together. The distinction is apparent in each whiskey's flavor. Both are sippable and mixable in cocktails, but there's a touch of more complexity to the Oregon Oak bottling. Must be that special Oregon Oak. Those three more. This is C.W. Irwin Straight Bourbon Whiskey, $30. Hometown, Bend, Oregon. There's nothing more Western than enjoying a nice glass of whiskey near a campfire, and this Husky bourbon would be the start of that scenario. The bourbon is named for the distillery's own brother, both of whom, he says, are proud and lively, yet undeniably smooth. Makes me want to drink it. Does it remind you of anyone? I don't know who you're talking about, but okay, let's skip that. Number 5. The best bourbons made on the West Coast. And this is
what are we reading here, Charles?
the best bourbons made on the West Coast by Food and Wine for 2015. Western Kentucky Bourbon, number 2, $55. Hometown, Roanoke Park, California. Never heard. I could look it up. Roanoke Park. No offense to Sonoma County Distilling Company, but we say the west of Kentucky is a bit of an understatement for this bourbon, which is made almost all the way across the country. Though it hauls from an area known for wine, that somewhat hard to find bottling is a fine example of liquid gold in the West offers. This is the last one. I just Googled it with the best whiskey on the West Coast, but this is old.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so Frey Ranch Frey Ranch is a Western distillery. I don't think it's California, but
No, it's Nevada. Nevada. Frey Ranch is Nevada.
yeah, I mean that's supposed to be a really good one.
Yeah, but this is old. This is just an old thing. I'm just reading it. Frey Ranch, you know.
So what is your guys, you and B, what are your thoughts on the Frey Ranch?
Great. Say it
I
again.
even like smoke wagons.
Let's have some fun. Say great. You say great. I say great.
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 Great. There you go.
Great.
It's really great. I like it a lot. I think it's really good.
So B, I'm going to appeal to your inner horror fan. Favorite all-time horror movie?
For me, is the original Halloween.
Okay. I can respect that. I mean, Michael Myers, that is an intimidating character. There's no doubt about it.
My favorite horror movie is Debbie Does Dallas.
This guy, Charles, with the answers. Okay. I don't even know how to respond to that. Okay.
I got horror films. It's not a horror film. It's a drama. I got dramas that are so close to real life that they could be considered as horror films. Acrimony
Ooh.
and Revolutionary Road.
I have never watched Revolutionary Road.
Yeah. And Eyes Wide Shut.
Well, that's not really a horror.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's so
I can understand too.
Common.
Is that unexpected not understanding how your spouse really is?
Yeah,
it's torture in a way.
Because I was even thinking of this was a story I thought about. Like, what if you had let's say like a woman, she had an abusive boyfriend, and she gets a new guy.
It's scary good.
And she gets a new boyfriend, and the guy is.
Isn't it?
You listen to what I'm saying?
This is scary good. Is that
Okay,
that?
whatever.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm listening, B. I'm listening.
I'm sorry.
I'm so hurt. I'm touched. I'm so triggered.
I'll bring you some flowers tomorrow.
So
What's your favorite
triggered.
flower?
I like
Do you actually like flowers?
sunflowers.
Are you joking?
Yeah, I like sunflowers. I like the way they
Hey.
sound.
So I'm sorry. My ADHD is kicking in here, and I'll let you continue your story. I promise. So when are we? I brought it up here just in case. When are we breaking out the Ardbeg? Huh?
Let's do it now.
You want to do it now?
No, it's too late. Well, you tell me how many people we got watching.
I don't want to. I'd rather do it on just one day, just Ardbeg.
Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you on that, B.
Tomorrow morning.
I am not doing it Sunday morning.
Monday morning.
No, but seriously, I'm getting a sidetracked. But I mean, we need to have an Ardbeg night. I cannot wait for
Next Friday or next Saturday. Next Saturday.
So first off,
next Saturday.
And we still need to do
6:30 p.m.
You got the box, right?
Yeah, you got it.
So let's do that Friday, and then Sunday Ardbeg.
You trying to? Okay.
Oh no, I can't do Saturday. I gotta shoot. I just forgot.
Oh, okay.
So I gotta shoot Saturday here.
So Friday, we gonna try that. I'm Friday.
Friday, let's do Ardbeg.
Ardbeg.
Let's do a stream together on Friday if everything works out. Okay, so have you guys tried it yet?
No.
Nope.
Okay, so that's going to be the money is your guys' expressions trying Ardbeg live. That's going to be it right there. Anyway,
have you tried this before?
I've heard lots of reviews but never tried it.
It's very good. I'm very impressed every time I put my lips to it.
So
wow, this is scary.
So Charles, if you remember when we were talking about what bottles to swap for each other, that was one of the ones I mentioned because I've heard a lot about it. But anyway, we'll work that out in the future. But so B, back to what you were saying. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so it's a girl. She have a boyfriend that's abusive to her. She leaves the guy, and then she meets someone new. And he is fantastic. She marries him.
Uh-oh.
But then they go out camping or something, and the guy comes back, and he acts just like the ex-boyfriend, and she thinks that he is possessed by the ex-boyfriend because he's doing things exactly how the ex-boyfriend did.
Got you.
And the twist could be that all men are the same. Not funny.
Okay, so this is not a story that's been written yet. This is like your
idea of how, I don't know how to do it.
So this is like your screenplay that you're writing up. Okay.
Maybe the dude is like he can transfer his soul to different bodies, or maybe it's just all in her head. It may not be, but it's all in her head.
So now,
Maybe, yeah.
I got to be honest. You lose me at the soul transferring thing.
When I said it, I was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, but I know how you can make it work. Say either it's two things. Maybe she was just on the toilet constipated, and it was all like a moment dream that wasn't real, or she was having a nightmare because she was on her period.
Now, so B here is now because now this is my personal take, just because this is what I appreciate in a movie, is that here would be my twist, is that actually all of the delusion is her. It's all her mental illness, but you don't find that out until the very end.
Okay.
I can agree with that, because it's really it's really logical that would what it would be.
Yes, because they're all crazy.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put that spin on it, because then the ladies wouldn't watch it. But I mean, I think it would be interesting to like see the breakdown. Like, so she leaves this one guy because she thinks he's abusive and all these things. And so, you know, the audience is with her and they think, oh yeah, they're so happy she left this guy. And so then she finds this new guy, and then they're like, okay, great, this is a good guy. And so they're following that news story, and they're happy she's found this new guy and he's great to her. And then all of a sudden he starts becoming abusive. And so then she's going through the process of starting to leave him. And then right as that's starting to happen, then she starts then the family starts coming in, and they're like, hey, why are you doing all these things? Why are you wanting to leave? And then she's starting to tell them all the problems that she's having, and then that's when you start finding out the pieces start coming together that actually she's crazy.
And that's, like I said, it's true.
I got it.
True, kind of close to home. Close to home.
Have you seen Acrimony?
I have not.
You should watch it. I'm gonna be quiet. You should watch it with the family.
Okay.
That was a joke. You should watch that movie.
So since we're all horror fans here, I have to say my favorite series recently, and this is not a movie, and I can't remember. It's hard for me to recommend it because it's so graphic, but I love the psychological aspect of it. Is man, what is it? I lost it and then I found it again. It's called Mindhunters on Netflix. Have either of you seen that?
I've seen the title.
Is it based off of a movie?
No, it's based
on Mindhunters. I haven't watched it.
It's based off of real events. So Mindhunters is actually based off of how the FBI came about establishing a kind of a sector of itself to completely study psychopaths and serial killers and how their minds work.
Interesting.
And so it's based on real events, but it's dramatized, of course. But so they go through in the different seasons, they go through actually interviewing different serial killers, like real life serial. Of course, these are actors, but they play actual serial killers.
Oh, he wants to show you.
I think because I remember it was LL Cool J was in it.
Yeah, not different. Okay, so I don't mean to offend anybody, but not any movie with LL Cool J, because that would not be equivalent.
I know what you meant. He was just saying there was a movie based on the same name.
No.
No, but he was showing you that there was a movie called Mindhunters.
Yeah, but although,
That's what you're talking about. I get what you're saying.
the titles are similar, nothing else is similar.
I understand.
So because as I said earlier, what I like most in a movie is like the psychological aspects, like how a killer thinks and how the person that's chasing them works out how to find them.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I think that might be interesting. I really, how my brain works, how I think is. Have you ever watched Death Note?
I haven't. No.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
You should check it out. And to me, I think a lot of people who do harm to others don't always think that they're doing harm. Death Note, you saw Death Note, right, Brian? A little bit of it. And you understand? Like, I'll give you some spoilers of it, but it's not too much. This guy was taking out people that the law wasn't getting. He was getting criminals who did horrible things because he found this thing to give him the ability to take people out. And then
I've seen the kind of the trailers to it. Yeah, I just haven't watched it.
But the cartoons, which you watch, and the anime, and the whole point is when he started killing people, it was people that would catch him. So he wasn't really trying to hurt people. He was trying to take out bad people, but he was doing bad because anytime somebody might discover a secret, he was trying to take him out. So it's like have you ever watched Dexter?
Yeah, a few episodes. Yeah.
And from what I've seen from Dexter, is some people just have impulses, but some people are, I'm assuming, I don't know, are so intelligent with it that I think I got to see this Mindhunter. That sounds interesting. Because I wonder, can you really predict? Like,
yes.
That's what I'm curious. Like,
if we want to get real for a second, so
go ahead and tell me. I'm gonna listen. You won't spoil it for me. I don't.
No, I'm not going to talk about Mindhunters. I'm going to talk about psychology. So when I was a crazy person years ago, to get rehabilitated, I went through anger management and psychotherapy and all these kind of things to kind of trying to work towards becoming a normal human again. Because, I mean, you're grinning, and it is kind of humorous in a way, but I mean, honestly, you guys would not recognize the old me. I cannot overstate that enough, because I was around some of the most violent people I've ever known. So kind of my mentor, for lack of better words, was an ex-Marine that went into the Marines with the sole purpose of learning how to injure people efficiently. And so that's what we, in our spare time, because we were selling products, we had a lot of free time. And so what we did in our free time was we drank a lot and we sparred and we worked out. That was basically our whole lives. And so we kind of challenged each other at becoming more and more efficient at hurting people. And we would go to clubs with the sole purpose of finding weak individuals or people that we thought might be challenging, and then get into situations where we could get into a fight. And then kind of test our skills that way in a real life situation, because that's the only way to actually test things is in, live situations, which sounds incredibly sick because it is. But it actually hones your skills really well, because each person goes about fighting differently. So you have to adapt very quickly on the fly in order to overcome whatever.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second. You really need to watch Doom. Continue.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
And so this was years of my life that this was the way that I was living. And unfortunately, I came to really enjoy that kind of high that you get from living that way. And because of that, as far as like when you're going through psychology, and if you were to test me, not so much now, but in the past for sure, I would check a lot of the boxes for a psychopath because of the way that my mind was working at the time. I'm trying to and you can do this because, like, psychopathy is not something that is indelible and you can't change. You can certainly work on it, but it's very hard because it is certainly a mindset in that you are somewhat born that way, just that you have an ability to adapt to that kind of being. But you can also work on becoming more empathetic and understanding human emotion and feeling empathy for your fellow human and trying to understand like the kind of pain you're inflicting and those kind of things. So anyway, short of it is I went through a lot of therapy and things like that to try and get back to feeling for others. And part of that was certainly Christianity, and because of, of course, the model that Christ said and all those kind of things. But it's really deeper than that, because when you get used to inflicting pain on a regular basis on your fellow human, you become very numb to it. And especially if you get to the point where you're enjoying it, it becomes like the best drug you can ever have. It's like, so it's like sex, and then whatever your actual drug of choice is, whether it be alcohol or whatever other thing it is, and then fighting. And especially when you're efficient at it, it's, the high is like, well, I don't want to glorify it, so I'm not going to. But anyway, yeah. So when I look at movies that do psychology really well, that's why I appreciate it, because because I've been through these things, I understand how the human mind can work when it's in its dark places, and I think that understanding that is kind of fundamental to understanding the worst of us. And I think you need to, because at some point you will probably have to deal with those kind of people. And so if you understand how they think, then you can work with them and possibly overcome them so you can survive, because that's what you will actually have to do. Because that kind of a person is not likely to let you survive on your own. So you're going to have to adapt and overcome that. But
okay. I understand. Interesting. I think I would like to watch it. I look at it, I don't know if it's different. I look at it I always look at everybody like I don't know how they think. I don't. And I try to understand their motivations for what they do. I try to never assume that I know why somebody does what they do. And I always think that you should never truly doubt the intellect or creativity of people. And that's why I brought up Death Note, because Death Note is so good at showing you how people can outthink you if they really have a purpose and vision and they think it through. That's just my belief. And so somebody that you think is the most innocent person can do the most villainous things. And that's just my perspective. So I think I will find it interesting if they think they can predict. Like, some people are just lazy and don't think. But what about somebody who, for no better term, has a genius level intellect and decides to do something, thinking through as many contingencies as they think they can think of, and they don't think that they're wrong. Death Note is the best at showing somebody who doesn't really think that they're doing wrong. They're doing it for the good of. Just like, for example, and I'm gonna go assassins for the government. Somebody who's in the CIA or who must eliminate a threat. And some of the stuff can be like moralistically, ethically wrong, but because they think they're doing it for the greater good, they have no problem doing the mission. So that's what I want to hear what they're going to say. Well, can people be completely honest, or will they? Like, I'm curious. That sounds really interesting. You just think about that. Think about, there's somebody who is probably married with a family that their wife doesn't know what they do. You know what I mean? Somebody, and every night they're probably going and doing something that people may consider malicious, villainous.
So
when you think like that.
To the point that you're kind of making, not that I'm not comparing, But after many, many years, so the movie that came out last year, Nobody, was a guy from
Nobody, yeah.
Carl Saul. So
I haven't seen it, but I want to.
It's really good.
Yeah. So I mean, after years of talking with my wife, she realized that I'm not quite that level. I'm not trying to put myself up there, but I was kind of that character, in a past life. So it takes a while for your partner to understand what that life is like, especially if they haven't been around it. And so, but I think that's the best thing we can do. Like we said earlier, conversations, especially with your significant other, and them getting to know you, super important. Matrix, so glad you joined us, man. Haven't seen you in a long time.
What's up, brother? I was going good with you. We were just talking about psychopaths, and I was making the statement that it was Mindhunters, and he was saying the CIA was breaking down why psychopaths do what they do. And I was making a statement that some people don't really think that they're doing wrong. So that changes the perspective, because what type of tale will you give when you have thought it through and thinking through the contingency? Kind of Dexter was good at expressing how much he was trying to think through everything. I'm helping people. I'm doing this. This guy's
Mace Windu.
Mace.
Because some people are so powerful. He kill Palpatine because he knew that this dude is too powerful. We need to end him right now because if he did, a lot of stuff wouldn't happen, right?
See, I'm not saying. I'm trying to think about what you said about Mace, because Mace was in touch with the dark side. The pod was his fighting style of touching the dark side. What Mace did, what Anakin wanted to do, but Anakin did not want to kill Palpatine because he wanted to save Padme using his Palpatine's prescience to predict the future that he incorrectly. That's another thing, because that's some doing. You do know that.
Yeah.
So
that comes down to motivations, though.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, Anakin was equally dark side as Windu, but he had different motivations. On what Matrix said,
right.
I have not seen that yet. Have either of you seen the Monster Hunter?
I've heard of it. It's not that bad. I haven't seen it. I got a 3D TV. I'm a 3D fanatic. He said,
what movie?
Monster Hunter with Mila Djokovic.
I watched some of it. Some of it looked off the hook, but I caught it late and I fell asleep. But it looked like it was good.
Was it on HBO Max or any of that? Was it on? I want to 3D. I got 3D TV.
Is it Showtime?
Yeah, I got Showtime. I got all that. So, but I'm a 3D TV guy. So, I can watch it on 3D for my glasses on.
I still want to play some of the games.
Yeah, but the NVIDIA. Sorry, you got off track. But you got it. The NVIDIA 3D they don't support it that much. So I got to contact them. They got to send me another code. I got to turn. It's weird. They stopped supporting technology that doesn't take off, even though you bought the license. They use it forever. And I got the glasses and stuff and the monitor.
But real quick on the psychology thing, it's not so much that I think there's this disconnect with the public, the way that the mind works. It's not, at least from all the experience I've had with psychologists and how you become a psychopath, sociopath. Now, of course, those are different levels. So, I mean, a sociopath actually feels zero. They almost have zero feeling, and that's more of a mental illness than it is progressive getting to that point. That's almost something you're born with. Whereas you can become a psychopath over time, based on what you're exposing yourself to and what your lifestyle is. Because what it comes down to is that over time you become numb to things, and that eventually you don't have fellow feeling for the humans you're around.
I agree. From what I've researched, you are born sociopathic, but you can become a psychopath. A sociopath can be psychopathic, but it's usually a sociopath is just that they don't feel the same emotions of other people, so they don't even understand or think about what you're going through because that's not how they think.
Yeah.
And so that's more, like you said, is inherent, it's innate in a person to not even react how you react because they don't feel how you feel about things. That's what a sociopath.
I agree.
Yes.
So A perfect example of that YouTube figure is now this is not a channel that's for everybody, but if you want to, now some people would probably find this racist or bigoted or whatever the case, but if you want to be informed on Islam, David Woods is a sociopath that actually talks about Islam from a very informed state.
Never heard of him. David Woods. I'll check it out.
Now he is a diagnosed sociopath. He readily admits it, but he also has a PhD in religious philosophy.
Interesting. So he looks at things more objectively than feeling based.
Exactly.
So that means he gives a good observation of what's going on, and it's no either which way. It's more this is what it is. I'm taking it. So that would be interesting to hear his perspective. I would think I would appreciate
now,
that.
A lot of people are offended by that because it's just, like you were saying, Charles, it's very matter of fact. He's not going to sugarcoat things. So a lot of people are offended by the fact that he's very straightforward, but I find his take on things to be, they're just objective. But that's not what we deal with in most of the modern day. We don't like objective. We like soft.
Most people don't like objectivity. Objectivity. It's hard, and then you have to learn that what I'm going to say is going to offend you, so I can't say it this way because it can be detrimental to me. Somebody that's objective, to me, in my opinion, this is me speaking. It's not because they feel bad saying something to you. It's the fact that they know that if they say it to you, it would be detrimental to me, so I won't say it because it would not be beneficial. It would take away some advantage or position I have. And so that's when you're being extremely objective. But most people are not objective.
For anybody watching this, or Charles B., if you are interested, his channel is Acts 13 Apologetics. He is a very informed Christian apologist, especially as far as how Christianity relates to Islam. So if that's something anybody's interested in. And I'm not sponsored by him in any kind of way. I don't even know David, but I just have researched it myself. I know that what he's saying is true. So
I just like to hear opinion. It isn't, to me, true or false does not matter when I'm trying to learn your perspective. I want to hear what you have to say, and I'm not here to tell you does it make sense to me or does it not. That's my whole analysis when people speak. There's like what I believe. Forget what I think is wrong. Does it make sense? Is what it matters. You know what I mean? Does it make sense? And if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. If I don't know, I don't know. That's how I look at most things. Anyway.
I don't.
We all think differently. So I'm not telling people to think like me. So for me, I come at most situations as that I don't know. And how can I speak about something that I have not researched because I feel a certain way? So let's take my feelings out of it. Does it make sense? Is it logical? Is it possible? Is it probable? And then I'll go from there. And, can I make a definite conclusion? I can't. If I can't, then it goes to what do I believe? What's my faith on that? And that's where I approach. So I don't argue things that I can't prove definitively, which is a lot of things. So why even argue it? Because there's no concrete on this one other than what I think or believe. So I don't argue it. Let me get to a different perspective. But my brother Ars Matrix is talking about, I'm a 3D TV fanatic, if people don't know. And that's what stopped me from getting the OLED TV because I wanted the LG 3D LLED TV that they stopped making. That really infuriated me. So now they took out the technology and prices are dropping, so it's cool. But it sucked because when I wanted the TV, I didn't want to pay, and when they wanted to pay, they didn't have it. So, I stick with my old not 4K 3D TV.
So Matrix, man, I've missed your commentary, man. Because me and Charles haven't got together in quite a while. Yeah, man. Good to hear from you. So curious to me that so the Blu-ray in 3D.
We're on the same page. Him and I are on the same page. I'm so adamant about this 3D stuff. I love watching 3D.
I do too.
I have two. Well, really, technically, I got 3, but now I got 2 3D TVs. And The LG's 3Ds passive I had are the best I've ever seen. I had a active. It was a Sony. I had an active Sony. It was dope. Yeah, but once you go 3D and see a great 3D TV, it's like, man, why would I even want to watch anything? It's like it changes. See, Avatar on a 3D TV would change your whole life because it's such a great looking movie. It's like, man, it's like, wow. And I still buy stuff if I can get it 3D. Like I'm from Europe, like I go to Amazon UK or whatever it is just to get the 3D version. And I got to sit for the day that Avatar 2 comes out and 3D TV sets come back. And that's the hard part. Like now, 4Ks are cheap, but I don't care if I got to wear the glasses. I don't care. It was that incredible
They make
watching.
the glasses easy to just fit on your arm. You can fit over my glass.
But some people don't even want to do that.
Yeah.
But the active 3D, some people like, but I'm telling you, passive is what you need. Because then you cheap to buy. You go to the movie theater, get some 3D guys, put them on you take them home, man.
Yeah. See, mine is active, but
So
we're on the same page. Avatar will bring back 3D. If they make Avatar great, James Cameron, my hope is with you.
yeah.
So as a not 3D fan, let me explain to you why.
Because you haven't come to my house upset and watched the 3D. I'm telling you why before you speak.
Not that.
Yeah,
It's not that. It's definitely not that. I've been to the best like 3D movie places there are.
Did you see Avatar 3D in the theater?
Yep, made me sick as hell.
Oh, that's why. There you go. You answered the question.
Motion sickness. Right?
There you go. You answered it.
Yep. So if they can overcome that, then they'll have a market. That's
Yeah.
that's the problem. So I don't know how to. So those that are affected by that, like myself, I don't know how you go about getting around that. I'm sure there's a way, because I mean I like the idea.
What about Nintendo 3DS? Have you played that? Did that make you sick? Nintendo 3DS.
Yes,
That
made
make
me
you sick?
very, very, very sick.
Okay.
I cannot play it. Like I mean,
Oh,
I can
wow.
play I can play for maybe 10 minutes, and I start getting nauseous.
Okay. Is Dramamine? Look at my Dramamine.
Yeah, I'm not taking Dramamine to go watch a movie. I'm not doing it.
Okay. Well, did you sip some whiskey and then?
Ah, that's a good idea.
That actually makes it worse.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
Because actually, so I've seen Avatar in 3D sober, and I've seen Avatar in 3D not sober,
Yeah.
and the sober version was better.
He said, can you do VR? Can you play virtual reality games?
Nope.
Wow. Wow, man.
Yeah. So the PSVR? I've tried that as well. Can't do it. I can play it for maybe 10 minutes, and then I start getting that nauseous feeling.
Every time I say every time I start saying that like a stutter, I think about Anakin saying I can overthrow him. If you're watching episode 3, I can overthrow him. That was like the funniest line.
Oh, so here's the conundrum for me though. Is that like I really like the idea of 3D. It always makes me feel sick. So
Yeah, I wish I could help you,
I don't know
bro.
how to get around that.
I want like okay, OLED TVs are absolutely not. They're not cheap, but they're not like I thought about that when I couldn't buy the Pixel 6 and get it. I said, man, I should just buy a TV. That's the first thought. Dude, it went in my head, but then I said, it's not TV. It's the first thought. Like I'm not with the money.
Charles, you got to highlight Matrix last comment here. Oh man, yeah, I should get wheelchair parking for not being able to watch 3D movies.
People get handicapped for everything, man. You say your toenail itch and walk 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I see. I don't say it, Charles. Don't be my content.
Say it. I'm the demon on your shoulder. Say it.
There's no bashing. I'm always trying to. But ladies get handicapped for just eating a lot. I ate a lot today. I'm too fat to walk. I'm gonna get a handicap. They get a handicap for everything. Charles, you got a headache? I can get you. Let's go get a handicap. I want a handicap.
It's that time of the month. Time for a plaque.
A handicap for everything. What? You had a booger in your nose? Let's go get you a handicap. I know this doctor. You can get a handicap. Why you want to walk so far?
No, man. I mean, honestly, when PSVR came out, I was so hyped, and then a buddy got it before me, and I tried the Star Wars VR, and I mean, Star Wars is one of my favorite genres ever, and I tried that, and I was so excited, and I was playing it for like 10 minutes, and after like 10 minutes, I couldn't play it anymore.
I have some secrets to share with you today, because if you'd like to play video games, there are free games out right now. So if you have an Epic Game Store account, you can get free games.
Genre.
Every they put free games out all the time. And today, if you have an Amazon Prime account, they got if you got a what do you call it? Twitch account. Twitch account.
Sorry,
you can get Rogue Squadron.
It's space fiction. Space fiction. That's the genre.
You can get Rogue Squadron, the game Rogue Squadron, from Origin by claiming your loot from Amazon Twitch account. So yeah, you can get some free games. I got Rogue Squadron. There was another game on the Epic Game Store. I can't remember what it is. Got that. Yeah, some other games I like, man. I think some stuff is so dope. Like I actually like the Stadia is pretty dope because they give you free Stadia Pro games and you get a lot of good ones. You know, even though you're paying, it's still free because you can stream it. All you need is your phone or high-speed internet, and you can stream Stadia wherever you want. It's great. I'm telling you, man. Google you guys need to pay me and give me a free Google Pixel 6, and I'll put all my love into Google because I like Google anyway, or Apple. It don't matter. Whoever want to give me a free phone, man.
You know who I want to be sponsored by? I want to be sponsored by Old Forester. Like if I could get an Old Forester sponsorship, I'd be so happy. Like if just endless supply of Old Forester, I'd be incredible. Like even if I never make any money doing this whiskey thing, if I could get a lifetime supply of Old Forester, I'd be a happy man.
Have you had the birthday one?
Man,
Old Forester 86 was decent.
So I got a story for you on that, and I'm glad Adam, my neighbor, is not watching. He was on the stream last night. So my man Adam, me and him were supposed to go to Louisville the day that birthday came out, and then homeboy ran out of money, and he's like,
let me interrupt you for 1 second. I got a question. What 20 games did you buy? Continue.
Okay, we'll get that in a second, Matrix. So we were supposed to go to Louisville. We were supposed to get a hotel. We were supposed to be there 6 a.m. in the morning. I was so hyped. I'm like, I'm going to get birthday bourbon this year, finally, after all these years. And then it didn't happen, and I was heartbroken because I wanted that bottle so bad. And it was kind of a group effort, and I couldn't really do it on my own because he has a deal with the hotels because of his work. And so it just didn't work out. But I really wanted to get that bottle. So I don't have it to answer your question, B, but I would love to have it.
Let me ask you some questions. I hope my brother Matrix answers which one, because like, you know what? That's one I'm gonna speak about again. I can talk about that. What makes me mad is when they remove games off of the store that you want to play. Like they'll take, like I had like on Android, you can get all the old Final Fantasy, but then they came out with the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, right? So now, if you haven't buy Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, and Final Fantasy 3 original, you can't get them no more. Just like Grand Theft Auto, like they're doing the definitive whatever remasters, so you can't buy the old one. So I think I had San Andreas, and I got I got both like on Android. I got Vice City, and I got Grand Theft Auto 3. But if you, let's say you didn't download it onto your Android, nowadays like you can't put it on your device. How are you gonna download it to play it on your device when before it was compatible? So
Charles and Matrix. So I know I go about the old school way that's archaic and like Flintstone, whatever. But I just buy the old devices and the old games, and I just own them.
Understand? I totally understand it because I still own the old games. I still have them. However, like sometimes I don't want to pull out my old Xbox old one or my PS2.
Just do it, man. Just do it.
I don't want to do that because I gotta, like, some of them don't even have HDMI ports, so then I gotta find a TV with the red, green, and blue, whatever it is, red, yellow.
There's converters.
Coax. I don't I know there's adapters and all these different things.
You get a Sega Genesis?
Do I have one
Did
still?
you have one?
Yeah, I had a couple.
Favorite game was it Altered Beast? Or
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Older Beast. I mean, anyway, back to it. I just want the simplicity.
Rise from your grave.
Okay. The simplicity for me, because he's silly. The simplicity for me is PC. I just want to go PC. And now that technology has changed so much that like you guys don't even understand how awesome. Like he said, you love the NVIDIA Shield. I don't love it. I love the simplicity of it. And I don't care. Like if another device came that can do what it do, I wouldn't care about the Shield. But because the Shield does something that I've never seen with its, I guess you can, they said Xbox is going to be, if you get an Xbox new one, the SRX, you can put GeForce Now on it. So if you can get an Xbox and have, I guess, the best of both worlds. But because the NVIDIA Shield is like as small as your hand, and you can get PC quality games streaming with RTX, all the special effects that a super duper graphics card can only do.
So if I could jump in here, Charles. So here's where I think the two major players in the console wars are falling short. They need to open up their entire library of games and have them available on whatever the current system is. The fact that they're not doing that is a shortcoming of either one, Xbox or PlayStation.
Let me get into this, and this is what the problem is people are trying to sell hardware. Hardware has to have exclusive games. So that's where they fall short, is because they want to sell hardware because hardware makes more money. Hardware is almost hard to pirate. I can make it where you have to buy more and buy this, so I can make more money. That's the problem.
But then they can make a killing on all these old games that they have very little money invested in. They just
but they would not make as much as I'm selling hardware. So
it's true. Halo. The reason why I bought the first Xbox, because of Halo.
So the whole point is because I'm about to try to. Hopefully, I make some sense. If you PC, you don't have to pay extra fee to play MMO online or fight somebody because it's free. But when they come up with their own systems, or you want to fight your friend, or we're going to charge you $15 per month for you to fight your friend online, where it's free on PC. It's free. So they make so much money by doing exclusive hardware stuff, because if they take it off, or you can just get it, then there's workarounds and they'll lose that revenue. And it's all about
skins.
It's all about money.
Now you get like Fortnite. You can buy. They making millions of dollars off skins.
Sooner or later, people wake up and they start doing that. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Because I think I was playing Black Planet. They had where the games you could play, and I would like pay just to play because it was fun. Then I started, man, it's a waste of money. Then you start, because you're not getting nothing other than the enjoyment of playing it. So it's like, how many times, like, why do you think they went away from hard discs to downloadable only? They don't have to spend the money to make the game, but you still pay the same price, and then we can remove the license and put it back or take things in and out, and you ain't got no control, but we still get all the money. So a lot of things is about money. If they could find a way to really make total profit or not lose profit, they will move away from the hardware. But they can't sustain their costs without hardware, even though they got a PS5 that's no disc at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you can go PS5 no disc, and you can go no PS5 at all. Think about what I'm saying. But they're not going to do it because they want to make the profit. So that's why. Like, Nintendo know that if they let it go straight digital, somebody sooner or later is going to get my code, break it, and make it free. Then I'm losing my money, because then why would I even pay for it? You know, like, you get what I'm saying? It's kind of like why they don't want to close down movie theaters. Even though a lot of people don't want to go to the theaters, because I make money with this. You know what I mean? I can make more money. I can do this. People get emotions going. They go to movies. They're not going to wait 3 months. And then when the money come out, I can get the discs. Then they're going to, like, it's all the money they can make. You know, they're trying to test out how to make the most money. And that's the problem. It's going through all the mediums, because technology is so great that it eliminates other things, but people are making money off of this. So why would it's like department stores, like deliveries. The COVID situation has shut down lots of stores. Like, people still want to go, but in general, some people want to stay home and get it delivered. So I don't need you employees now. So it's like, it's a conundrum. It's going through all different things. So what's going on, brother? He's doing a lot of, man, I missed out what he's talking about.
So, real quick, Charles,
Wow.
I wanted to get to this earlier. So, if you had a lifetime supply, you'd basically
the right question.
You'd basically be Orson Welles. First off, Majors, if I could get to Orson Welles status, I'd be a happy man. Probably never going to make it there, but if I can be as respected as Orson Welles, that'd be something else.
I just want to show his games. Man, he got some good games, boy. Castlevania, I got a collection. Hotline Miami, buying out that shift happens. It's only $80 for all this. That's a good deal.
Matrix is putting you on some new stuff.
Nah, I got a lot of games to play, but you got like I got a Sega with all the games collection. The Sega, so I got that.
Yeah, all the Sonic stuff and most of the Sega stuff.
The Bayonetta. Yeah, he got that.
I like Bayonetta.
Yeah, I know.
So,
he got like Bayonetta 3 I think coming out or something for Switch.
Charles and B. So this is my second glass of A121.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, this is me personally. I think B521 is better. I do. I really do. And if I need to send you guys another sample to compare it, I'm good with that. But I think B521 is better.
I think I enjoyed it when I totally remember, like, man, this is really, really good because it's not so strong, but it tastes it was like less, like 118th, was it 118 proof?
It was good.
It's right around 120.
I knew it was something like that.
I'd have to run downstairs to double check, but
yeah, it was something like it was like I said, it tastes the flavor was better, but it wasn't as strong. It was like dope. Yeah, you're gonna make me go buy some tomorrow if I can find it without getting a bundle. I don't want to buy whatever the two that come with it. That's gonna be
buy what we got.
So now,
like a regular larceny and something they want to get rid of, right? And probably Elijah Craig, the other with the one Rye, something like that in the collection.
They have Elijah Craig 18. But the bundle is $249.
I never seen that. He said I was talking to Orson Welles in the Parmesan wine commercials when he was wasted. Let me get wasted in a commercial. I can just imagine.
Yeah, man, that's my kind of commercial right there. So just to reiterate, so you guys don't have the A121 anymore, right?
Elijah Craig 18. Have you tried that?
This is what you got to get now.
So yes, it was a very small pour at a bar. I thought it was decent. I wish I had more of it. The problem with this pour is I have no idea how long the bottle had been opened, and it was very, very low in the bottle. I almost got the very last of the bottle, so I don't know if it was a fair pour. Like I can't. I feel like I shouldn't base my opinion on that because, I mean, when there's that much air in the bottle,
that's 18.
Yeah.
When there's that much air in the bottle, I don't know if I actually got a fair sample.
Well, a lot of people say that. A lot of people that I know said they rather have the barrel proofs more than the 18.
I would agree with that. Based on what I had, I would agree with that.
But I get copyright, like when they block this, I want to see that Orson Welles get loaded on Parmesan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
I haven't, but I want to see Orson Welles like you.
I think you can play a few seconds of it and you will be good.
Yeah,
okay. So
I know I saw it. Now I'm thinking about it.
But you can play something to critique it, right?
Yeah.
Like
so I mean, people do reaction videos all the time, and they don't get any kind of copyrights. So
let me try to find that. I'm gonna do that.
I remember it's off the hook.
I don't remember doing that. I'm gonna do Orson Welles.
So while you're searching for that, Charles, so you guys are out of A121, right? And you're out of B521.
Yes.
So B, while Charles is searching, what Elijah Craigs do you guys have left?
Only B520
and Rye, Elijah Craig Rye, and
no, I'm talking about barrel proofs though.
Oh, that's B520. Hold on, I want to see this. Parmesan. Okay, you got a couple of them. I want to see the whole thing or the short one.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm trying to see which one's shorter. One is 31 seconds and one is 120 seconds. Drunk outtakes. We all gotta watch the drunk outtakes. They're gonna check this out. Then I'm gonna critique
Let's get it.
I'm gonna critique it.
We're doing a live reaction tonight.
Yeah, I never do reactions, but I just want to see. I want to see.
I'm just naming it that so that way YouTube won't flag us.
Oh, okay. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, here we go. Orson Welles. I'm going there. Sharing that screen. Let's go, Orson. Let's see what you're gonna talk about. Let's watch Orson. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
Nope.
Turn camera. 102, take one. With overlap, action please.
This dude is gone.
You just do anything? No, sorry. You're on.
That's me.
102,
Oh
take two.
man, awesome.
Ah, the French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. There's a California
Love it. I love it.
champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So
You guys pour him more? No, don't pour him
102,
more.
take three. Action please.
Wow, the French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated.
Like, okay,
So
so
Paul
legit,
Masson-
Orson Welles was downing every single pour that they poured.
Okay, I gotta go. I gotta find another. I gotta see the commercial. I gotta see this. Hold on. Let's see him. Let's watch.
That's great. I mean,
like
so
the cast, probably the way I cast the plays are special people, and champagne is equally special. Well, not
the audio.
premium California champagne of impeccable taste. Parmesan wines taste so good because they're made with such care. Old Parmesan himself said it nearly a century ago. We will sell no wine before it's time.
We will sell no one. He wasn't loaded that one. I want to see him loaded, bro. That was hilarious.
like it.
Yeah, I'm cool. Is he gonna be loaded? Let's see this one. Let's see if he's loaded in this one.
Look, he's over there. Papa, look, he's over there. Look, Daddy got it. Push it for Daddy. Daddy got it.
We serve it to our friends and
Look, he's over there.
serving it to their friends.
Look, he's right over there. Look, right
Okay.
over
When you go shopping, you're
Kitchen.
choosing a
I'm gonna stop sharing.
there.
So, Matrix, I gotta just say, man, thank you for this gem. Thank you for this wonderful gem that you found on YouTube. This is great. I mean, so Orson Welles is one of my favorite speakers when he's sober. I just love listening to him, but the drunk outtakes are priceless.
Hold on, I want to see the final one where he's really drunk. Hold on. Let's see if this is it. They got is this the whole thing? 22-second ones? Okay, well, I'm gonna try two more because I want to see which one is the final one. Let's see if this is it. I'm gonna share it. Hold on. I want to see. Share it.
And I wish, Matrix, I wish I could, like I said earlier, I wish I could get
Share it,
that
right?
Orson Welles status.
Share screen.
I just love that Orson Welles just apparently gave no craps and was drinking every chance he got, even during the shooting.
I'm gonna say this is it.
The taste of French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. There's a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage. Paul
And
Masson.
then as soon as they cut,
Too surprising.
he's downing that.
Champagne
That's
doesn't
what's happening.
come from France, but it was created by a man who did. Paul Masson. Paul Masson will sell no wine for its time.
I want to see the unedited. Something ain't right, man. I want to see the one where he like.
Yeah, that first one was the best. The
More
outtake,
than-
that was awesome.
Hold on, I'm gonna watch this one. Let's see this. I'm gonna see.
Because you know, every time the camera is not on him, he's downing that glass of champagne. I love the slow reaction. Like
He
he's
doesn't
still
do anything.
Hot.
It's a joke. Wait, fun of me.
Always been celebrated for its excellence.
It's a joke. That'd be a joke.
California champagne by Paul
That don't look like Orson.
Inspired.
It's a joke.
by the
Hold on, that's a joke.
They just keep pouring him more. Oh man.
I want to see him really drunk.
I think this one's fake. Yeah, it's
Drunk
fake.
Orson. Okay, look here, here though.
Yeah.
I
But
want to see
the first one seemed legit though.
Yeah. Yeah, he makes it seem like somebody. I'm trying to find the one I can't find. How long is that? 2 minutes, 50 minutes? This one is going to be.
Oh
I'm
man.
saying like
You can, booze sounds different.
yeah.
Booze has its own effect. Like you can tell when someone's drunk.
French champagne.
That's Orson Welles.
Oh man. Okay, so
The French champagne has always been
I'll stop, bro. I'll
celebrated.
stop.
It's
no.
I want to find that. Go research it.
So first off, we got to do this Frozen Peas commercial the Matrix has suggested.
Okay, the Frozen Peas commercial is another classic. The brain from Pinky and the Brain was inspired by. Okay, the Frozen Peas commercial outtakes. I'll look it up.
Those are the ones?
I've never seen this, but
So
I don't buy the nuggets or that strips. They all
Frozen Peas. Orson Welles Frozen Peas commercials. All right, I'll play it.
So Charles, after we do this, I got another one for you. This is one of my favorite commercials of all time. But
Well, it's like 5 minutes. Which one should I play? The 5-minute version or the 4-minute version? That's like long. I'm gonna just play the whole thing. We'll see. Let's watch it. I'm gonna share the screen. Share the screen. I'm tripping, but I'm gonna see. Share the screen. Share the screen. Orson Welles from Frozen Peas. We're gonna share the screen with Orson Welles. Share the screen. Here we go. Play this one, the 5-minute one. Frozen Peas with Orson Welles. We're gonna share the screen.
Now tell me, I usually prefer to, but tell me what's wrong. Nothing is more important than the simple act of people getting together. What?
hey Charles, is it really echoey on your end? 'Cause
Yes.
Look, I'm not used to having more than one person in there. One more word out of you.
We'll try to find another one.
Is that clear?
Does it sound like this?
I take directions from one person under protest, but from two I don't sit still. But who the hell are you anyway? Well, why the hell are you asking me for another one?
this thing has gone off the rails real quick.
Jesus. What is a gonk? Do you mind telling me what that is? A bang from outside. Can I see Mrs. Rogers for a minute, please? We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. Do you really mean that?
Yeah, so in other words, I'd start half a second late.
Don't you think you really want to say July over the snow? Isn't that the fun of it?
If you can make it almost when that shot disappears, it'll make
I think it's so nice that you see a snow-covered field and say every July peas grow there. We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. We aren't even in the fields, you see.
What the heck?
We
Every
talked
July,
about
peas
growing and
grow
she's picked them.
Yeah.
What?
In July.
I don't understand you then. What must be over for July?
When we get out of that snowy field.
When I was out, we were onto a can of peas, a big dish of peas when I said in July.
So Matrix, I gotta say, that
Yes,
you are
always.
definitely our people if you're
I'm always
finding
past
Orson
that.
Welles outtakes.
Yes, well, that's about where I say in July.
This is good stuff.
In July. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. There's no known way of saying an English sentence in which you begin a sentence with in and emphasize it. Give me a jury and show me how you can say in July, and I'll go down on you.
I love how he's
the other two. You'll forgive me by saying
how it's not proper English.
In July. I'd love to know how you emphasize in and in July.
In July.
Impossible. Meaningless.
I think all they were thinking about was that they didn't want to.
He isn't thinking.
He has a cool voice, man. Like really cool.
He does, man. As I said earlier, Orson Welles is one of my favorite
You didn't
speakers.
say it. He said it.
I enjoy listening to him
Your
talk.
friend.
Man, it makes me want to change my voice. I think I like my voice. I'm like, man, this dude right
No,
here.
you don't really mean every July. But that's bad copy. It's in July. Of course it's every July. Too much directing around here. Norway. Fish fingers, no, Findus, Norway. We know a certain fjord in Norway, near where the cod gather in great shoals. There, Janster,
Bro.
Stangeland.
Matrix, if that is true,
That shows
that is
things. You roll it
depressing.
around very nicely.
Yeah, roll it round and I have no more time. You don't know what I'm up against.
I almost
Because
don't want
it's
to
full
investigate
of
that.
things
Because
that
if
are only
it's true,
correct
it's
because
gonna
they're
like hurt my
grammatical,
soul.
but they're tough on
What?
the ear, you see.
Yeah, he was.
Megatron or Optimus?
Unpleasant
No.
to read.
Okay.
Unrewarding. Because Findus frees the cod at sea
Who was it?
and then add
Was it
Unicron.
Yeah, Unicron.
crumb crisp coating.
Oh, he the first one, the cartoon. Yeah, I knew that.
Crumb crisp coating. I think no, because of the way
Here's
it's
the
written,
wifey,
you need to break
folks.
it up because it's not as
Matrix B
conversationally
and
written.
Charles, the wife
What?
has arrived.
Your wife is awesome. She's like one of the most awesome people on the planet. Mrs. You're excellent, fantastic, incredible, and I hope that you're smiling.
Did you drink whiskey too?
Well, we are slowly getting her into it for sure. She's had a long night though, and she's not feeling good. So
Oh, it's time for us to say goodbye to all our little friends. MIT.
Voice is gone.
no, she's got a slight cold. So I haven't caught it yet. So
Yeah, but
she's
gonna give you some hugs and kisses, and hopefully you don't catch it when she gives you the hugs and kisses.
that's it exactly.
Yeah. Let me stop sharing the screen. Yeah.
So real quick, Charles. Now I need to run to the bathroom while you Google, but look up Wendy's training video, and if you share the screen, I'll tell you which one it is. But I need to hit the bathroom.
Okay, I'll do it right now. I'll wait till you come back.
There are some fantastic Wendy's training videos. For those that have not seen them, this is some of the best training videos to ever come out of any establishment.
I hold on. Before you run, I can share the screen right now. We can see which one you want to pick. Share the screen, and while you go to the restroom, we can.
I'll let you find it, and then I'm gonna hit the bathroom, and you and
I'm already there. Wendy's training video. Wendy's. Try to get my Orson Welles on. It's not gonna work.
Okay. Wendy's the top one. Wendy's grill skills.
That one. I'll play.
Okay, just give me like 1 minute, and then
You want to wait? You want to wait for you?
Yeah. Wait for me. You and B and Matrix, you chat about something else. I'll be right back.
All right, we can do that.
You're gonna die laughing.
Yeah.
You're gonna die laughing.
All right, we're gonna die laughing at the. We'll put you on. We'll make you a star.
Wendy.
Tell us about, since you're on here, we can wait for my brother Sean to come back. Tell us something interesting about you that you don't mind sharing that your husband will approve.
I mean, I'm starting to like the whiskey.
Mhm.
Starting to like it. I like the Forester and the Evan Williams. So
That's cool.
I like the Knob Creek. You know.
That's cool.
I do. At first, I didn't like them because they burned my throat when I would drink them. But I do. I like them now.
It's cool.
So.
That's real cool. You haven't picked a favorite yet?
Well, my favorite used to be Weller's until I started trying different ones.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, my favorite is Evan Williams.
Whichever one is bottled and bond.
Uh-huh. That
Yeah,
one.
yeah. That's is for us. I think it's so good but so cheap. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
I'm gonna make a joke. I wonder if the people in whiskey and Wendy's was drinking Evan Williams. That's a joke.
But yeah, that's my favorite.
That's cool. You can't go wrong with that.
2 seconds, Charles.
He's coming.
We're here. We're just enjoying. Your missus is being an excellent co-host and telling about the whiskey she likes. She said Evan Williams Bottled and Bond is it, and she likes.
Yeah, I'm slowly transforming her from a wine drinker to a whiskey drinker.
That's excellent. That's excellent.
Anyway, go ahead and play it, Charles.
The Wendy's Grill. Here we go.
I cannot wait to hear your commentary on this.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. I did. You want to make it bigger still? I'm just laughing already.
No.
Probably 90. That'll be 90, right?
I don't know. 80s.
Hi, I'm Wendy's founder, Dave Thomas. From the day I opened the first Wendy's, my goal has been to serve the best hamburgers.
You skip past this part.
A Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger. So I started with a
This
freshest
part
beef
where
I could
we're
find.
actually dealing with the grill skip.
Right here?
Hey, Greg, what's up?
Yeah, we're getting closer now.
I want to see you. Hi, Bill. Hey.
Pushing the time clock. You ready to go?
I wonder if this is the right video. Go ahead and skip forward.
Because I want you to learn grill. Have you clocked in?
Yeah.
Let's get started.
This is not the setting I
got
want.
grade to it just like wood. You
Okay, back up
like you
just a
should.
little bit.
From the
Back up
front
just a
to the
little
back, you
bit.
got to lay it down. Space
Okay.
it evenly, not scattered. That's ready to go.
No, they didn't do this.
Here we go. Here we go.
This gotta be 80s.
Yeah. Be dancing here.
Now working the grill, Bill, it ain't so tough. But first of all, you got to check your stuff. Like a grill that's set at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tool. Are you with me now? Get ready. We're gonna lay them down. Now these got grades to it just like wood. You got to follow the arrow to lay it down like you should. From the front to the back, you got to lay it down. Space it evenly, not scattered around. Next, you got to salt the meat from the back to the front to make the taste complete. Not too little, not too much. Just a little finesse, you'll get the touch.
Yeah.
What's coming up next is our key to success. We'll turn the meat and do a 400 press. Don't wait too long, I emphasize.
Oh,
the meat
man.
won't reach the proper size. When things start to sizzle, you're ready to go. Gently turn the meat, but don't be slow. Just turn them over easily. We don't want a broken patty, that's a guarantee. Press out the corners, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rock it a bit, are you keeping score? Top and bottom, left and right. And you'll get a patty that's out of sight. Press out the corners, nice and wide, at least half an inch on both sides.
Yeah, man, move her out.
The reason you press, you gotta think. When the meat hits the grill, it starts to shrink.
We start shrinking when we get that grill. You know it will. We start shrinking when we get that
Oh,
grill.
man.
When you see red juices on the top of the meat, it's time to give the turn and press a repeat.
I do not want to get
just like
patties.
you did before. Do the 4-corner press just one time more. Now, once you press it the second time, don't press them again because the meat's just fine. But when you see red juices rise, turn the patty over to the other side.
That is true. When the red juices rise, you turn
You see,
the meat over to the other side.
So it's hot, you see. When the meat's red juices no longer rise, you can serve that patty, it'll win a prize.
Yep. That's pretty straight up, though.
It takes about 4 minutes to cook, but just make sure you can have a look. Use your tool and double check. It should be great and moist to be correct. And order this place, you're ready to go. Drain the meat, just like so. Once the draining is totally done, place your patty swirly on the heel of that bun. Now there you go, Billy, you give it a shot. Don't be afraid, I think you're gonna be hot.
Yeah, go ahead,
Where do I
Billy.
start? What do I do? Just remember the rap, Billy, and you'll be cool. Well,
Glitter shirt.
meat's got grain to it, just like wood.
All right, Charles.
Follow the arrows.
That's
Like
basically
you should.
most of it right there.
From front to
That's
back.
hilarious.
Lay it down.
That was hilarious, man.
There's a promotional video.
That's a training video. That's
was-
crazy. You go to work and they put the video on for you.
So just to put that in context, guys, I had a buddy that actually worked at Wendy's when that was an actual training video, and that was a real training video that they had to watch at Wendy's. That is not a joke. That is a real training video.
Yeah, I'm ready for my shirt. I'm ready for my first shift at Wendy's. I'm ready. That was dope.
So Charles, I would love to hear your commentary on what we just watched.
It was hilarious, and I think that it makes me not want to eat at Wendy's. That's what I can say. But it's funny though. Like I get it. Like you watch that 3 or 4 times. 4 minutes is all it takes to cook the meat. But it takes some stuff that's kind of real. Like when the red blood comes up, time to flip it over. When it starts turning a little dark, flip it over, and then wait 2 minutes, and you got a medium well steak. I'm not cook.
So now, maybe I'm being too critical, but I feel like Wendy's was trying to appeal to a certain community here, like really hard. Like, they were going in on it, like because I mean you have to remember like the time period this came out in. They're really trying to appeal to like the Eric B, Rakim, that kind of crowd.
So let's say it came out in 1987 or 1988. That's what I think it probably came out. And you try to make it multicultural, so you put somebody white, somebody black, but then you want to, the inner cities where you're probably going to make the most money, and so you're going to advertise to black people. This looks so cool. I want to work at Wendy's. They'll accept me, my cultural identity, whatever that is. That's what was going on. I can understand that. That's what I think. And
I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I feel like they went a little bit too hard on that.
Yeah, I agree.
You think they would? Well, I don't think they. I don't think they went too hard. I think they went for attract people, to make it fun, to make it hip. And remember, this is me speaking for black people. This is me really being black. Being black has always been seen to be cutting edge when it comes to hip, what's new, what's popular, and like. So that's just what it is. So even though a lot of people don't want to be, let's say this, you want to be black, but you really don't want to be black. I don't want to go there, but that's really what it is. And the statement I'm making is, if you want to say I'm hip, I'm sharp, I know what's going on, nothing equates to what's happening, what's going on more than the identity of being black. You get what I'm saying? So
no, I mean, if you'd allow me, Charles, I would love to talk about that for a little bit. So, I mean, let's be fair. There is no culture, 0 cultures ever that have been copied more than the black culture in America.
Agreed.
There's nothing even close. So if you talk about music, if you talk about food, it doesn't really matter what you're talking about. I mean, like you were just saying,
nothing is more synonymous with the term cool than a black man.
Yep.
Just in general. If you want to see what cool look like, be a black. Even if you laugh as a joke, I'm going to get you sucker. The dude get out of prison with fish in his shoes, and the first thing you think, that's cool. He's like, I'm cool, till his shoes start breaking. But still, that's how the thought process of the black man is cool is.
Matrix, I would have to disagree. So let me restate it. I'm gonna break it down in food items. So we have the black culture to thank for fried chicken. We have the black culture to thank for the way to properly make greens, black-eyed peas. Basically, any kind of bean that is Southern culture came from the black culture. Absolutely, that is unequivocal. In fact, the way to properly season and make rice came primarily from black culture. The way to what we call Southern fried steak and Southern fried chicken came from black culture. In fact, almost every way to fry meats came from Black culture. Most of barbecue came from Black culture. Most of what Tennessee whiskey would not exist without Black culture. So, and then we have R&B, hip hop, soul, rock, country. I could blues, jazz. We could go on and on and on. There is no culture that has been stolen from more than the Black culture. And I'm not trying to get on a high horse here, but I mean, just factually.
This is the statement I'm going to make. And people say the most American culture is Black culture of America. That's what it is. It is. Think about it. People can argue that, but it is. It's straight American. It was formed here. It is here. And that's what we export, is that. That's my statement. You can disagree.
So here you're right in a sense that, so what the Blacks did is that because of the fact that they were slaves, they took things that they found from the cultures they were surrounded by, and in my opinion, improved them. Because Cajun is absolutely a Black culture. That has nothing to do with the French. They took French cuisine and then changed it. And so here's what I think about when I think about Black culture, is that they take something and then they spice it up and make it more. It's the same thing that I look for in whiskey. So like Black culture is like the ECBP larceny barrel proof of the whiskey world. It's the full-bodied, boldness of the whiskey world. So it's the same thing to me in the food world, is that the Black culture has taken things that were kind of mundane and basic and amped them up. That's what I see personally. Now that's me looking in from the outside, but I mean that's why. So we refer to things as soul food, and I was talking to an older Black gentleman actually recently, last week, about this, and he is from up north, and so he was saying that they always refer to that as Southern food. But the problem is that as a white person, when you ask for Southern food in the South, you are not going to get soul food. You're going to get white people food from the South. And so what I mean by that is you're going to get instant mashed potatoes, you're going to get Kraft macaroni and cheese, you're going to get hot dogs, and that's not what I'm after. When I want Southern food, I think about collard greens with bacon or ham in them, black-eyed peas with also ham or something, like cornbread, proper fried chicken. And so that to me is soul food, and that is to me an exclusively Black thing. I mean, because now there are white people that are doing it, but they have adapted it from Black culture. Absolutely. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox, but
you did good. I have no argument against what you have said. What I say is, and that I just said a second ago, the most everything in the world is a hodgepodge. People take things from all people and create whatever it is. Everybody borrows from everybody. That's what happens. However, my statement, this is what I'm saying, is that if you want to think of something that's genuinely American, then it's the culture of Black people of America, because they were separated from their origins, lost their history, and had to create a hodgepodge of what they remember here. So it's like when somebody comes from England, they bring in their England history and tradition. Somebody comes from Mexico, they bring their Mexican tradition. Somebody comes from wherever they come, Norway, China, they're bringing the little Mexico, little Italy, little all this. The Black people that came to America were separated from all that, and they had to create their culture here. So even though they may remember a little bit, but remember they were sold off, sitting over here, sitting over there, they created it here. So if you want to think about what America is, it's the history of Black people and the culture that was created here tells you what America is. It's not external. That's the most internal. We're not talking about the people who were here before us, the Aboriginals, Native Americans, whatever you want to call it. We're talking about when the continental, when the colonies first created their United States of America, when they, 76 said after the Second Continental Congress, this is what we're going to make. The most American thing that came out was what was generated from the slaves that had no attachment to anything else. That's my statement. So if you want to know what America's culture, America created, that's where it came from. Just my thoughts. I could be wrong.
Certainly the culture in the South. Yeah. I mean, what has become the culture in the South is absolutely, I would say it's 100% black based, but it's very strongly influenced by the black culture. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's if you want to know genuinely what with no outside influence created from the American experience, was that. That's what it is. I mean, so now the inebriation is kicking in because I can sense it with my verbiage.
Charles.
Yes, ma'am.
When I met Sean, I always told him that he was a black man stuck in a white man's body.
And I'm a tree.
No, seriously, because when I met him at the Kingdom Hall at church, he had this swag walk. He always walked with this swag.
I'm not pushing for this, by the way.
I always loved that about him because he always had this swag. And when he cooks soul food, it is like the best, So I always said that. About him. I says, you're like a black man stuck in a white man's body. Yeah. So I call him white chocolate.
I mean, so
I'm Groot.
So yeah, Charles is Groot for sure. So I mean, to explain that a little bit, I mean, so she's not wrong because I grew up in a very mixed neighborhood, and so most of my friends growing up were black, and so I was around their cooking, I was around their culture. I stayed over at their houses a lot, and so I got to interact with their parents, and so I was heavily influenced by black culture growing up. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So, and I loved the food that they made, and so that has always kind of been a staple in my life. And so, like when I think about barbecue or soul food or how to properly make greens or cornbread or black-eyed peas or pinto beans or ham, I think about black culture because that is, I mean, to me, that was the best way to prepare those things. Even from my childhood. So when I think about preparing ham, I probably think about it in the way that a black person would go about preparing it, because that was how, to me in my mind, that's how you do it, because that was the best of that thing. And realistically, historically, we would not have fried chicken the way that we understand it today if it were not for the black culture. That's absolute. And that's become almost like a meme that, black people love fried chicken. But I mean, honestly, America would not, KFC would not exist if it were not for black culture. That's absolute.
We all know, it's all good though. That's why I keep making a statement. The most American culture, black culture is American culture. I don't care. There's no separate. People may not want to associate with that, but truthfully, if you think about it, think about what I'm telling you. That's just what it is. It is that. Everything else is external. It's imported. This is a homegrown experience that you get with us. Yeah. It's a totally different thing. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, so America is certainly a hodgepodge of cultures, but I mean, I don't. So I don't even like saying black because that's not even accurate. It's
ADOS. You can say foundational Black American, any term that you want to use. Me personally, I don't like the term African American because it's not specific enough, because anybody can be African American. You can be Sharice Theron from South America and come to America and you're African American. You can be Nigerian and you're not descended from slaves and you can say I'm African American. Exactly. It's not the same as somebody who's descended from slaves, or a Black American who is descended from slavery, or somebody who is the origin of the United States of America. So when you start accepting all these other terms, or the specifics of the terms, what a person is gets lost in translation, and then we can't say this person is that. So that's what you need to keep. I'm all about uniting humanity. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, so I want to be clear, Charles. I'm not trying to like break each. I'm not trying to say like let's break each group down into like very small parts. I'm just saying I think that to say black is too much of a generality. It's like saying like white culture. What does that even mean?
Okay, I understand. I totally understand that. So certain terms, me specifically, I like specifics. So I try to not use generalities all the time. I want to say you're British from England, or you're from Scotland, or you're from whatever tribe or group of people you are. And then we can say, phenotypically, I have these features, but that doesn't specify your origin or your history. So I like to use terms that will specify your origin and history, and then get beyond that, and then say, still, you have rights as a human. I see you as a man and a woman. That's where I go. So even though we all have different experiences, different cultural upbringing, no matter what, you're still a man or a woman. You're still a human, and I love you for that. So I don't ever look at somebody as lesser than or more than, because we all suffer through some type of pain. There's always some type of history that we don't know that somebody else has been through some troubles. Yeah. So no matter what, I don't let something I didn't experience shape my reality to hate other people. That's just my belief. I went on a sidetrack. People don't think like me.
I wasn't even going that deep. I was just
deep.
Oh yeah. So my thing is that I guess I don't like the generality of black and white, because it doesn't really identify the group you're talking about.
Or you specifically. It doesn't identify you specifically.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying we need to like pinpoint it like with a needle point, but I mean, because so a black man in the North is not going to have the same experience as a black man in the South.
Agreed.
And the same is true of a white person.
Agreed.
I mean, so if you're of Italian descent, you have nothing in common with someone that's Irish descent or German descent, or if you're a black person from the islands, your experience is nothing like a slave that was brought over here from Africa.
Yeah,
that's nothing in common.
Other than the phenotype look. Other than we look the same, but we don't think the same, and we haven't been through the same experiences. So I try to step beyond all of that and say, you're a human just like I'm a human. We all have some issues in the past, and your issues may be worse than mine. My issue may be worse than yours. Let's get past that. How can we agree to be civil with each other and live the best life today? That's my statement. Too many people want to stay in the past. I know messed up stuff happened. I know that your granddaddy shot my uncle. I got that. But you didn't shoot me, and I didn't shoot you. So let's make it work for us right now. Right now, how can we make it fair for us? I don't want to take what you got already. You want to take what I got, but how can we make it equitable? How can we get equity in this? How can we be as fair as possible without being detrimental to something you had no control over? And let's agree. That's what we should be trying to do, but we don't do that. I don't know you, but you owe me. I never did nothing to you.
And you both of us have kind of keep highlighting throughout the conversation we've had tonight is like, let's learn from each other. Let's have conversations. What do you know that I don't know? What has your experience been like? What can you share with me? And regardless of skin color, regardless of what you're doing in your life, because everybody knows something that you don't know.
Yeah.
And I mean, and not only that, but they have things that they can share with you that will blow your mind, whether it be food or culture or music or whatever it is. There's something that you can find from somebody that's you've never experienced that you're going to probably love. So share with each other and talk.
I love people, and I try to never look at someone that I don't know as they're detrimental to my life. You have to treat me bad before I even think I need to be weary of you. I'm cautious, but I want to approach you with love because I want you to show me love. So every person that I see, I'm not thinking that my experience is better or worse. I don't know you, but I respect you. And let's meet on that common ground and that commonality and see what we can achieve something beautiful together. But if not, hey, I'm going to let you go your way and I'm going to go my way so we can both live the best life as possible. And that's the world. That's the ideal world that I want. Most people don't think that, but that's how I think. I'm going to say a joke. This is a joke. I always say this. I may want all the women on the earth, which I do, but I can't have them all. So because I can't have them all, I respect that I can't. I respect that this is no. I respect that you with him or her or where you are, and that's how I look at it. I may want to have all the money. I want to be a billionaire, but I don't have it. But even if I did have $1 billion, I'm the type of person that want to share with everyone. That's just the way I think. But I'm not telling anybody else to think like that. As long as you don't bring it to me, So if you got your billions and you happy, I'm happy for you. Just don't hurt me. Stay over there with your billions and be happy. You don't owe me unless you hurt me.
If I could, Charles, I'd like to break down a couple things you said there. So first off, the idea of having all the women and as opposed to monogamy. So I think Jordan Peterson does a great job of breaking this down, and several other philosophers have as well. So what's interesting about that is that I think every man has that desire. What you just
that's let me interrupt. That's my point. I'm just saying I want it, but it would not be good for society. It would be horrible for society. People would not be motivated, and it would be turmoil. But to have a equitable, fair, great society, we want to give everybody opportunity and just take just do this. Not saying that you can't have it all, but it would not be right. And I don't want to cause anyone else pain, but I still desire them all.
Right. So I think the fundamental thing there is that each man has that desire. Absolutely. If you're a straight man, you want all of the women.
Yes.
I think every straight man can agree on that. But so then
they would argue that though. Some people would argue that, and I've gotten into so many arguments with that. Let me just, and you can take over. Dudes would say, I don't. You true, maybe you don't, maybe you, but most people would.
So Charles, if they say that, they are catering to the current mind think.
Okay, we agree. That's trust me. We agree. So I'm not saying that. I want to hear what you got to say.
So I disagree. So now I'm not talking about. So we have to remember, Matrix, that there was a time historically that this was certainly a thing where especially kings and those that were rich had many, many wives. It's written in the Bible. It's written in many other historic books. So over and over again, we see rich men having multiple wives. So, and sometimes hundreds, thousands. We see it in multiple holy books, actually, in the Quran, not just the Bible. So this is not a far off thought. And I want to be clear that these are historic events. So what's the problem, I guess? And the problem is that if, babe. So if one man has hundreds of wives, then what does that mean for the society? And what does it mean is that certain men have no wives. I mean, because that's how population works. There's not infinite women to go around. So then what does that create? It creates animosity. It creates hatred. It creates resentment. Because if one person has hundreds of wives, then that means somebody has no wife. I mean, that is the inevitability of that situation. So, and not just that. Now that's a small part of the problem. The bigger problem is that fundamentally you cannot connect properly with 300 wives. It's impossible because there's not enough time in the day. How could you possibly form tight relationships with 300 women or 1,000 women or even, let's say, 50 women? It's not going to happen. I mean, let's be clear here. Usually one man and one woman have a hard time forming a tight bond, right?
We need about 10.
So imagine times that by 20, 30, 40. There's no way that you can have that kind of connection. And even if you reverse the roles, if it was one woman and 10 men, it doesn't matter how you work the numbers. You're not going to have that kind of relationship. And so those can be the tightest, most well-formed relationships we have in our lives, but only if we're monogamous. And so that's really where the problems comes, is that we have to subdue our desires and use self-control. And that's hard. No one's saying it's easy, but the payoff, I think, is worth it. And not only that, but it works to a better functioning society, I think.
You know, I agree. I don't totally agree. I do agree. And where I don't agree is that I do think having I can't speak for women. I'm not a woman, but for men, I think a man could have a lot of connection with more than one woman. And I do believe that for a functioning society, because think about this, there's always going to be more women than men. So if a man only has one woman and there's extra women, some women ain't gonna have a man. So why not let a man have 2 or 3 if he can do that? Or 10. I'm just making it. But let me finish the statement, Sean. Let me finish the statement. I'm just saying, because that's what we agreed, that's the best way for us all to function is us to do the serial monogamy thing or one-on-one thing in our society. That's what seems the best, because that's what the society wants. But let's say this. Let's say there was just one man on earth and there was 10 women. Should he just choose one? Or would they not just share that man? They would share that man, and the man would accept it. So I'm throwing up scenarios. But when let's say we have 2 men, how are they divided? You know what I mean? What if the women like this one man more? Could the other man accept his place, or should we put him 50-50? I think the man would 50-50 for peace. But that's how you got to look at it. So you can't always.
And the Roger Curry book, and I agree. If you had 10 men, 10 women, they're never going to pair up equally.
Never going to pair up equally. That's the point I'm making, because somebody's always going to want somebody, and somebody's going to be left out. But we try to create a society where everybody is taken care of, or have the opportunity when we put these laws in place, or so that we don't have this strife. But no matter what, people are still not going to accept their. Go ahead, I'm done.
So Charles, question.
Mm-hmm.
So what does no finger wagging. What does this kind of society create?
That's going to be, for most people, it would be trouble, because somebody would be left out. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm not arguing that. My statement is.
So do you? I think you know what I'm trying to get at. What am I trying to get at here?
I want you to finish, because I don't know. I can assume.
So what this society creates is competition, and that is healthy. We need competition, because if you don't have competition, you never have alpha males, and alpha males are a priority in a society, because if you don't have that, there's no drive, there's nothing to push society forward, because the alpha male mentality, and I know this is an idea that is dumbed down today, but we need it. We absolutely need it. Bridges don't get built by betas. They don't. We don't get skyscrapers from beta males. We get skyscrapers.
I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that. I can't.
Really?
Betas can get things done. They work together. Betas can work with the alpha. But if you get 10 betas and you got one alpha, 10 betas is like, man, we want his chicks, and we all gonna fight the alpha and take the beta. But the beta's gonna do that. So I give you going with it.
I will go hard on this point. I will not back down.
I'm just saying, dude. Okay, as one alpha, I can beat 2 of you together. I can beat 2 of you at one time. But it's 10 of y'all. 10 of y'all jump on me.
The same with that one bullet scenario. I mean,
So
you got 17
I do believe there should be competition. Competition motivates, but you still need people to have a chance. So that's what. Sean, but I'm saying, listen, I'm not arguing what people should do. If you married, you got a covenant. I believe in honoring that commitment. That's what I'm saying. But in general, some men are going to be attractive to more than one woman. That's all I'm saying. And you got to make your own choice of how you're going to live your life.
But that's not what I was pointing out, though.
Go ahead.
I mean, so now I guess it depends on how we're defining a beta male.
Okay.
Now, so I look at you and I look at B, and I look at several other males that I converse with regularly as alphas, and it has nothing to do with physique. It's the way that you interpret the world. Okay. And what I mean by that is that you are driven to accomplish goals. So when I think of a beta male mentality, it's not that they're this puny man. It's the way that they look at the world. It's a lack of drive. It's a lack of motivation. It's weakness is really what it is. It's laziness, and there's a lot of that. I see a lot of that in our society today. And so
I understand.
That's the way that I categorize a beta male. And now maybe that is not the proper definition, but when I think about people that get things done in our society, I look at those as being the alphas because they're driven. They're driven to accomplish their goal, no matter what the odds are. I mean, when we look at the people that have built skyscrapers and bridges and built societies, these are not weak people. These are people that were driven beyond belief. I mean, they overcame odds. No matter what the odds were, they kept pushing.
Okay, let me get into this. I find this to be interesting. First, the terms, I don't try to use alpha or beta, even though I understand it. However, I think it's all subjective. And listen, somebody's always going to be beta to somebody. It's always going to be somebody that's more alpha in a situation. So if you want to use the term alpha, and you can say they're all alpha, but somebody has to be the leader. And whoever the leader is the most alpha. And sooner or later, the leader will be beta or alpha. So you can only have one president at a time. That president may be alpha, but depending on how you want to look at the government, they can be beta to the people that can put stops in to what he does. So you got Congress and you got the Supreme Court that in certain situations, even though he may be an alpha, he can be beta to, yeah. So it's all subjective to the situation. So when I look at stronger or weaker men, it depends on the situation, and if anybody can change a motivation. So I don't think that the term alpha and beta accurately assesses people, because every soldier in the military can be alpha or beta depending on their situation or place in the hierarchy of the group. So
okay, so that's not, you're breaking it down into.
I understood your definition. I understood what you were saying. I'm just making why
So I mean, you can be an alpha and still follow orders, but that doesn't make you weak. Following orders doesn't make you weak.
So you're using alpha and beta as weak and strong, and everybody has strengths and weaknesses. So I don't ever, but I use the term as alpha as a leader of men, right? So I don't look at, some people don't want to lead. Now, even though you may have alpha tendencies, sometimes you must be a beta. A general is an alpha, but he's a beta to the president. You know what I mean? The president's telling him what to do. So,
well, okay, but okay. So I think, like I said, I think we're defining things differently. So, because okay, so for instance, so the military is very much a survival situation, because your life can literally be dependent on following orders. So not following orders would lead to your death. So if you want to be all beta and not follow orders, then you're dead, which is a stupid thing to do. Or
beta not following orders will not make you beta. See, okay, let me explain. I get what you're saying.
So let me finish first, and then I'll let you go. So because what an alpha does is assesses the situation and figures out what the best way is to succeed. Because success is what makes you an alpha. Your ability to succeed. Because a beta doesn't succeed. That's what makes you a beta, is your failure in life. So if you follow orders, but yet you still succeed and you accomplish the mission and you're successful in life, that doesn't make you a beta just because you followed successful orders. Now, if your general was giving terrible orders that would lead to your death, and then you suggest things that would actually lead to success and those get accomplished, then that's an alpha step to take. Is that you're stepping up and seeing, okay, what you're suggesting will lead to death or non-success. So can we consider this instead? Because I don't think that following orders makes you a beta. Because I think that for me, the way I define it is success and non-success. Because it's two different pathways. It's the way that you view the world. So it's not I've never thought of following orders as weakness if the orders are well thought out and productive. Anyway,
Okay. Well, I'm listening to you. I just, the term alpha and beta, I understand it. I just try not to really use it because it's too. Okay, take for instance, if it's about success or not success, okay, two teams make it to the NBA finals. One team loses. Is that team that lost a beta team? They didn't succeed. You get the statement?
I mean that
I know what you mean. I trust me. I'm just trying to go.
So I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but
okay, my statement is this. I just look at some people are motivated, and I try not to use that term. I don't want to use the term that's going to. Not that I don't want to hurt anyone first, but I don't mind hurting people. But I don't want.
You're a much kinder person.
Yes, I think that's what it is. So my statement is, you should always try to do what's best for the group, but don't hurt yourself in doing what's best for the group unless it's necessary for the group's survival as a whole. So some people will never make decisions that would be best for the group. So if you make decisions that are best for the group to help the group, if you want to use the term alpha beta, that's what I would call an alpha. So you can.
I would agree with that.
So you can be a subordinate alpha, but you have to be in a beta role. So let's switch that up. That military could be all alphas because mostly it is they're beta slip in, but mostly it's all alphas. But sometimes they have to play a beta role for the best of the group. So that's how I look at it. And going back to the monogamy thing, which I'm not opposed to, which I think is a great thing because it's for the best of the group. However, we do know that sometimes for the best of the group, somebody may not have to be monogamous because if you, let's say with just one man and it's two women and we gotta keep the species living, you may have to take two wives. That's my statement. that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, and I know a lot of women don't agree with it. They'll beat me up for it, but it makes sense. They don't agree, but it makes sense.
I would say historically there have been a minority of situations where that's true. But back to the alpha beta thing. I think that your definition is probably best. I probably did not describe it best. So I think the proper way to describe it is the goal is success, rather than saying success versus failure.
I agree with that. That sounds agreeable.
And so I hate to harp on this, but I see it so much in our society today that it really irritates me. And that is that there are so many men, especially that I see around me, that are not even striving for success. That they're very happy with nothingness. They're very happy living with their parents, or working at McDonald's or whatever meaningless job. They have no ambition. They have no drive. I see it over and over again. And how do you ever get to any kind of level of productivity when that's your mindset?
Okay, I understand your statement, and this is my statement. I don't know if it's counter to this, but success is subjective. So some people just may want to live a life and they take care of them and help whoever they help. Some people may. So I can't hate. It depends. Are they detrimental to the group? If you're detrimental to the group, then I would call you a beta. But if you're not,
are you a leech?
Huh? A leech? Yeah, a leech would be okay. I'm just trying to paint the picture so it makes sense. If you're detrimental to the group, then you just use the term beta. You're detrimental and leech. But if you provide and you're happy with no real ambition to exceed out of your position, I don't look at you anyway except you taking care of you. As long as you're not hurting the group and you're taking care of you, then it's cool. So like some people may never want to be a billionaire. So that's the problem. Some dudes just want to have a basic life, take care of their family, and have a small house. Some people just want to save money for their nieces and nephews, and they go live with their sister or whatever they live with because they don't have a family. Whatever it is, I'm not telling people how they should be. Just don't be detrimental to the group. Don't be a liability. A liability would be a beta to me. So not how you live, not what you. I don't know what success is to you. Some people may really want to be the best McDonald's worker on earth, and that's ambitious for them. So can I hate on them if their ambition is to flip the best McDonald's burger? I can't. If that's what you want, and do it to the best of your ability.
You need McDonald's workers, that's for
Just
sure.
don't be detrimental to me. Just don't come ask me for money, help me live. Well, you need to get out and do something more because your ambition is not enough for you. You should have enough ambition to take care of yourself.
I think, Charles, you're doing a really good job of narrowing down the definition of this. So I think you're definitely doing a much better job of pinpointing it than I have been tonight. So I think you're absolutely right. I think it goes back to what we talked about earlier. So it's really more like, can you be self-sufficient or not? Because as you said, what is success? Is success owning a Rolls Royce, or is success just being happy with life? And I think it's definitely the latter. And I don't think that makes you less or more of a man. I think really what it comes down to is kind of like we talked about very early in the stream, is are you kind of taking care of your own? Or as you said, are you a liability? Are you a leech? Are you living off others? I think if you're self-sustaining and efficient and taking care of your own, then that's more alpha status, regardless of what you do in your life.
You're a good person. I really respect you. You're gracious, you're kind, you're courteous, you share. I enjoy our conversations. I never go hard with you because you're great. But some people I would utterly really go hard on when they converse with me. So what I'm saying is this: I don't ever try to argue what people think or believe or what they view, because they're entitled to that. So some people should never, this is not you because you're cool, should never engage in conversation with me because I talk to you cool, but I'm still cool, but I don't go hard at you. You get what I'm saying? I'm not here to hold your views. So trust me, the Charles that I could give, I never give to you because I respect you. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that, Charles.
So I'm just saying. So
especially when I'm a few whiskeys in,
I always try to think about what I'm saying, and I know I'm not right, but I'm gonna always come from a point of logic, and if it doesn't make sense and you can talk me out of my logic, I'm more than willing to be changed. I think most people are so stubborn in the way they view things that they're not trying to hear what you say. I can learn. I'm learning from talking to you. So when I look at what I want to be is just be a great person and never be detrimental to the group and never do anything that's going to hurt other people. I have too much respect for people because I don't want people to be disrespectful to me. And it's all subjective because I don't know what disrespect is to you. But if I ever do anything that you find disrespectful, you can check me. And you can never say anything to me that's going to hurt me. I'm just telling you this. So I don't get offended. And I know that if I think something's going to cross the line with you, 9 times out of 10, I won't say it. And if I say it, I'm in error because I wasn't observant enough to know that this would hurt you. That's my statement. However, I'm saying this is not about you. For any ladies that listen, I'm going to say things that you're not going to like. But it's never to hurt you. It's to tell you how a man thinks. And if you don't want to hear how a man thinks, don't listen to me. But I'm never going to say it to hurt you. So I'm always giving you the caveat, ladies, that if you ever listen, understand this is my perspective and it could be totally wrong. That's my statement. I said a lot.
So, Charles, if you don't mind, if you could re-highlight Matrix previous post comment. Yeah. So on that, now I'll give my personal thought on that, and then Charles, you can do the same. I would say no. And based on the definition that we've kind of been going over and kind of narrowing down, I don't think either of those men had the best for the group in mind, ever. It seems to me that not just seems to be, both of them stole tremendously from folks around them to get where they are. That's certainly not best for the group. Definitely not best for the people they stole from. So no, that's my personal answer on that, is that no, they're not. I don't think stealing is best for anybody.
Do you really want me to answer this? Do you really want me to answer this? Okay. I would say something wrong. I tend to agree with you, but not from the same perspective, because being successful does not always make you alpha. So I'm not knocking them, because if you look at their hierarchy in their industry, or they're alphas of their company, they run the company, they are bosses, they employ people, and they do things that help society to communicate. So those attributes right there can be considered alpha. However, do I see them as the traits inherently, as I don't know them personally, as being leaders of men that would sacrifice for the group of men? I don't see that. However, I don't know them. So I'm using those caveats to say that.
But you can see what they do.
Well, I don't study them. I have no ill will. They don't owe me anything. They just don't seem like the type of people that, and I don't know them, so I can't speak on definitively who they are, because some people put on a public image, but behind closed doors are totally different. So other than the financial benefits of what they provide, I would not innately want to follow them in a survival situation, but economically and financially for supporting my family, I would have to adhere to their positional situations because it would help me to provide. So you know what I'm saying? So like innately, I don't trust you to help us stay alive, but in this new world that we live in, this digital world, I have to acquiesce to you. And people don't know that acquiesce means to give in, but not really willingly. So I would acquiesce because it would be beneficial for my survival in a situation. So as humans, we must be adaptable to the changing of the world. And that's my statement. Does that make sense? And I didn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna just disagree, but I mean mostly agree. So I don't acquiesce because I just don't.
Okay, but you still have to.
But that said, I understand exactly what you mean because they are very powerful men. So I understand that, you know, we probably should, given the power that they have. That's just not in me at all. There's nothing in me. I don't care if there's a gun in my face. You're gonna have to shoot me.
Let me explain. I want to do 110 miles per hour on the freeway, parkway, whatever, every time I drive, and I don't. Because I'm giving in, even though I want to. So I'm acquiescing to the laws. So sometimes you gotta give in. Yeah. So I'm using that point. There's times I won't. Like I'm kind of like you. If you put a gun to my head, and depending on the situation, it might not end well for me or you. Like I try to tell myself it's not that serious. Give up. Then I could be in the wrong mood and I don't feel like giving in, and somebody's gonna die, most likely me. But I'm that type. I'm like you on that. I'm really like that.
I mean, my whole thing is I'm good with death, and that's primarily because of the things that I believe. But
yeah, I agree with you. That's my. We're talking to you, but I think just like that. I try to I'm. You can never intimidate me because I really don't care like that. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want you to hurt me. But if you get to that point, then we got to go. You know, I don't want to, but there's no fear in me of it because I know it can come at any time. So
absolutely,
yeah, I get you. I totally understand. I'm trying to really state I think like you on that. I no ill will, no malice, no disrespect, but don't think you're about to cower me because my ego will kick in. I'm not good at acquiescing. I'm not. You can knock all my teeth out and pull my eyes out, and I'm still trying to hit you with my eyelid. So I'm that type.
So what as Charles stated, and I agree for the most part, is that we do not know these men personally. So it's hard for me to judge them absolutely, but based on the actions of their companies, which I assume that they run, and that they have a great deal of oversight over. So based on that, it seems like there's a lot of very selfish actions from both. And so because of that, I do not respect either man. It feels like they are out for self-gain, which does not lead to productive societies or happy societies. So I don't care for either of them. If neither of them ever existed, wouldn't matter to me at all. Even with their technologies they brought into the world, I think that those technologies have done some good, but they've also done tremendous bad. Yeah. So that's where I'm at on that.
Those are the thoughts of Whiskey Wars. I'm not gonna go into that. I don't know them, so I try to.
Disclaimer right here.
Huh?
as a disclaimer, and just gonna have that running across the screen.
No, I'm making a joke. Yeah, I don't know them. And I try not to ever judge people and say I don't research them. I don't really mess with Facebook. I mess with Microsoft a lot. And we all live different lives, so right and wrong to them ain't the same to me, most likely. But I don't know them, so who am I to say anything about people I don't study or research? That's just my thoughts. Anyway, I'm done with that.
Yeah, let's get more lighthearted. Sir Ism says CG3 piece. I like that. Yeah,
he's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's my player homeboy, my big homie. Yeah, from Oakland, Oaktown. Sir Ism is the dude, bro. You know,
still with us, Sir Ism. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got nothing but love from
Charles is a good man. Even though we like to have our little disputes, Charles is my boy, man. As I said on my stream last night, you know, and I'm gonna say it again now for everybody watching. What I appreciate most about Charles is that Charles is, even though he does it in a very humble way, he's going to let you know how he feels. He will correct you when he feels that you're wrong. There is certainly a level of honesty there. Charles is well read and intelligent, and so I very much appreciate having conversations with him. It's always a joy, and Charles has corrected me many times, and I appreciate that because none of us know everything. So as I've been saying the whole stream, and Charles has too, let's learn from each other. Let's have discourse.
That's all I'm about. I can always learn, bro. And I wish that I could just. I don't know everybody's belief, but you will never know till you get to that place where you meet the maker, whatever terms you want to use. So I just accept that I live the best life that I can and try my best not to hurt people. That's my thing. You know, respect you, respect me. Cheers to all of you, and let's sip on some good whiskey.
I don't have anything left because it's 2 a.m. here, and I've cut myself off. I can't even talk, so clearly I need to cut myself off.
Well, I need to let you go, bro. It's been 5 hours. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end it because I can keep going, but I think
is
getting sleepy.
Is he still around, or has he left us?
He had a phone call. He had to handle some business. You know, I had fun. It was enjoyable.
Yeah,
you,
me too.
The missus. It's always great, man. I look forward to more of it.
Yeah, I think this might be our longest stream yet. 5 hours.
I wasn't even thinking about it. My whole in my brain, I'm like, I'm gonna go 1 hour. That's what I'm thinking. Next thing you know, it's like ridiculous.
Yes, yeah. As Matrix said, I thought I came in at the end, but you went for 2 more hours. Yes.
My brother. I really enjoy conversations. I wish I could talk to way more people, but I'm not. A lot of the conversations that I see are dramatic. I'm not really a dramatic dude. I'm not trying to argue with you. I mean, I don't mind having a good dialogue or debate or other people's views, but I'm not really trying to change the way you feel. You know, I respect it. I may not agree, but let's keep it. Just have a good civil discourse, and everything is not pain and hate and anger. And most people, you know, I'm not into that. No, life is, man. You're a good dude, man. I wish people would just be more like you, bro. You don't even understand. I'm trying to say it without making you feel like blushing or whatever. But it's you know, just if I can do something for you without hurting me, I will do it. No problem. Trust me. You already understand. It's no big deal to me, man. I wish more people were like that, but it's always some other incentive. Me, I just want to have fun. YouTube is just fun for me and connecting. That's all it is.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it before in previous streams, but like these are like the highlight of my week. These live streams. I love chatting with Charles. I love all the comments and stuff, seeing you guys' input. It's just, you know, getting to interact with people around the world. That's always, I mean, even though it's like kind of old technology at this point, it's always amazing to me to be able to talk with people around the world, see your guys' thoughts, and especially interacting with Charles. And, you know, as I said earlier, I think that, you know, he's well-read and intelligent and has a lot of good insights on life. And so always enjoy the conversations. And that's clear by the fact that we went 5 hours nearly.
It's fun. I would jump on more panels, but too many people to me have that. I don't like to say it, but there's a negative energy, and I'm not into that. I enjoy talking. Like even we talked about the transgender thing. There was never no hate. It was never no crashing with the train. It just was kind of crazy to us. However, we respect you and we love you for being humans. That's it. Or everybody else is hate, pain. And I'm not here to smash people. I may not agree with the things that men do, women do, other people who want to call themselves all these different names do. I'm not, but I'm not. Let's say one pulled up. Let's say one of them, whatever, pulled up. They could talk. We would talk, and I would listen to them because it would be fun to understand. I just want to know what you think about me being a tree.
And I'm lying. For anyone tuning in just now, Charles is a tree and I'm a lion. So
there you go.
We're not changing. So if you see me randomly attack people and Charles start attacking people that step on grass, you'll know why.
There you go. Captain Planet. Have you ever heard of Captain Planet? That's my best friend, man. We don't play that.
Powers combined.
There you go. He protects those trees. Have you seen the Don Cheadle Captain Planet? Look it up. I'm not going to play it because there's a lot of profanity. If you want to hear it, I'll play it. But you need to watch it on your own. It's so hilarious. Don Cheadle turned anybody into a tree. You a tree? You a tree?
Yeah. There was a Don Cheadle reference I wanted to make earlier, and I can't remember what it was now. We were talking about something. I think it is when we were talking about how so many people have stolen from Black culture. Because Don Cheadle has talked so much about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure that's when I wanted to reference him. But dude had tons of insight. So good man, Don Cheadle.
All right, brother. It's 5 hours. I'm not tired, but B is ready to kick me to the kingdom come if I don't with his peacetime. Let me go ahead and just.
I get that. Hey.
Huh?
I said it's getting cold.
Getting cold. So real quick, what temperature is it there?
It is.
Let me look.
I bet we got you beat.
I think it's like probably 60 degrees. What is it?
I know we got you beat.
Hold on, I'll tell you. What up?
63.
63.
No,
I knew.
59. 59.
Is it 59?
59.
Oh, actually, okay. So we got you beat by 4 degrees. It's 55.
58 degrees here. 58 degrees.
Okay, so 3. Okay, man. So Cali's cooler than I expected.
Yeah, it's normally not like it's our weather is weird. It could be 49 degrees in the morning, and in the night it'd be 88 degrees. 88. Tomorrow, it's been cold for the last 3 days, but last week it was like 80s.
Yeah, it was the 80s.
Matrix, real quick before we sign out, where are you at, my friend? Where is Matrix at?
Happy Halloween. Oh, happy Halloween to you. I'll share that with you. He said it's 36 degrees here.
Ooh.
So you are farther north than both of us, apparently. So North Dakota. Yeah, man. Okay, that is serious cold up there.
I don't think I've never been in the 30s.
I got to go up to North Dakota.
I'm telling you, you guys should come down to Kentucky. Beautiful out here.
Fargo.
It's not North Dakota cold, but we get some serious cold.
We're gonna come. We're gonna.
This is the best time to go, though.
So if you want to avoid the cold, my personal favorite times of year are like April. You're gonna get like mid 70s around that time, or probably October. Same deal. You're gonna get like 70s both times of the year. So so if you want to do distillery tours and stuff, that's personally my favorite time to go. October, April, good weather.
Yeah, that's cool.
If you want it warmer, then you can come any time between those 2 months.
My birthday is January.
Okay. It'd be a little cold then. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, January the coldest month of the year.
Yeah, I was gonna say January is usually the coldest month here. So
February and August. Yeah, we'll work it out. Anyway, brother, it's a pleasure, man. Thank you for popping up. Because I probably wouldn't, if you wouldn't have popped up, I probably wouldn't have been on for 15, 20 minutes. I'm joking.
I'm about to give it away to somebody.
Nah, that's cool. You know, Eric like it.
Hey, you know, some of the girls that pop in over at your place, maybe they'll appreciate the ancient age.
Oh yeah, they would know. Oh, let's make it old fashioned.
Yeah, it'll go great in mixed drinks. That's for sure. Well, Charles B., thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it. Matrix, thanks for joining us.
I appreciate everybody.
And we'll see you guys on the next one.
All right, brother.
All right.
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Peace
Peace out, everybody. End of the broadcast. Woo-hoo.